You really think of me as a tool? Qi Mengdia's tone was cold. Her eyes were filled with vigilance. Chu Xiu rested his right hand on his knee, propping up his cheek. Note that the holy land of Taisu is located in the south, in the depths of the 10,000 Mountains domain, the demon tribe's territory. Click to view. After reading the intel, Chu Xiu's body surged with primal force. In the void, 2 minor saints were sliced into a blood rain by this sword. A woman stood in the void like a demon god. She wore a red dress. In her left hand, she held a blue long sword. Her skirt flowed like a waterfall. He reached out and patted his cheap disciple's shoulder. You have to believe that I love you all. Xiao Yifeng's cheek twitched violently. A surge of anger welled up. Chen Mufan interrupted the whispers of a few people. Bows to Chu Xiu. Senior brother Chu is a genius who broke the ancient limits. He will undoubtedly be the cornerstone of our future holy emperor. We can all die. Of course, it was when you all appeared. Our performance was flawless, right? It's a pity that you were too enthusiastic. He glanced at the 4 rushing towards him. You should check your own divine bridge. If I, Chu Xiu, go back on my word, may the heavens curse my master, so that he makes no progress in his cultivation. That's quite the deadly oath. Chen Mufan and the others looked at each other. They nodded, believing it. Chu Xiu, we've done it. I hope you keep your promise in the future. Don't worry, I, Chu Xiu, am a man of my word. Now we just wait for good news from Wu Wei. After saying this, he stood up. Chu Xiu left. In less than half an hour, above the ancient tomb forest, a fleet quickly assembled. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He is an utterly useless waste with no skills. Yet he is solely focused on taking shortcuts in his cultivation journey. Little does he know that such thoughts have earned him a stern reprimand from his master. Chu Xiu, you have occupied the sacred maiden of the sect. You have offended powerful families. As a result, you were crippled by others in the arena. You have ended up in this situation today. Because of your own actions. You should go back. I can't help you. No, master. You must help me now. Why do you say that? Xiao Mengdai looked defiant. When did his impression of his eldest disciple become so shameless? With a wicked smile, Chu Xiu leaned closer to Xiao Mengdai. Disciple knows you are a heavenly beauty. If I could cultivate with you, wouldn't that be amazing? Xiao Mengdai couldn't believe her ears. Chu Xiu stood there, extremely respectful. Master, for the sake of disciple's injuries, and to help disciple quickly improve her cultivation, please allow me to cultivate with you. Arrogant Xiao Mengdai became furious upon hearing this. She raised her hand, summoning the floating divine sword. It emitted a buzzing sound. Arrogant fool. I will crush you to ashes. Chu Xiu remained unfazed. He merely whispered softly. An invisible wave spread out gently. Xiao Mengdia's sword spirit shattered in an instant. Her once floating form collapsed as the spiritual connection dissipated. She fell limply to the ground. How could this happen? Xiao Mengdai was in shock. With her cultivation at the level of a great sage, she was completely sealed by an irresistible mystical force. At that moment, Chu Xiu slowly stepped forward. A gentle smile appeared on her face. You wretch, what are you trying to do? A trace of shock flashed in Fairy Mengdia's beautiful eyes. Master, I beg of you, please guide and teach your disciple. Chu Xiu, you bastard. What exactly have you done to me? Why have all my cultivation powers disappeared? Master, do you want to know? Then I will tell you the truth. I naturally sealed your cultivation. I wonder if you still remember. The ghost cliff in the Howling Forbidden Land 3 months ago. That day, more than a dozen of you surrounded and attacked me. What, you are the old demon Chu? Xiao Mengdai suddenly felt her vision go black. An unbelievable scene flashed through her mind. At the peak of the celestial continent, stood a girl with no way to retreat. Old devil Chu, you deceived my sister's body, caused her untimely death. And you wronged my little sister. You killed my beloved disciple. You've bullied men and harassed women your whole life, committed countless atrocities. This is already an unforgivable crime. We, the righteous ones, will tear you apart today. All kinds of cries for revenge echoed throughout the valley. On soul-returning cliff, old demon Chu's eyes remained as indifferent as ever. At this moment, a figure resembling an immortal stepped in. Old demon Chu, how have you fallen to such a forbidden place? Do you regret it? Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu let out a wild laugh towards the sky. Regret? How could that be possible? I, Chu Xiu, have practiced for less than 100 years. I have fought countless battles in my life. Look at this group among my peers. In front of me. Who dares to claim invincibility? Who dares to say undefeated? Qiao Mengdai, right? Then I solemnly tell you now. This work only destroys time. If ruthlessness gives me another 500 years, this realm of heaven and earth, inevitably, only I am supreme. Looking at the arrogant Chu, the old witch, Qiao Mengdai didn't want to say anything more. Since you refuse to repent, don't blame us for being ruthless. In an instant, the Lingyuan artifact exploded. Sword spirits tore through space. With overwhelming killing intent, they charged straight ahead. In the next moment, Chu Xiu quickly summoned a mysterious reaction with both hands. In an instant, the world lost its color. The wind rose and the clouds surged. Boom! Numerous magical tools and seals collided. They emitted a series of thunderous roars, echoing through the heavens and the earth. It felt as if the very space was collapsing. The great sage from the Western Buddhist temple forms a mudra. Endless Buddha light envelopes the sound of Zen, engulfing Chu Xiu. At this moment, Chu Xiu, under the immense pressure of the mystical artifact, slits his wrist. His blood essence ignites, emitting a brilliant light, accompanied by a terrifying and eerie roar. Immortality seeks eternity. The earth burns with fire. I don't ignite with a bang. Accompanied by a loud explosion. Countless streams of essence blood burst from his limbs and bones, then exploded into a cloud of blood mist, dissipating between heaven and earth. Dozens of great sages blown away by the powerful shockwave, silently watched the place where Chu Xiu disappeared, stunned by what they saw. It's a pity that all his cultivation, if he had gone to the abyssal Great Wall, the Sand Demon would have been a mighty general for the human race. Just as everyone was about to leave, a dark cloud slowly rises where Chu Xiu reveals himself. Do you really think I could die so easily? His ghostly aura wanders freely in the air. Whoosh! A strong light descends from the sky. It falls into the cave of Yunxia Peak. Hee, I'm out. The old demon has come back to life. This person, who smiles eerily, is named Chu Xiu. I was just an ordinary college student. During summer vacation, I accidentally fell into an ancient well when I returned home. When I woke up, I found myself in the Sky Dome continent. In fact, Chu Laomu, who was besieged this time, knew that this day would come long ago, so he made many preparations in advance. Now, being able to come back to life, is just one of the many legacies he prepared for himself. A pleasant prompt sound is heard. Host detected as revived. System functions have undergone changes. Please make a selection from the options below. Elder Chu looked at the panel, and couldn't help but smile. In my previous life, I chose the destiny of the villain. It does feel good, but I've done countless evil deeds. Those days where everyone wanted me dead. I've had enough of them. How about in this life, I choose to be a villain's lackey. Secretly growing stronger. Then I'll wreak havoc on the world again. Wouldn't that be wonderful? He couldn't help but smile wickedly. Without hesitation, he chose the dog repair system. Ding! Congratulations, host. Selection successful. Please wait while the system is loading. System, help me check. Let's see whose body I have entered in this life. The system page flipped. It landed on the page of the tool person, who is nothing at all. Pulling weeds. What's going on? The original host was this bad? Old Devil Chu had a headache. With such weak cultivation, why compete for a woman? Not only was he humiliated, his cultivation was also crippled. Forget it, forget it. Seeing as you are my tool, your enemies are my enemies. Once I cultivate an invincible body, I will definitely get revenge one by one. Thus, the old Devil Chu began to meditate and practice. As time passed, his spiritual energy just wouldn't increase at all. Sigh, this body is really too useless. Not to mention his poor qualifications. His injuries are so severe. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something. He couldn't help but smile. He pushed open the door. Avoiding everyone's gaze, he jumped onto a quiet little path, heading straight for the cave of Qiao Mengdai, the master of Yunxia Peak. And so, the opening scene unfolded. At this moment, Qiao Mengdai was already filled with fear. Master, my reincarnation Tiankuzi fetus has silently sealed into your body. So now, you are nothing but a mere mortal. Dream Dai Immortal was furious and embarrassed. Rebellious disciple. You dare to show disrespect to your master? I swear I will kill you. I will definitely kill you. Yo, master. Could you change your lines a bit? Why do you always threaten me with these two lines? Chu Xiu leaned in closer to Teacher Shen. Master, if I tell Lu Shui, the leader of Tianjian Feng, that you've lost your cultivation, what do you think he would do? Xiao Mengdai, elegant and poised. She must never know about this. I killed her father. This is a grudge that cannot be shared. She will definitely kill me. Traitor, what do you want? Heavenly treasures or talent for cultivation? I can give you. Not enough, far from enough. What you want? Master, you know. Chu Xiu gently caressed Xiao Mengdia's smooth hair. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Don't even think about it. Xiao Mengdai bit her lip tightly. Murderous intent boiled within. I wished I could immediately cut this traitorous disciple into pieces. But at this moment, Chu Xiu's smile grew even gentler. I have no grudge or hatred with you, Taisu Sacred Emperor. Why do you keep hunting me down? Are you scared now? Master, disciple, there's an ancient cultivation technique here. It will be beneficial for you as well. Take a look at this. Xiao Mengdai looked incredulous. Such a mystical technique seemed to faintly align with the Tao of heaven. This is definitely no ordinary technique. Master, isn't this technique amazing? You insolent disciple, get out of my sight. You still possess the heavenly fragrance jade body, worshipped by thousands. I never expected to be sealed by my own disciple, becoming the experience pack for him to restore his physique and enhance his cultivation. The candlelight in the shop flickers. The atmosphere is unusually noisy. The host actually became a traitor. No wonder he is the destined great villain. Reward received, 1000. Breakthrough points. Congratulations, host. The heavenly fragrance jade body has fully restored your injuries. Congratulations, host. Deep exchange achieved. Your cultivation aptitude has improved. Hearing the system's continuous notifications, Chu Xiu felt extremely delighted. A few hours later, Chu Xiu turned his head to look beneath the lotus throne, hands wrapped around his knees. The cold-eyed fairy. Master, farewell, master. Your disciple takes leave first. You rebellious disciple. Xiao Mengdai looks helpless. Old demon Chu smiles even more, turns and walks away. I have given you what you wanted. Can you lift my seal? Chimengdia's tone was no longer as proud as before. Instead, she seemed pitiful. I can't. Please forgive me, master, for being unfilial. You ungrateful disciple. Do you want to kill me? Master, if you don't want others to know your cultivation has been sealed, then you should hide it well. What do you have in your hand? Chimengdia's teeth were chattering loudly. She stared intently at the crystal ball in Chu Xiu's right hand, which was bouncing up and down. You're talking about this person? Of course, it's Lu Ying's crystal. What? You actually Lu Ying? Mengdai Xianzi's stunning face turned even paler. Master, please don't get excited. Just as a keepsake. Chu Xiu waved his sleeve. As he left, he warned Xiao Mengdai. Don't even think about breaking the seal. Across the entire Tianxiong continent, no one can break it, unless the Valley of Earth is reborn. What a pity. There is no great land in the world anymore. Well, for the sake of our long-standing friendship, I remind you once again, under heaven, only I can break the seal. If I die, then you will only live as a mortal for the rest of your life. Until you die of old age. If you don't believe me, go ahead and try. And if I die, the images in the crystal will spread not only throughout the entire holy land of the founder, but even across the entire sky continent. You know that, master. You rebellious disciple. You're despicable. You'll die a horrible death. Staring at his back, Zai Mengdi was angry and filled with resentment. Chu Xiu walked out of the cave. He couldn't help but feel emotional. It was still morning when he came. Now, it was already a bright moon in the sky. On his way down the mountain, Chu Xiu's expression was blank. He felt neither joy nor sadness inside. With the help of the world-honored one, he reached the 9th layer of foundation establishment. If he wants to reach the Wheel Sea realm, he'll have to wait for next time. Qi Mengdai can help him improve his cultivation potential. He already knew this when he left behind a contingency plan at the Taishu Holy Land years ago. The Foundation Establishment Realm is crucial for cultivators. If the Wheel Sea Realm is like wood storing water, then the Foundation Establishment Realm is the process of gathering that wood. The more wood there is, the larger and stronger the Wheel Sea that can be opened. The water that can be stored will be purer. The greater the amount, the stronger the base pillar becomes. Naturally, the path of cultivation will go farther. Before Chu Xiu was reborn, although he could be called invincible at the same realm, he could not achieve the kind of cross-boundary killing that novel protagonists do. Engage in direct confrontation. At most, achieve a stalemate with one formidable opponent. If time drags on, he might even be defeated. That's why he often ponders this question. Ultimately, he concludes that after coming to this world, he is constantly bullied. He turned to the dark side, started committing evil deeds non-stop, quickly advanced his cultivation, skipped the foundational stages, which caused his foundation to be unstable. The reason those sages cornered him at Soul Cliff, 50%, was because he was tired of being hunted. The other 50%, he wants to die once, to seize the body and rebuild. He aims to forge an unparalleled foundation. When the time comes, even if he encounters cultivators of a higher realm, he will be able to fight them. Chu Xiu did not go directly back to the cave but rented a place at the sect to enter the 10,000 mountains. Years ago, I left resources here for foundation building. It's unclear if they're still controlling the descent into Africa. In the jagged rocks, he finds a gray stone. He bites his finger. With blood, he draws a pentagram on the stone. The markings flicker. Blood drips, crackling. The stone gradually moves aside, revealing a dark hole beneath. Without hesitation, Chu Xiu leapt down. Half an hour later, Chu Xiu climbed out. He looked dusty and disheveled, but the corners of his mouth curled up unconsciously. The items he had hidden here years ago were retrieved. You have no reason to linger. Chu Xiu was just about to board the Air France flight to Africa. A much larger, fiery red African ship flew overhead. Up ahead on the deck of the African ship stood two men and a woman. Hey, isn't that Chu Feiwu? I thought you were dead. Didn't expect after 10 days, you'd be back, lively as ever. Looks like the master of Yunxia Peak treats you, his top disciple, pretty well. He actually dares to give you, a useless fool, the genius treasure that can restore the Wheel Sea. Chu Xiu's narrow eyes flashed with a hint of blood. He controlled the African and changed direction. He brushed past the other African, calmly leaving 10 words. 10 days later, the life and death arena. This person is the one who will kill you 10 days from now. Giroux is no longer his tool. Zhang Meng and his two fellow disciples exchanged glances in surprise. The next moment, they burst into laughter. Senior brother, I didn't hear that wrong, did I? What did I just hear? This worthless fool actually dares to challenge senior brother Zhang. And he even said he wants to kill senior brother Zhang. Zhang Meng sneered. He looked in the direction Chu Xiu was leaving. The power of the spinning wheel spreads for miles. 10 days ago, I spared you for the sake of the Wind Master Yunxia. I did not take your life. Since you insist on seeking death, then after 10 days, on the life and death arena, don't blame me for being ruthless. The disciples all heard Zhang Meng's voice, and immediately began to discuss. Why does that Chu Xiu still dare to fight in the life and death arena? He must be out of his mind. Who knows? He probably has some issues. I heard that 10 days ago, his Will See was destroyed. What does he have to fight against Zhang Meng in the late stage of Will See? Who cares? Anyway, there will be a good show in 10 days. Chu Xiu returned to the Yunxia Wind Cave Manor. He thought for a moment. He still decided to head to the Wind Master's Cave. The spiritual energy in the Master's Cave is relatively rich, and it can also cover up the commotion from his breakthrough. He didn't mean to be rude. After all, what belongs to the Master is his. Every inch and every bit of the Master is his. Seeing Chu Xiu again, Qi Mengdia's expression instantly turned sour. Her delicate hands tightened slightly. The collar of her robe rose and fell unpredictably. Rebellious disciple, what do you want to do again? Chu Xiu smiled and pinched his cheek. What does Master want me to do? Qi Mengdai felt goosebumps all over her body. Rebel, don't go too far. Heh, disciple. There's even worse to come. Chu Xiu teased while taking out a righteous energy from her storage bag. She began to set up a freeze. Qi Mengdai watched her mysterious movements while setting up the freeze. Her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment and shock. Is this formation technique inherited from the ancient formation path? Oh, master, you have good eyesight. Do you want to learn? What are you planning to exchange for it? I don't want to learn. Qi Mengdai quickly shook her head. As if she thought of something, a stunning face appeared. Her beautiful eyes were filled with disgust, just like a proud flower that can no longer withstand the wind and rain. Prepare the storage properly. The great hall is silent. Soon, a layer of mist covered the outside of the main hall. Master, disciple, I need to enter seclusion for a while. Saying this, I tossed a large pile of wild fruits from my storage bag. If you get hungry, just eat this. After all, you're now in a mortal body. You can't avoid worldly needs. Qi Mengdai looked at the colorful wild fruits on the floor, gritting her teeth. It's all your fault, you rebellious disciple. One day, I'll kill you. Heh, the venerable one is misbehaving again, huh? The pert backside was heavily slapped. It was both thrilling and painful, filled with anger and embarrassment. Qi Mengdia's stunning face turned bright red as she let out a feeble roar. Chu Xiujie chuckled strangely. He turned and walked towards the back hall. Master, I have set up a veil array in the back hall. You'd better not venture in carelessly. Your disciple still needs you to enhance her cultivation potential. If you die, your disciple will be heartbroken. Chu Xiuqi, Dream Butterfly, is really about to collapse. To think that she, Dream Butterfly Fairy, was once a powerful figure in the Sky Continent. What sins did she commit in her past life, to end up with such a rebellious disciple? One day, I will carve you, rebellious disciple, into 1,000 pieces. Chu Xiuzai paid no attention to his futile ranting. He arrived at the rear hall. He sat cross-legged on the bathroom floor. He took out a pear-shaped fruit that glowed with rainbow colors. From his storage bag, it was the Tao fruit of creation. It was a sacred item for foundation building. Only 3 fruits had been produced in 10,000 years. Extremely precious. Chu Xiu took a deep breath. In his pitch-black eyes, divine light flickered. I have actually obtained a scripture known as the strongest foundation building technique from ancient times to the present. With this divine item, paired with the fruit of creation, and system assistance, from now on, I will look towards the vast Sky Continent. Could there be a cultivator with a stronger foundation than mine? Chu Xiu laughed. He laughed wildly. His pale teeth gleamed with a cold, eerie light. He brought the creation fruit to his lips, gently bit into it. The entire fruit instantly turned into sweet juice. It flowed down his throat into his stomach. He closed his eyes. Circulating the Tao Sutra, his cultivation began to rebuild the foundation. His cultivation level gradually dropped from foundation establishment stage 8 to stage 1. Eventually, it fell to the mortal stage. As the Tao Sutra circulated, the essence of the Tao fruit began to nourish every inch of his meridians, skin, and flesh. His meridians throughout his body stretched and expanded. The refinement technique rapidly enhances the body. Rumbling, the vital energy flows like a bursting river. The 4 boards are still wildly flowing, producing waves of thunder. As time passes, the cultivation gradually improves. Has the host decided to break through? Please choose from the options. Confirming that Chu Xiu chose to break through without hesitation. Detected that the host is practicing the strongest auxiliary skill method. The consumption for the breakthrough point has increased. Estimated 1 month. 1 small cycle. 1 month consumes 100 breakthrough points. Chu Xiu was completely enveloped in golden light. His head resembled thousands of dragons and phoenixes. The spirits dance in flight. The statue of the Taoist patriarch preaches. There are demons growling. There are Buddhas singing. Countless insights about the Tao scriptures flood into the heart and mind. Suddenly, Chu felt something deep inside. Both startled and delighted. People say that prolonged practice leads to the ultimate truth. One can only follow the path laid out by predecessors. Little do they know that breaking limits is the true way to success. I see now. A blessing in disguise. How can one know it isn't fortune? When faced with adversity, between life and death, there is great terror. There is also a great opportunity. 7 days later, it will clear up. Chu Xiu clearly felt an invisible shackle that had been confining his soul break apart. He suddenly felt a great sense of relief. At the same time, various strange phenomena occurred in the elevator. Foundation stone layer. The breakthrough is complete. The host has successfully advanced to the foundation stone layer. His black hair moves without wind, waves of energy surging. Centering around him, the waves spread outwards through the rear hall. The spiritual energy of the heavens and earth converges wildly at Yunxia Peak. Above the main hall of the Peak Master, a spiritual energy vortex with a kilometer-wide diameter forms. Immortal Sword's aura. A woman in purple, her face veiled in white gauze, gazes toward Yunxia Peak, her beautiful eyes filled with gloom. As she witnesses this powerful presence, the tides are shocked by this. Could that wretched Xiao Mengdai have broken through again? At this moment, Chu Xiu has reached the limit of his physical body and vital energy accumulation. Today, I will use my foundation to its fullest extent. To break through and transcend into the cycle of rebirth, I will forge an unparalleled foundation. Boom! Inside the Dantian, the golden sea of wheels formed in the blink of an eye. Beep! Host breakthrough to a major realm detected. Reward mechanism triggered. Wow, triggered so easily. Come on, let this demon see what it is. System rewards being distributed. Please wait. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an ancient sacred herb. What the hell is this? Chu Xiu looked completely confused. System reminder. The advantages of the ancient saint body make it the strongest battle body among the human race. The martyr cultivates the saint body and its resource consumption. The saint body is merging with the host. Wait, no merging. I don't want your so-called saint body. Too late. Congratulations, host, on the successful fusion. But the current sacred body is equivalent to a useless body. At this moment, Chu Xiu is completely speechless. Breaking through to the extreme consumes a lot of energy during cultivation. Now, with the addition of the primordial sacred body, what peaceful days are there to be had in the future? Looking at that damned task on the panel, Chu Xiu feels like cursing. Who knows how many breakthrough points will be needed later? But I feel like breaking free from this sacred body confinement might not solely rely on finding a breakthrough point. There must also be some special encounters involved. Sigh, since I've fused with the ancient sacred body, I guess I'll just have to grit my teeth and keep cultivating. With no other choice, Chu Xiu could only accept it. Fortunately, I have a treasure of a master. He can provide me with immense help on my path of cultivation. Chu Xiu couldn't help but give a devilish smile. In the next moment, Chu Xiu unexpectedly walked straight toward Xiaomengdie's cave. For 3,000 years, she had lived untouched by the mortal world. Yet now, she was savoring wild fruits with great relish. All because she had a devoted disciple. Once possessing the power of a great sage, she was now reduced to an ordinary person. At this moment, our fairy Mengdai was holding a bright red fruit, nibbling at it slowly, helpless and pitiful. Is it delicious? A friendly greeting echoed. Yes, it is, Xiao Mengdai responded without thinking. She instinctively looked towards the source of the voice. Tui. Xiao Mengdai quickly hid the fruit behind her, glaring at that smiling face. She wished she could tear this traitorous disciple to pieces. Master, it's been a few days. Like 3 years apart. Chu Xiu leisurely approached, his dark eyes scanning the wary girl from head to toe. Respectfully, he leaned in to take a sniff. Master, have you not bathed in days? Hearing this, Xiao Mengdai was almost furious. Isn't it because you've been hogging the back hall to train? Seal my cultivation. Now you even ask me how many days I've been unconscious. Oh, that's right. Disciple, you truly are at fault. Chu Xiu leaned down to lift her delicate jade hand. Since that's the case, let me personally serve master in the bath. She pulled the very reluctant Xiao Mengdai straight to the back hall. Oh, your heavenly fragrance and exquisite form are indeed as rumored. Even after a few days without a bath, you're still spotless. You really are a rebellious disciple. What do you want now? Master, please. Disciple's talent is truly lacking. Serving you is naturally my duty as a disciple. Let me personally give you a back rub. You damn rebellious disciple. Oh no, it seems someone is coming. Xiao Mengdai is bewildering. Generally, no one visits unannounced. Junior sister, you have been in seclusion for a month. Are you ready to come out? Hearing the shouts outside, Xiao Mengdai couldn't help but feel panicked. Senior brother Tianqing, please forgive me. I just need a few more months to cultivate. I simply cannot meet today. System detecting. The host is truly a filial and virtuous person. As a special reward, a Xianbing blood sword is granted. Outside the hall, Tianqing sensed that his junior sister's tone was very unusual. But I can't just invite myself in. Junior sister, I have 2 7th-tier healing pills here. Could they be of urgent use to you? No need, didn't I say? A few days and I'll be fine. Hearing such decisive words from junior sister, Tianqing said nothing more. I wonder if junior sister knows about your disciple, Chu Xiu, challenging Zhang Meng to a life-and-death duel. If he loses, it will certainly damage your Yunxiafeng's reputation. I know about this matter, but I can't control that rebellious disciple anymore. Let him be. Congratulations, host. Your aptitude has reached the 620-day level. The cultivation speed increased by 25 times. Well, it seems that junior sister must have her own considerations. I was being overly concerned. Tianqing took out the jade flute. He silently played the Phoenix Seeking the Phoenix that he had recently pondered. The melodious flute sound drifted throughout Yunxia Peak. Of course, the small house where the master and disciple were also felt it. At this moment, Xiao Mengdai. Amidst the mysterious sound of the flute, one can faintly hear a call for love, filled with longing and persistence. He appears calm and indifferent. Yet, he feels a sense of shame and sighs. Master's play is truly amazing. I can't help but give him a thumbs up. The dream butterfly fairy turns her head. Her thoughts are in disarray. I don't want to watch. Look at you, rebellious disciple. With the closeness we have now, if I ask to borrow some more rare treasures from you, there shouldn't be any problem, right? Ding! Host, you're amazing. You take everything and still want to pack more. You're absolutely rotten to the core. Reward, 500 breakthrough points. We searched the entire inner hall of Xiaomengdia's cave, and only found this much 4th grade elixir. There's almost no 5th grade at all. What? Not satisfied? Xiao Mengdai looked at Chu Xiu with suspicion. If you want better elixirs, you'll have to break my seal. Only this way. Can I take the other treasures from the storage ring? Forget it, master. You're joking with me again. This is already enough. Thank you. That said, Chu Xiu carried a not too big, not too small bag and left. At this moment, Xiao Mengdai, facing this rebellious disciple who ignores all reason. I have no means left. Maybe I should ask the Lord for help. Perhaps he can lift the seal for me. No. What if he can't? If the disciple senses danger, he might flee far away. Then am I really going to be immortal for life? Growing old and dying? The more she thought about it, the angrier Qiao Dasheng became, letting out a heart-wrenching roar. No, this isn't the life of Xiao Mengdai. She reached into her chest, and pulled out a bronze mask engraved with fox patterns. Luckily, the traitorous disciple didn't search her, or it would have surely been taken. Although I can't restore my cultivation for now, wearing it can simulate and conceal my aura. As long as I don't make contact with anyone, even a peak sacred king won't be able to probe from afar. Xiao Mengdai looked dazed, recalling the figure on the returning soul cliff a month ago. This mask was dropped when that person was being chased. Yes, at that moment, that old demon Chu was indeed quite remarkable. If he had followed the righteous path, how could he have ended up in such a state? Xiao Mengdai shook her head, casting off distracting thoughts. She resolved to break free from Chu Xiu's control as soon as possible. Otherwise, I fear that in this life, I will be controlled by him. Returning to my own cave abode, I seemed to sense something. A smile curled at the corner of my lips. Put it on, my good master. If you don't wear this mask, wouldn't all my efforts be in vain? Looking at the master wearing the blue fox mask, Chu Xiuma smiled. That's right. Now I can finally feel at ease developing in the Taizu sacred land. Entering the cave, Chu Xiu took out the Xianbing Poxy sword rewarded by the system from his storage bag. There are still 3 days until the deadly battle. If I train seriously, I will surely be able to use it. Chu Xiu sat cross-legged. He placed the blood sword flat across his knees. His long, narrow eyes closed. He began refining. Mystic weapon system. I want to become a sword cultivator. A sword hum echoed in Chu Xiu's mind. In the next second, his soul consciousness seemed to be grabbed by an invisible hand. It flew out of the cave, passing through the Tai Su Holy Land sect formation. Congratulations, host. You have comprehended the state of understanding. Begin seeking the art. When Chu Xiu opened his eyes again, his consciousness had arrived in a pitch-black space. He raised his head to gaze into the distance, and could see beams of various colors falling from above the darkness. 800 meters, 1 kilometer, 2 kilometers. The blood sword soared once again with Chu Xiu. What the hell? It actually reached 9,999 meters. Chu Xiu looked toward the 4 massive light pillars at the end ahead. There were originally 5 sword shadows. Clearly, the sword shadow on the far right had been taken by someone. He didn't rush to choose a sword shadow. Instead, he focused on striking, recalling the scenes after crossing from Earth to the Sky Dome continent, from being bullied everywhere at the beginning, to gradually adapting to every battle, every bloodshed. I know the path to immortality and invincibility. I understand the sword intent is the invincible sword intent. One thought, one sword. There is no one in the world I cannot slay. At this moment, Chu Xiu felt a clarity he had never known before. It was as if there was no self, no image of anyone, no image of sentient beings. From the origin place, a sword cry echoed, like the first sword cry when the universe emerged from chaos. A blood-colored light pillar trembled, pulling Chu Xiu into a part of it. The blood-colored sword shadows filled with killing intent pierced into every bone of his, every cell, adapted to the sight fading into the space between his brows. 2 days later, Chu Xiu slowly opened his eyes. A sharp gleam flashed in his pupils. In the deepest part of the origin land, another blood-red sword shadow disappeared. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the Skykill sword shadow, one of the 5 sword intents. Yelling at the deadly sword shadow. Very good, very good. This sword resonates with my nature. Looking at the panel display, having successfully comprehended, Chu Xiu decided to utilize the system functions to break through in the cave. It is advised to take the life and death arena in one fell swoop tomorrow. Meanwhile, the Taizu Holy Emperor, a woman of stunning beauty with a mysterious light protecting her. Witnessing this celestial phenomenon, she was utterly shocked. She is the Taizu Holy Emperor, the Holy Lord Taisuzi, the Holy Emperor. Someone sought advice, and she raised her star-like eyes, as if she could see through everything in the world. Her gaze fell upon the origin of chaos, the place of beginnings. How is this possible? It's 18 meters longer than when I first compared it to the shore seeking the sword. Tai Suzi's beautiful eyes widened. She looked utterly incredulous. Only that sword god who was a quasi-emperor from 30,000 years ago in the endless sword domain could reach 9,999 meters. Could it be that I, the Tai Su Saint Emperor, also need to produce such a character? He is the most arrogant good-for-nothing I have ever seen. 10 days ago, his cultivation was unfortunately crippled. Today, he's back on the life and death stage. And he's betting everything he has. Besides avenging the humiliation of being slapped, he also wants to make a fortune. The life and death stage of Tianqing Peak, also known as the punishment platform, is used for duels or punishing serious criminals. It's bustling here today. All the disciples have gathered early to watch. Among the crowd, Jian Ling of the Tianjian Peak looks around. He turns his head and glances around. He yawns suddenly. Next to him, the muscular man, Zhang Meng, flatteringly compliments him. I heard you have recently broken through to the divine ability realm, senior brother. That's truly wonderful news. At this moment, Jian Lingyun was unimpressed. It's just the divine transformation realm. It's nothing worth mentioning. As she spoke, her gaze fell on a female cultivator in purple robes. She had a stunning oval face. Her eyes were like water. She was as beautiful as distant mountains. Her demeanor was cool and aloof, serious and unsmiling. Sister Su, I thought you wouldn't come to such a boring place. Su Tianjin looked straight ahead. Her tone softened. This matter started because of me. I naturally have to come and take a look. Besides, I am somewhat familiar with Chu Xiu. I do not wish for him to die here. Seeing the killing intent flash in Lingyun's eyes, Su Tianjin had long been regarded as a captive by him. That useless Chu Xiu actually dared to harbor delusions about him. A death unworthy of sorrow. 20 days ago, Zhang Meng had disposed of the pawn Chu Xiu at his instruction. Senior Sister Su. What if he wants to die? Zhang Meng, standing beside the sword spirit Yun, noticed that his boss's expression was off. His smile is immediate but insincere. Senior sister, you can't save someone who is determined to die. Su Tianjun glanced indifferently at Zhang Meng. She said nothing more. Why hasn't Chu Xiu arrived yet? Is he afraid? I think he is. After all, he is still the true master brother of Yunxia Peak. He's really disgracing Master Yunxia. He can't even beat Zhang Meng from our Tianjian Peak. I don't know how Yunxia Peak can tolerate such a useless person. The surrounding disciples from various peaks were discussing loudly, mocking him without any restraint. At that moment, a streak of light swiftly flew over, and a woman in a pink dress appeared on the viewing platform. His eyes widened in anger, and he sternly rebuked. You really are a bunch of scum who only know how to flatter the powerful, and take pleasure in mocking others. Hey, isn't that the famous Yunxia Fengwu Tao Yao? Didn't expect you to show up today to watch the fight. Behind him, Jian Lingyun smirked sarcastically and teased. Someone even shouted out. A small African aircraft leisurely flew up the mountainside from the foot of Tianqing Peak. Long black hair flowed backward in the wind. Deep, dark eyes gazed straight ahead. A subtle smile played at the corners of the mouth. Chu Xiu controlled the aircraft. It docked on the Zhenchuan seat. Just as he got off the aircraft, his junior sister, Tao Yao, pounced over. Senior brother Tao Yao steps forward. Jiaoziu subtly appears. Chu Xiu reaches out and pats his head. With a gentle smile. Junior sister, you're here too. A blush appears on Tao Yao's delicate face. Senior brother, rest assured. I'm here. No one dares to harm a hair on your head. 20 days ago, because I was in seclusion training, it led to senior brother getting hurt. I feel deeply uneasy about it. You are too kind, junior sister. This was not your fault. Chu Xiuhan extended his hand, just glancing at Su Tianjun 10 meters away. This is the goddess that the tool person has a crush on. She looks okay. Her skills are just mediocre. A flicker of something unusual flashed in Su Tian's eyes. The woman's sixth sense made him clearly feel that Chu Xiu's gaze was different from before. The past fervor had become calm and indifferent. In these past 20 days, what has he been through? Senior brother Zhang Meng looked at Jian Lingyun. Tao Yao will wait here. Should I still kill him? What does it matter if I kill him in the death arena? This is Tianqing Peak. Even if Tao Yao is strong, she can't turn things around here. Zhang Meng, who had conspired with Jian Lingyun, leaped onto the stage. Since Chu Xiu is here, let's go to the life and death arena. After resolving your issues, I still need to return to seclusion for training. If Chu Xiu ignores me, and doesn't respond, he turns his head to look around, and smiles faintly. Junior brothers and sisters, since we've all gathered here to watch the match, how could we not have a wager? I have here a bottle of 7th tier heavenly profound pills. 6 in total, all of top quality. Why don't we place a bet? As he spoke, a white jade bottle appeared in his hand. Whoa, damn. Host, you're pretending to be weak to catch them off guard. You've received 300 system rewards. In an instant, the breakthrough point made the disciples' eyes turn red with envy. Even some of the elders couldn't help but show greed. That's a 7th grade Tianxian pill. It's practically a divine elixir. How will you dodge? Seeing Lingyun staring intently at the jade screen in Chu Xiu's hand, he was certain that it was undoubtedly the Tianxian pill. Peach Demon beside the senior brother tugged on Chu Xiu's arm. Going this far, aren't you afraid of Master's wrath? Chu Xiu simply shook his head at him, deliberately raising his voice. The value of 6 7-tier supreme Tianxian pills. You may not be aware. Does this elder from Tianqing Peak know? Are you aware? As the referee, the elder from Tianqing Peak regained his senses, and quickly wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. This pill is priceless. Each one is worth at least 1 million. Top-grade raw stone. 6 pieces amount to 6 million. A gasp echoed through the sky. 6 million for top-grade raw stones is an astronomical figure for everyone present. Lingyun frowned slightly. He couldn't come up with a matching bet. Beside him, Chu Xiu observed the awkward situation. I can't help but come up with ideas for him. One person can't come up with it. Can everyone pool together? When the time comes, we can divide the loot according to our contributions. Oh dear. Brother, you really are talented. Everyone suddenly realizes. In the next moment, the crowd rushes over. They all took out treasures from their storage artifacts to place their bets. Blocked me, and I blocked them. I bet on senior brother Chu Xiu's book. I also bet on senior brother Chu Xiu's book. Damn! Seeing so many treasures, Chu Xiu was secretly excited. They all ended up being bets. I've lost so badly, damn it. This time, I hit the jackpot. Chu Xiu trembled as he placed the heaven profound pill into the wager. The elders, with Tianqing Feng as the referee, finished counting. 6 million high-grade primal stones piled into a small mountain. I declare the bet officially established. Huitian Xingfeng. No one dares to deny the referee's verdict. Chu Xiu's figure moved. He leaped down from the 1,000-meter-high true ship seat. With a thud, he landed on the square stone arena, which was several thousand meters wide. His robes billowed, creating ripples of dark energy. Hee, Chu waste, you finally dare to come down. Zhang Meng smiled cruelly. He had already investigated thoroughly. Chu Xiu had indeed restored his cultivation. However, it was only at the 4th layer of the Wheel C. At this moment, Chu Xiu thought of the mountain of treasures. His eyes had already begun to redden. Come on, Zhang Meng. Since we've stepped onto the life and death stage, then life and death are irrelevant. With a shout from the elder of Tianqing Peak, the life and death duel now begins. The rumble of the life and death arena formation starts. A beam of white light envelopes the entire arena. The gamblers instantly feel a secret delight. This round is definitely secure. However, Su Tianjin shook his head. The anticipation in his eyes inexplicably faded a bit. He is a man with an extremely strong sense of responsibility. Only because there is a newborn at home waiting to be fed. That's why he stepped into this life and death arena, looking at the pile of spiritual treasures like a mountain, and the caring senior sisters in the viewing stands. Chu Xiu had no choice but to fight to the death. Zhang Meng showed no intention of drawing the usual weapon from his back. At the peak of his will realm, dealing with Chu Xiu at the 4th level of the wheel realm is more than sufficient. Is there any need to use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken? Suddenly, he lowered his body sharply. The muscles in his legs tightened. Veins bulged on his forehead and neck. His whole body surged with blood and energy. He was like a fierce wild beast. Lift your right leg. The ground of the arena collapses. The stone slabs on the ground shatter piece by piece. With a force like a cannonball, he charges out. A wave of fierce energy erupts. In the blink of an eye, he arrives at Chu Xiu's left side. A lightning-fast whip kick strikes towards his head. The air screams in anguish. Chu Xiu's body moved unexpectedly, narrowly avoiding Zhang Meng's lightning strike. His body technique flowed like a shadow. Vital energy gathered in his legs. Speed surged 5-fold, so fast that 3 afterimages appeared. In an instant, he widened the gap between him and Zhang Meng. Not slow at all. Zhang Meng roared. Now for this move. His left hand flashed without light. Flicking his fingers, several black flying needles pierced through the air, creating ripples, heading straight for Chu Xiu's forehead. Chu Xiu once again used the profound grade body technique to leave an afterimage, quickly dodging to the side. Damn! Zhang Meng strikes really hard. Every hit targets a vital point. Chu Xiu's movement skills are quite good too. He can always dodge at crucial moments. 9 out of 10 will definitely miss. No matter how fast the movements, he can't defeat his opponent. Then the one who loses for sure is him. Chu Xiu is definitely going to lose. This competition is without a doubt. Tao Yao's beautiful eyes were filled with worry. She thought to herself, Master Brother, are you really acting? Isn't this a bit too realistic? Meanwhile, the gamblers nearby were in a frenzy. It's settled, it's settled. The situation in the arena is indeed one-sided. Zhang Meng is chasing after Chu Xiu and attacking, but every time he makes a lethal move, it doesn't harm Chu Xiu at all. What's wrong? Hit here, hit here. Come on, come hit me. Chu Xiu can't help but tease. What the hell? Were you a loach in your past life? You're so damn slippery. Zhang Meng finally lost his patience. He drew his frost sword, gathering force. The sword energy surged, completely sealing off the opponent's space to dodge. The terrifying and grim sword shadows slashed toward Chu Xiu. These horrific and sinister killing sword shadows had completely enveloped Chu Xiu. There was absolutely no room for retreat. Chu Xiu narrowed his deep-set eyes slightly. Come on, it's time to end this boring game. He held the sword sheath in his left hand, and the hilt of the bone sword in his right hand. The blood sword slowly emerged from its sheath. A blood-red sword light, several meters long and half a meter wide, burst out with a roar. Squelch asterisk. Zhang Meng's sword web was sliced open, creating a gap. Chu Xiuyun used his footwork technique, leaving an afterimage. He slipped through the gap. Seeing the opening, a flash of murderous intent appeared in Zhang Meng's eyes. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. His speed instantly increased 150-fold. In an instant, he arrived in front of Chu Xiu. He lifted his right foot. It swung toward his temple. Die, you trash. Chu Xiu's expression changed. Everyone who has fought him knows that whenever he shows this kind of expression, you better be careful. He raised his arm to block his side profile, though the ancient sacred body had yet to resonate. But in close combat, he is almost invincible at his level. Previously entangled with Zhang Meng, it was merely a performance for the gamblers. Bang! The leg whip struck his left arm. A thunderous sound erupted. Chu Xiu pretended to stagger backward. Meanwhile, the blood sword turned into a fleeting shadow. A picturesque blood light flashed by gracefully. So fast, what suggestion? Zhang Meng's eyes widened. He looked in disbelief at the blood sword gliding across his neck. With a splat, the entire head rolled to the ground. The headless corpse. Blood gushing like a fountain. After all, it's the pinnacle of the Wheel Sea. The bloodline of a savior clan. Puchu forcefully shook his internal organs, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Leaning on the jade blood sword, half kneeling on the ground, pale complexion, breathing heavily, looking seriously injured. The viewing platform was deathly silent. Unbelievable. How could it be? Zhang Meng actually lost. After all, Zhang Meng easily defeated Chu Xiu just 20 days ago. I can't believe we actually lost today. Even got killed on the spot. 10 days ago, I remember Chu Xiu said he wanted to kill Zhang Meng in the life and death arena. He really did it. I can't believe it. Luanhai's fourth layer actually killed the peak of Luanhai. It caused quite a stir. I'm not seeing things, am I? Oh my god, I lost 3,000. Top tier raw item. I lost 4,000. I lost a Xian weapon. Is Zhang Meng useless? He got counter-killed by a fourth layer Luanhai. He even missed a Q, for God's sake. I'm so mad. I will never gamble again. The winner has been decided. The referee has announced it. The light on the arena fades away. Tao Yao instantly appears on the stage. She supports Chu Xiu. A faint fragrance fills the air. Chu Xiu wipes the blood from the corner of his mouth. Junior sister, help me go to the seat of true inheritance. Under the envious and resentful gazes of all the poison hounds, the two of them arrived in front of a mountain of bets. With a wave of his right hand, Chu Xiu summoned various mysterious weapons and elixirs. Genius treasures were collected quickly. Chu Xiu patted the storage bag on his waist with satisfaction, and revealed a contented smile. Another big breakthrough. Points credited, holding the bait and a single Tianxian pill in his hand. His face beamed with joy. The sword spirit fish squinted at Chu Xiu, and coldly said, "Are you hiding cards?" He lost the worst in this gamble. Not only did the little brother die, but also lost a huge amount. The initial estimate was around 600,000. He would have to save for several years to accumulate that much. Su Tian's beautiful eyes also changed strangely. Chu Xiu can win. This was far beyond his expectations. It's obvious that anyone who can become a true disciple isn't foolish. Although Chu Xiu acted very realistically, it still couldn't escape the eyes of the discerning. Chu Xiu shrugged. He neither admitted it, nor denied it. Do you still dare to gamble? Jian Lingyun smiled and said. The senior brother of Yunxia Peak wouldn't dare to gamble, would he? Chu Xiu gives an evil smile. How do you want to bet? I'll send out a divine master, Qiao Jing, who has also fought you before. The stakes are the same as before. Jianling, you're courting death. Tao Yao's voice is ice cold, killing intent surges. Her long black hair moved without wind. Upon seeing this, the elders of Tianqing's group had a sudden change in expression. They hurriedly went on guard, fearing she might suddenly strike. Jian Lingyun frowned and stepped back, putting some distance between himself and Tao Yao. He then looked at Chu Xiu. Not speaking, Chu Xiu stroked his chin and pondered for a moment. With a thick brow, he said it wouldn't be impossible, but it would require more money. The stakes need to be raised by at least 30%. You have to understand, I'm only in the 4th layer dealing with the divine bridge. Entering another layer is very risky. While speaking, a flash of greed briefly appeared in his eyes. The elder members of the Heavenly Wind looked on, shaking their heads in silence. Ling Yun couldn't help but smirk. Indeed, greed without strength is original sin. You brought this upon yourself. Don't blame me. Chen Lingfei is here. A direct disciple dressed in a blue swordsmanship uniform stepped forward. He replied respectfully. You're up next. Su Tianjin frowned upon seeing this. Speechless in her heart. Doesn't Chu Xiu know when to stop while he's ahead? The gap between Shen Xiaojing and Luan Hai is not something trivial. Just because he killed Zhang Meng, he really thinks he's strong. He thinks he can take on Shen Xiaojing. Tao Yao also secretly sent a message to persuade him. Unfortunately, Chu Xiu's resolve is unyielding. Today, I must bring Hua Jin home. Not even the emperor can change that. The ancient holy body at home is still crying out for nourishment. Upon learning that the second round of betting is about to begin, and that Chu Xiu is set to face the god of war, Qiao Jin, the gamblers who lost the last round suddenly felt their restless hearts stir back to life. This round is definitely winnable. Even if the stakes are 30% higher than before, they don't mind. In their eyes, the nearly 4-layer storage repair can't possibly compete with Chen Lingfei at the first level of the Divine Bridge realm. There is an essential difference between the two sides. The gap is as vast as the heavens and the earth. That's why Shirliji agreed to this bet. Next, they just need to secure the repair documents. Then they can sit back and wait to collect the money. The crowd on and off the stage went wild. Several streaks of light tore through the sky, flying out from the Skywalker Peak. Upon hearing the news, even the personal and inner disciples from other peaks rushed in. They also wanted a piece of the action. You may have never seen such a greedy loser, yet again playing the role of the wolf in sheep's clothing. Looking at that mountain of spiritual treasures, Chu Xiu was envious. For the sake of his starving ancient holy body, he decided to challenge a great expert of the Divine Bridge realm to a life-or-death duel. Watching those scrambling to scare themselves before his uncle, Chu Xiu remained calm on the surface. Yet inside, he was laughing heartily. People who often treat others like fools are the true fools. Wait. Chu Xiu corrected himself. It seems I've also treated them like fools. Upon further reflection, it also makes sense. There are no fools here. Only a group of ordinary cultivators bound by the fixed thinking of their predecessors. In the eyes of ordinary cultivators, foundation establishment is just foundation establishment. It's impossible to compete with the Wheel C realm. The Wheel C realm also cannot rival the Divine Bridge realm, especially Chu Xiu. He still bears the title of the useless senior disciple, even though he had gone to great lengths to defeat Zhang Meng across ranks. The gamblers would just say Chu Xiu got lucky, and Zhang Meng was careless, which is why he was killed. They use excuses like this to convince their own greedy hearts. Xia Wenju's disciples exchanged glances. The meaning in their eyes was clear. It was obvious. This round is solid. Chu Xiu even saw a personal disciple at the Divine Bridge stage, gritting his teeth and betting his only weapon, a suspended sword. A personal disciple at the late will see stage, tearfully bet a pair of selected boots. Painfully, they joined to get a share of the spoils. This time, in the wager, the one who bet the most was still Sword Spirit Yun. He coldly threw out the last 400,000 high-quality raw stones, as well as a set of selected armor and a few 4th-tier captives. He didn't believe that this time the storage repair could stir up any waves. Does the senior brother have confidence? Tao Yao communicated discreetly. The storage repair is fierce. Then I can rest assured. Junior sister, you shouldn't be foolish. Tao Yao stuck out her fragrant tongue, and smiled sweetly. You should keep it for yourself to earn, senior brother. In fact, Chu Xiu understood that she looked down on these things, including the grade 7 heavenly profound pill. The bet has been tallied. According to the wager, Yunxia Peak's direct disciple, Chu Xiu, must present a bottle of top-grade, 7th-tier Heavenly Profound pills. There are 6 pills in total. The combined value of all treasures and rare items wagered by the disciples at the scene amounts to 10 million. The wager is officially established with the announcement of high-grade primal stones. This duel is overseen by Tianqing Peak for fairness. As soon as Elder Tianqing's voice fell, the scene immediately fell silent. Everyone's gaze turned to Chu Xiu. Their expressions ranged from greed, ridicule, anticipation, to mockery. There are also those who stand by indifferently. This worthless piece of trash must die. As long as I can win a Tianxian pill, my fire-type divine power will be near perfection. Yunxia challenges Chu Xiu. Tianxian challenges Chen Linfei, both called to the life and death platform. As an elder in the late stage of his divine power shouted loudly, the long sword on Chen Linfei's back instantly unsheathed. It flew horizontally beneath his feet. He stepped on the sword and flew towards the life and death arena. His white robe fluttered, graceful to the extreme, like a sword immortal. Go, senior brother, Tao Yao shouted loudly to cheer him on. Su Tian's clear eyes were also fixed on Chu Xiu. Hu Xiu waved his sweaty hand. His black robe fluttered as he leaped down. With a loud crash, he landed on the stage. His body stood tall like a spear. The black robe, shimmering with a crystalline sheen, billowed out. His thick black hair was swept backward by the fierce wind. The stone slabs within a 10-meter radius beneath his feet shattered inch by inch. What a formidable body! Amidst the crowd, a young man in a Danfeng sect robe witnessed this scene, silently clicking his tongue. The ground trembled. The arena formation activated. White light illuminated the entrance. Chu Xiu and Chen Yunfei faced off from 1,000 meters away. Senior brother Chen killed him. Chu Xiu is the true heir and senior disciple of Yunxia Peak. If you can kill him, Master will definitely reward you handsomely. Kill, kill, kill. The shouts and cheers from the crowd did not cause Chen Yunfei to show the slightest change in expression. His sharp eyes were fixed on Chu Xiu. Senior brother Chu Xiu, you should give up. I don't want to kill you. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu's expression remained unchanged. His right hand rested on the hilt of the blood sword. At first, I had no intention of stepping onto the stage. Do you know why I still went up to the life and death stage? Chen Yunfei did not rush to attack. Why does Chu Xiu seem interested? Step by step, he's walking toward the other party. Chen Yunfei doesn't care at all. In his eyes, Chu Xiu, at the 4th level of Luanhai, poses no threat to him. As long as he wants, he can kill him at any time. He just chooses to say this much. Are you worried that if you kill Chu Xiu later, Yunxia Fengzhu will come after you? Qimeng Daibao, after laying the groundwork, Chu Xiu keeps conceding, and everyone will be happy. But if Chu Xiu doesn't take the hint, he'll be killed. Qi Mengdai has no excuse to trouble him again. My junior sister was seriously injured on a mission. She needs a very precious treasure to save her life, and brother Lingyun has that treasure in his possession. As an orphan, for my junior sister, I have no choice but to fight for Lingyun. I can only say I'm sorry to you. The blade is merciless. If you die, don't blame me. Chen Yunfei's tone is extremely calm, as if recounting a very touching story. It's full of pretentiousness. Suddenly, a sword is drawn by Chu Xiu, who is 100 meters away from Chen Yunfei, and he activates the Xianpin body technique, flowing shadow. All his energy converges in his legs. 7 afterimages are created. In an instant, a stunningly beautiful blood-red sword shadow fell like the setting sun. It aimed directly at Chen Yunfei's throat. Such a fast movement. Such a fast sword. The disciples in the viewing area gasped in surprise. The Xianpin movement technique leaves an afterimage. Reaching 7 afterimages is already considered perfection. His Xianpin Qingfeng 3 generations is also perfect. Chen Yunfei's neck tensed with anger. His cheeks twitched. He cursed Chu Xiu in his heart for being shameless, taking advantage of him talking to launch a sneak attack. No time to think. He had to block this strike, or death was certain. At this moment, toward Chu Xiu, he dared not show any disdain. In a moment of crisis, the azure long sword in Chen Yunfei's hand pressed against the skin of his neck. It barely managed to block Chu Xiu's lethal strike. A drop of cold sweat dripped down his cheek, landing on the tip of the blood-red sword. It splashed into a glimmering droplet. He had just breathed a sigh of relief, when the narrow eyes of Chu Xiu reflected a hint of bloodthirst. The sword in hand shifts from a horizontal slash to a direct thrust. With an extremely tricky angle, it goes straight for the opponent's heart. The speed of the sword techniques is astonishing. Even as Chen Yunfei twists his body as much as possible, his chest is still pierced, leaving a bloody hole. Blood stains the sword. Fortunately, it didn't hit the heart. He narrowly escaped disaster. Chen Yunfei still wants to create distance to counterattack. He's thinking too much. In battle with Chu Xiu, one step slow means every step is slow. During the 100 years he has crossed into the Sky Dome continent, he has spent 70 years in slaughter. He has fought in countless battles. His almost perverse fighting instinct is already ingrained in his bones and soul. Just as Chen Yunfei was about to use his body technique to create distance, he lunged forward. He exerted force with his legs, his feet sinking more than 3 inches into the ground, his left arm bent like a bow, his body leaning back to the extreme. His fist shot out like Hoi shooting the sun, creating shock waves. Even the air is wailing. A punch landed on Chen Yunfei's chest. Bang! Crack! Crack! The sound of bones shattering made the watching disciples' teeth ache. Chen Yunfei spat out blood mixed with fragments of his internal organs. His back arched as bones jutted out. His once handsome white robe was torn apart like fluttering butterflies. His whole body flew back over 1,000 meters like a ragdoll. With a loud crash, he slammed against the barrier of the arena. He then fell to the ground. He rolled a few times. The one possessing the ancient sacred body, Zhu Xiu, has terrifying physical strength. To withstand such a horrifying punch head-on, Chen Yunfei's internal organs were completely shattered. He collapsed to the ground, struggling a few times to get up. His eyes gradually dimmed. He completely lost his voice. Chu Xiu sheathed his sword. He glanced at the twisted corpse in the distance. A chilling smile crept across his lips. Remember, I generally don't like small talk. Both sides moved from entry to confrontation. There are only 20 breaths in total. Everyone thought Chu Xiu would be crushed. But unexpectedly, it was Chen Yunfei, who was nearly a whole realm above, that was crushed. Death is imminent. All the spectators and disciples around the arena fell silent in disbelief. How is this possible? Chu Xiu is only at the 4th layer of the Wheel C. Why do I feel like he's overpowering Chen Yunfei? Moreover, he struck the opponent with no chance of defense. If it weren't for Chen Yunfei already falling, I would suspect he was throwing the match. From the viewer's perspective, Chu Xiu has been fully dominating Chen Yunfei since he started. In reality, it's not the case. If we must blame someone, blame Chen Yunfei for talking too much. He's too full of himself. Chu Xiu seized the opportunity, and landed a combo first. He couldn't hold on. After the silence came an uproar. The whole place of gamblers felt the world spinning. Cries of anguish echoed at the scene. A complete mess. I lost again. This time I've really lost everything. I should never have gambled. Ah, the 10,000 yuan worth of premium raw stones I just borrowed are all gone. Damn that Chen Yunfei, how could he be so useless? Give me back my Xianbing weapon. That bastard Chu Xiu is definitely pretending to be weak. I even suspect he's been hiding his cultivation level. I hate it. If I gamble again, I'm a dog. Tens of thousands are wailing endlessly. They beat their chests and stomp their feet. The scene is extremely spectacular. Tao Yao looks very pleased. She brings Chu Xiu up to the high platform. Senior brother, you're really amazing. Junior sister, you flatter me. It's just a competition at the foundation stage. It's not worth mentioning. Chu Xiu's expression remained calm. Neither joyful nor sorrowful. He couldn't even remember how many people like Xiao Sheng he had killed. A mere first-level Shen Chao. How could it stir the heart of old Demon Chu? Seeing Ling Yun's gloomy face. This duel. He suffered a huge loss. He glanced deeply at Chu Xiu. With a wave of his sleeve, he transformed into a streak of blue light and flew away. Under the gaze of thousands filled with resentment, regret, hatred, envy, and jealousy, Chu Xiu smiled brilliantly. He began to collect the piled-up spoils of war. Oh dear! Chu Xiu suddenly exclaimed in surprise. This once again drew the attention of the disciples back. The storage bag is full. Junior sister, do you have any spare? Tao Yao waved her delicate hand. A delicate red storage bag flew towards Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu raised his hand to catch it. After a few breaths, he refined it. Whoa! The storage bag he's using now only has 50 cubic meters of space. Tao Yao gave him one with a full 200 cubic meters. Thanks, little junior sister. Senior brother, just use it as you please. No need to be polite. Tao Yao smiled softly, dimples appearing at the corners of her mouth. Chu Xiu put all the items worth 10 million in raw stones into his storage bag. His right hand gripped the bottle of 7-grade Tianxian elixir bait. He couldn't help but smile. Are there any more junior brothers or sisters willing to bet with me? This fragrant, top-grade Tianxian elixir. Does no one want it? Hearing this, the disciples who had lost felt their faces twitch. Their expressions were priceless. I'm begging you to be a decent person. This isn't a competition. You clearly are. Here to stock up, insisting on emptying out the last piece of raw stone from our storage bags. Are you satisfied now? Sigh. In that case, I'll take my leave, then. Chu Xiu snapped his fingers. A palm-sized boat appeared. It grew into a few meters long, floating in the air in front of him. Senior brothers, I'm really leaving. Chu Xiu jumped onto the boat. Just when everyone thought he was going to sail away, that scoundrel poked his head out again, with a gentle smile on his face. Senior brother, I'm really leaving. Yo Ding. Host, you're so dark, bad, and shameless. No wonder you're a born villain. You have received a system reward of 200 breakthrough points. Why don't you just hurry and leave? I don't want to see you again. Just seeing you. I just thought of my 30,000 missing original treasures. All of the disciples stared at Chu Xiu with reddened eyes. They hated him so much. If this weren't inside the sacred land, they would have rushed forward to kill and seize treasures. The killing intent on the platform was overwhelming, almost forming a tangible storm. He wished he could tear Chu Xiu into pieces. Time to slip away. Chu Xiu controlled Africa. In an instant, he left this place of trouble. Before leaving, he received a message from Tao Yao. Senior brother, today you offended Jian Lingyun. This person is deeply scheming. It's a dog that bites but doesn't bark. You should be careful of him. Chu Xiu has slightly sweaty hands. He was covered in blood. Control Africa. Flying towards the direction of the cloudy Shifeng. Being in the Holy Land, he is not worried about retaliation. What he cares about most now is still the improvement of his cultivation. This time, I won items worth a total of 1,600,000 origin stones. I wonder how many breakthrough points I can exchange for. There's no need to rush, I'm just passing the time. I should first find my master to enhance my qualifications. I will maximize the gains from today. Chu Xiu gazed ahead, his expression indifferent, silently planning revenge. There's not a trace left of the previous swordplay. Before leaving, he specifically showcased his swordplay. Was it just to switch systems? That 200 breakthrough points have nothing to do with him. The old devil's persona is all smiles. Killing is fine. Let him show off his swordplay. Is that possible? Then why would he do that? Because just now, he took advantage of the bronze lake surface left on the master, to eavesdrop on their conversation, to prevent those big shots from connecting him to the important identity of the old demon. Otherwise, how could this act continue in the future? Your Holiness, please spare him. Are you saying that Chu Xiu entered the deepest part of the origin land, and found the legendary origin sword shadow? How is that possible? My disciple is not very talented, let alone finding the origin sword shadow. It's extremely difficult for him to even enter the origin land. Tai Suzi solemnly said. I saw it with my own eyes. Meng Dai, has your disciple's temperament changed recently? Shi Meng Dai is shocked. The Holy Master suspects that you doubt he has been possessed. Tai Suzi has been silent for a long time. At first, I had this thought as well. However, I quickly dismissed it. To be able to have their original spirit leave the body and be possessed, one must at least have the cultivation level of a minor saint. To cultivate to the level of a minor saint, one must have their own will. The place of origin, I can only enter once in my lifetime. Even those who seize absolution cannot defy the supreme rules. Therefore, I do not doubt that Chu Xiu was absolved by someone. Qi Mengdai is surprised. Since my disciple wasn't affected by the poison, how did he reach the deepest part of the origin land? Tai Suzy questioned. Perhaps he encountered some heaven-defying fortune. Luanhai Stage 4. Killed a god with one punch. At the beginning of imprisonment, his blood aura was like smoke. He is like a wild beast. This body is certainly not an ordinary one. I suspect he has awakened a divine body similar to the Zhangyuan tyrant body. His physical form is extremely strong. Meng Dai, you must train this disciple well. Initially suggested along with an unknown divine body. In the future, our Taizu Holy Land may very well produce an invincible quasi-emperor sword god. I will, along with the wondrous Meng Dai of the Bronze Lake. An unnatural twist in the suburbs. Thinking of cultivating properly. How am I supposed to cultivate any better? Now I've become nothing more than an experience pack for that rebellious disciple's cultivation. Overhearing this, Chu Xiu almost burst out laughing. He could completely imagine how, what the hell, Chi Meng Dai must have been feeling at that moment. Controlling the African bird, flying towards Cloud Mist Wind Valley. I was preparing to have an in-depth discussion on martial arts with the master. I happened to run into the third junior sister, Ren Hongying. Senior brother, you're back. Ren Hongying had a complex look in her eyes. She had already heard from the other disciples of Yunxia Peak about what Chu Xiu had done at Tianqing Peak. The way she looked at Chu Xiu now, was both shocked and puzzled. She thought, when did senior brother become so strong? Chu Xiuhan guards. With a gentle smile. Junior sister, are you here to see master? Yes, but the world-honored one hasn't seen me. Ren Hongying feels a bit helpless. Oh. Chu Xiu replied. Jump down to Africa. Shrink it down to the size of a thumb. Store it in the storage bag. Walk slowly toward the main gate of the hall. Master, the senior brother does not want to see anyone right now. Ren Hongying frowned. To avoid Chu Xiu hitting a wall. Kindly advised. But the next second. Master, your disciple requests an audience. Come in. A cool, slightly authoritative yet melodious voice came through. Ren Hongying's eyes widened. In disbelief. She stared at Chu Xiu's back as he entered the hall, with an expression as if she'd seen a ghost. When did senior brother become so favored by the master? She is the extraordinary saint worshipped by thousands. Yet, she submits herself to this utterly useless waste. Only because his great saintly power has been sealed by a traitor. Otherwise, he would have already torn him apart. After just earning a bountiful harvest, he returned to Xiaomengdie's cave. He wants to share the delicious food he cooked with his master. Xiao Mengdai sits gracefully upon her white jade lotus throne. Her posture is elegant. She looked like a celestial being. Seeing Chu Xiu enter the hall, she instinctively raised her jade-like hand, and tightened her snow-white collar. Her willow eyebrows furrowed slightly. Rebellious disciple, why did you hide this from your master? I don't know what I've hidden from you, master. As Chu Xiu stepped up the stairs of the imperial chamber, the latter, feigning confusion, when you found the initial suggestion. Chi Mengdai instinctively stepped back. Oh, master, how did you know? Chu Xiu was astonished, not caring whether master was willing or not. He just sat down beside her. He wrapped his arms around her soft, slender waist. A faint fragrance filled the air. It was intoxicating. Chi Mengdai struggled a few times. After finding it useless, her delicate brows furrowed. The Holy Master is the overlord of the Holy King realm, almost mastering the rules of space. The fluctuations you caused couldn't possibly escape her senses. I see, so that's how it is. Chu Xiu nodded. A brilliant smile appeared on his face. So, does the Holy Emperor intend to fully nurture a peerless genius like me? Huh, Chi Mengdai sneered disdainfully on her beautiful face. The Holy Emperor of Taisu doesn't hand out resources for nothing. Even if you are the rebirth of the earth, you must fight for and seize it with your own strength. Flowers nurtured in a greenhouse can't withstand the wind and rain. I completely agree, master. As for these resources, it's better to take them by ourselves. Master, it's getting late. Let's take a break. Chi Mengdie's stunning beauty has faded. Waves are surging. Traitor. No, not today. We're already here. Anyway, we have nothing better to do. Consider it a way to improve your skills. An hour later, the invigorated old demon Chu left the main hall. Gasping for breath, Xiao Mengdai, with flushed cheeks, felt completely weak. She slumped on the white jade throne. Host, you really are a bad thing. You actually went and had another double rest with the master, triggering a special reward. 6th level Crane Top Solitary Night Pot. Cultivation Aptitude plus 100. Host's aptitude has reached 917 heavenly level. Cultivation speed increased by 31 times. Host's cultivation has advanced. Just half a step away from the 5th layer of Will See. Please strive for perfection. Keep up the good work. Why is the effect getting worse? It's estimated that a qualification score of 2000 points is needed to break through to the next level. Chu Xiu seems a bit dissatisfied. The heavenly fragrance body shouldn't be this useless. Could it be because the master's cultivation is sealed? Should I try releasing his seal next time? Chu Xiu shakes his head. Temporarily suppress this dangerous idea, and return to the cave. Reinforce the soundproofing around the cave, to prevent divine sense probing. After placing the restriction, Chu Xiu took out all of today's gains. A pile of magical artifacts, rare treasures, and raw stones formed a small mountain, emitting various auras of light. The dazzling eyes of the person. Pick up a backstab of virtue. Choose to exchange. Consume the virtue backstab to gain breakthrough points. What is it? Chu Xiu frowned. System, come out before me. Last time, I consumed the virtue equipment to obtain breakthrough points. Why is it only one this time? Friendly reminder, as the host's cultivation improves, the quality of items consumed to exchange breakthrough points will naturally increase as well. Just a little secret for you. Breakthrough points have quality levels too. If the host wants to accumulate breakthrough points with low-quality items, this system can only apologize. Also, raw stones cannot be directly exchanged for breakthrough points. Don't ask, I just don't want to calculate the ratio. You damn thing. Chu Xiu cursed and stood up. He left the cave. He was going to sell these cheap goods. Then buy high-quality items for exchange. Only then can he maximize his profits. Jubao Feng is the department responsible for managing the sacred lands industries. Outwardly, they are merchants. They establish various businesses in the territories governed by ancient aristocratic families and sacred lands across dynasties, trading resources with others, generating profits for the sacred land. Internally, they are the stewards, responsible for managing the sacred land's resource distribution. Jubao Feng may not be strong in combat, but in the Taizu sacred land, they hold a very high status. Aside from Taizu Feng and Tianqing Feng, everyone has to give them a bit of face. After all, they are the ones in charge of the money. Chu Xiu arrived at the Gathering Treasure Pavilion on Gathering Treasure Peak, following his memory. The black gilded robe he was wearing immediately caught the attention of the inner disciples of the pavilion. A beautiful woman quietly approached him with a charming smile. She was wearing a grass-green skirt with gold ingot patterns printed on the back hem. He approached Chu Xiu. He slightly bowed and saluted. A disciple from the inner gate of Gathering Treasure Peak. Chu Xiaoran greets senior brother Chu Xiu. The other party recognized him. Chu Xiu was not surprised. His attire is unique to Cloud Mist Peak. The black robe with gold trim is a symbol of the true disciples of Cloud Mist Peak. Your manager here is quite impressive. Chu Xiaoran smiled gently. Senior brother Chu, you're here to sell something, right? Oh. Chu Xiu extended his right hand. With a teasing touch, he lifted her smooth chin with his finger. A faint, elusive smile curled at the corner of his lips. How did you know, junior sister, that I came to sell something? Could it be that junior sister has learned mind reading? A faint blush appeared on Chu Xiaoran's delicate face. She took half a step back. Her eyelids lowered, and her red lips parted slightly. Senior brother displayed great prowess at the life and death platform of Tianqing Peak today, defeating countless personal disciples. This has spread throughout the entire Holy Land. Now that you've come to the treasure pavilion, it's natural to assume you're here to sell that batch of items. Senior brother, follow me. Chu Xiaoran turned gracefully. Her posture was elegant. Chu Xiu followed behind her, scanning her graceful figure. A hint of mockery curled at his lips. A cultivator in the divine power realm disguised as an inner disciple of the treasure peak. It's obvious that this woman is deliberately approaching me, with ulterior motives. Chu Xiaoran seemed to sense the unrestrained and aggressive gaze from behind, and subconsciously quickened his pace a bit. The two arrived at a private room on the second floor of the treasure pavilion, where they met the manager of the pavilion. The person before them was short and stout, dressed in a loose green round gown, with a handlebar mustache. The strange fellow with one small eye and one large eye is named Mengdatsai. Don't be fooled by his unremarkable appearance, or his common name. His cultivation is not low. He is a powerful practitioner at the small victory stage, level 5. It is said that before his cultivation, this man was an ordinary merchant from a mortal dynasty. His family suffered a misfortune. His entire family, young and old, were killed by demons. He survived by sheer luck. By a twist of fate, he embarked on the path of cultivation. He joined the Tai Su Holy Land, thanks to his exceptional talent in business, and decent talent in cultivation. After breaking through to the Minor Saint realm, he became one of the 3 elders of Gathering Treasure Peak, and took charge at the main branch of Gathering Treasure Peak. He manages Elder Meng Long of Gathering Treasure. Chu Xiu slightly cupped his fists. Elder Mengda happily stood up, and responded with a cupped fist. No mention of cultivation. On status alone, Chu Xiu is the true disciple of Yunxia Peak. His identity is equal to that. Mengdatsai still has to give him some face. As a businessman, Mengdatsai lacks the authority expected of a strong person. Instead, he has more of a down-to-earth vibe than other strong individuals. Chu Xiu also doesn't waste words. He took out 2 storage bags, and held them in his hands. Then he dumped everything inside onto the floor. Chu Xiaoran, standing nearby, widened her eyes. Her delicate oval face looked stunned. Isn't this amount terrifying? Please have Elder Meng appraise it. Chu Xiaoran pulled up a chair and sat down. This duel, he won a total of 3 million prime essence. Another 13 million worth of items are here. The powerful divine thought of Little Saint swept over Mengdatsai, instantly enveloping this treasure mountain. It took about 5 breaths' time. Mengdatsai smiled faintly. 12.5 million high-grade prime essence. Chu Xiu nodded. It was nearly 500,000 off from the estimate by Tianqing Peak. He did not suspect that Mengdatsai had taken a discount inside. The prices on the Sky Dome continent are constantly fluctuating. In this regard, the elders of Tianqing Peak are naturally not as knowledgeable as Mengdatsai. Let's not settle the raw stones for now. I want to buy some items at the Gathering Treasure Pavilion. Alright, Mengdatsai rubbed his hands. A sly merchant's smile appeared. Xiaoran, you accompany Chu Xiu. It's Chu Xiaoran, gracefully referring to herself. Senior brother Chu Xiu, please follow me. The inside of Jubao Tower is much bigger than it appears from outside. The items for sale are also dazzling and abundant. Elixirs, magical treasures, genius earth treasures, and the corpses of wild beasts. Even slaves from the demon clan are for sale. Floors 1 to 3 sell items for ordinary users. Most of these are goods usable from Foundation establishment to Will C level. Floors 4 to 6 sell items for the God Bridge to Dao Palace levels. Floors 7 to 9 offer exquisite items from Spiritual Passage to Great Victory levels. These are hard to find outside. The prices are also outrageously high. Some items even require Divine Origin stones to purchase. In the Sky Dome continent, Divine Origin stones are quite scarce, but that's a story for later. On the 4th floor is the area for rare treasures. Chu Xiu holds a piece of profound-grade Qingling grass in his hand. His thick brows furrowed in thought. Chu Xiaoran looks quite puzzled. He's been accompanying Chu Xiu for almost 2 hours. Along the way, he's just been playing with the merchandise. Haven't seen him buy a single thing. Anyone who didn't know better would think he was trying to comprehend some supreme technique from these items. Of course, he has no idea what Chu Xiu is doing. Chu Xiu is comparing prices. Using raw stones as the measurement unit, items of the same value as raw stones will have varying amounts of breakthrough points when exchanged. For example, a returned weapon worth 50 premium raw stones can be exchanged for 2 breakthrough points. A returned spirit herb worth 50 premium raw stones can be exchanged for 10 breakthrough points. A second-tier vitality pill worth 50 premium raw stones can be exchanged for 15 breakthrough points. The gap here is not trivial. Why is there such a big difference? Chu Xiu has a rough guess. The concentration of the essence contained in an item affects the quantity of breakthrough points available for exchange. From this perspective, If we talk about what in this world has the most abundant essence, it's neither rare talents nor precious treasures. It's not divine weapons either, but a living being. A living being that can cultivate. In the depths of Chu Xiu's long, narrow eyes, a hint of blood light appeared. If I exchange human or demon cultivators with the system, what would happen? How many breakthrough points would I gain? Chu Xiaoran, who was secretly observing Chu Xiu from the side, saw the look in his eyes, and an inexplicable chill ran through her heart. I can't believe that. A single look from Luan Haijing could make me feel so threatened. Chu Xiaoran was stunned. Completely lost in thought. System, is my idea feasible? Damn. Host, you're a freaking genius. To think you could come up with something so ruthless. No wonder he's the destined villain. Trigger the system. Reward, must have African silver shuttle. His thoughts are incredibly imaginative. But unfortunately, you can't directly exchange living beings for breakthrough points. Can't exchange directly. Chu Xiu stroked his chin. Suddenly smiled. Smiling brightly. Host, please don't do this. I'm very scared. I remember 30 years ago, the Qi spirit sect once refined a top-grade item called the Return to Origin. It could forcibly absorb all the essence and primal energy from a recently deceased cultivator, forming a crystal of essence the size of a pill. If I get the sword returning to origin, then will it be feasible? Of course, host, you truly are clever. Chu Xiu wiped his sweaty palms. His smile grew even softer. There's another way to become stronger. He felt very good. He turned to look at the dazed Chu Xiaoran and said, Junior sister Chu. What are your orders, senior brother? Chu Xiaoran snapped back to attention, and instinctively straightened her back, making her already obscured lower body stand out even more. I need some elixirs to restore my energy. Give me some of the ones for true essence first. 15 million top-grade primordial ones. Chu Xiaoran's red lips slightly curled. She was clearly startled. Why do you need so many energy recovery pills? Planning to soak in energy liquid? Though she thought this way, she still took out the communication jade tablet. She gave instructions. 15 million high-grade spirit stones. That's quite a big business. For a while, the inner and outer disciples on every floor of the treasure pavilion were busy like diligent bees. They started consolidating the information about the goods. Vice leader Chu Xiu strode to the first floor. Many who recognized him cast surprised glances. Among them, those who had lost to him in stone gambling, looked at him with a hint of superiority. So unlucky, no matter where I go, I run into this guy. The major directly ignores everyone. During the wait, having nothing to do, he just wandered around the first floor. When he stood beside an inconspicuous shelf, he suddenly felt something. A smooth, fair forehead. The blood-red color at the center of the brow flickered and vanished. He turned his head. His gaze locked onto an inconspicuous spot on the bottom shelf. A bronze fragment, dusty and covered in rust. This fragment looked extremely ordinary, like a piece that had fallen off a building. But this unremarkable bronze fragment triggered a reaction from his original suggestion. He crouched down and reached for the bronze fragment. Blow away the dust on top. On the surface, it seems to hold no divine meaning. Yet, Chu Xiu's heavenly killing sword wings create an overwhelming illusion, as if they are about to break free at any moment. It feels as though this object is incredibly alluring to him. Sister Chu, how much is this? I bought the raw stone. Chu Xiu fiddled with the bronze fragment, unperturbed, leaving Chu Xiaoran in confusion. Could it be that this thing is some worthless trinket? If senior brother Chu likes it, take it. Chu Xiu waved his hand, and put away the bronze fragment. He took out a bag filled with 100 top-grade stones, and tossed it over. I don't like owing people. Chu Xiaoran helplessly put away the raw stone. He found himself liking this frivolous guy a bit more. Soon, the medicinal pills purchased by Chu Xiu from the treasure-gathering building were ready. In total, there were 200,000 vitality pills worth 10 million high-grade raw stones. There were also 10,000 energy pills worth 5 million high-grade raw stones. After delivering the raw stones, he stored a large pile of medicinal pills into his storage bag. Chu Xiu turned around and left. He needs to go back and improve his cultivation, and study that bronze fragment along the way. Senior brother Chu, this matter. Chu Xiaoran, who had accompanied him all the way, finally couldn't help but call out to him. Chu Xiu slowly turned his head. Is there something, junior sister Chu? Chu Xiaoran hesitated for a moment. Then, biting her red lips, she said, there's something I would like to ask senior brother Chu for help with. What's the matter? If it's too much trouble, then don't say anything. Chu Xiaoran heard this, and immediately felt angry. He invited him to a private room on the second floor. After Chu Xiao sat down, he personally poured him a cup of tea. Only then did he take a seat. Looks at Chu Xiao. Senior brother, do you know the Taisu Divine Tower? Of course I know. Chu Xiao nods. The Taisu Divine Tower was the life treasure of the Taisu Emperor. It possesses both imperial energy and killing power. Inside, it holds countless mysteries. There are countless small spaces within. After the Emperor created it, he placed it on Taisu Peak. It is not only the treasure that protects our Taisu Holy Emperor, but also the best place for us disciples to heal from heartbreak. Chu Xiaoran nodded. He said that this time he wanted to ask his senior brother for a favor. It is related to the Taisu Divine Tower. Senior brother, do you know he is a man who is very frugal? He wants to make sure every bit of his resources is used wisely. Just now, Chu Xiao had exchanged for the necessary elixirs. He was preparing to head back home when Chu Xiaoran invited him to a private room. Senior brother, do you know that one of the 3 great secret realms, the Wilderness Demon Realm, will open in a month? Chu Xiao, holding a teacup, shook his head. He had been busy with his cultivation lately, and had not paid attention to other matters. However, he had indeed heard about the Wilderness Demon Realm. It was formed by the evolution of a quasi-demon emperor's inner world. It is said that 100,000 years ago, the quasi-demon emperor, Shinya, somehow angered Emperor Taisu. On that day, Emperor Taisu sat cross-legged at the peak of Mount Taisu in the void. She raised her slender jade hand, and from an endless distance, struck the quasi-demon emperor Shinya, located in Demon Emperor City, dead with a single blow. And that was not the end of it. The domineering and awe-inspiring Emperor Taisu casually seized the small world within his body. After the quasi-emperor's death, the small world naturally collapsed. Emperor Taisu used great divine powers to set 99,999 seals. This prevented its collapse. Thus, it became the desolate demon secret realm of the current Taisu Holy Land. And due to the restrictions, the cultivators who enter the wild demon secret realm will be suppressed. At most, they can only maintain the peak of the divine bridge realm. Even if you are a holy king overlord, you will still be suppressed upon entry. The supreme method of the earth is so tyrannical. It makes no sense. The wild demon secret realm has many opportunities. However, the number of slots is limited. Chu Xiaoran continued. There are a total of 2,000 slots. 300 for the Wheel C. 1,700 for the Divine Bridge. It's quite simple to get a slot. You just need to climb the Speed God Tower. The first 300 in front of the Wheel C monument can qualify. Those who reach the Divine Xiao Steel will qualify. Senior brother Chu Xiushi has a powerful physique. His sword energy is exceptional. He has few rivals among those of the same rank. If he were to ascend the Taizu Divine Tower, he would definitely make it into the top 300. I, Xiaoran, would like to ask for a favor. In a quarter of an hour, Chu Xiu stepped off from Feili Peak, leaving behind the peaks of Giant Treasure and Yunxia. Outside the gates of the Wind Lord's palace chambers, several female disciples serving the Wind Lord's daily needs whispered among themselves, holding trays. I wonder what's going on with the Wind Lord lately. He seems to have taken a liking to annoying foods. Yeah, and he also enjoys sour flavors. Have you noticed? Recently, the Wind Lord looks really good, radiant like a blooming flower. Could it be the mortal food? The voice gradually fades away. In the palace chamber, a person half reclines on a bath couch, their figure graceful and slender. Their skin is snow white. Delicate hands are twirling a bright red plum. The eyelid twitches. Her red lips are clear and bright. She snorts coldly. It seems that I've been too kind to these girls usually. They don't know what respect is. They dare to mock me. She places a plump, almost bursting plum into her mouth. Her long, willow-like brows furrow. Thinking about the traitor's hateful face, Qi Mengdai felt a wave of frustration. He didn't know how long this life of being twisted and pressed would last. Recently, his body has been acting strange. Could it be that I'm sick? Mengdai Fairy was quite troubled. The wise prison guard propped himself up from the bath bed. and slowly walked to the bookshelf. She raised her hand and opened a hidden compartment. From it, she took out a doll made of straw. The doll bore about an 80% resemblance to Chu Xiu. Qi Mengdai bit her ruler. She picked up a silver needle, and ruthlessly stabbed the doll in the groin. After doing all of this, the Wind Lord's nearly shattered mind began to calm down somewhat. A glimmer of pride flashed in her beautiful eyes. She put the scarecrow back into the secret compartment. Du Xiu saw this scene, and couldn't help but feel his hair stand on end. Damn this crazy woman. I think she needs to be taught a lesson. He steadied his mind. Sitting cross-legged, Chu Xiu closed his eyes. System, open my personal panel. Host cultivation level, Sea of Qi, 4th layer. Special constitution, ancient desolate sacred body. Recommended, heavenly execution. Recommended, kill the great fortunate one. You can absorb their fortune for your own use. Chu Xiu listened to this damn system prompt. He really wanted to punch it to pieces. System is fast. Quickly exchange these elixirs for breakthroughs. Consume 200,000 Tier 2 Vitality Pills to gain 10 million breakthrough points. Consume 10,000 Tier 4 True Essence Pills to gain 5 million breakthrough points. The host can choose one option below for the breakthrough. It is recommended to decisively advance the cultivation method. The priority is to enhance cultivation. Cultivation is the foundation of everything. It has detected that the host is an ancient sacred body. Since beginning cultivation until now, the foundation layer has been fully refined. The difficulty of the breakthrough has significantly increased. You need to accelerate through a small cycle each time. It is estimated that each time will consume 1,000 breakthrough points. The first time, you attempted the breakthrough in seclusion at the Cloud Mist Peak Cave. Due to the significant improvement in your qualifications with your master, you easily broke through to the 5th level of the Wheel Sea. The second time, you entered seclusion in the cave on Yinxia Peak, attempting a breakthrough. Due to the significant improvement in your and the master's aptitude, you easily broke through to the 9th level of the Wheel Sea. The third time, you attempted a breakthrough again. Feeling inspired, you touched the threshold of the extreme realm of the Wheel Sea. You stopped cultivating. You decided to attempt a breakthrough to the extreme realm. This breakthrough consumed a total of 6,000 breakthrough points. Remaining breakthrough points, 140 million. Boom. Countless insights surged into your mind. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth around the cave was like a breached dam. You finally found the outlet. Zhao Chu's body surged wildly with energy. After completing a full circulation, he merged into the golden Wheel Sea. His thick black hair floated on its own without wind. His aura began to rise steadily. His cultivation reached the 9th layer of the Wheel Sea. After that, Zhao Chu's Wheel Sea expanded wildly. The usual 9th layer of the Wheel Sea is 45 times, 50 times, or even 80 times larger, but expanding it to 99 times came to an abrupt halt. It was as if some invisible rule forcibly suppressed it, preventing his Wheel Sea from continuing to expand. At this moment, the inner structure of his Wheel Sea had already changed drastically. The Golden Lake was vast and boundless, like a vast ocean. However, the golden seawater within the ocean was a bit sparse. Chu Xiu opened his eyes. He realized that he could no longer absorb the world's energy. It turned out that his previous advancement in martial arts had almost instantly drained all the energy from the surrounding area. It created a vacuum of energy. Such a terrifying scene would leave outsiders utterly shocked. They would be beyond astonished. You should know this is the sacred land of Taisu. The natural energy of heaven and earth is abundant. Not to mention, the cave of a true disciple of Yinxia Peak. The density of natural energy there is 1 or 2 times higher than for personal disciples. Even so, it's still not enough for Chu Xiu to absorb. Which means, you can imagine how much his Wheel Sea can devour. Chu Xiu took out hundreds of thousands of high-grade origin stones from his storage bag, and piled them around him to circulate, to absorb the vast amount of vital energy contained within, and replenish the power system in the Wheel Sea. What are the requirements to break through to the 10th level of the Wheel Sea realm? Host, you currently have 2 options. One is to directly break through to the Divine Bridge realm. Seek the rarest wonders of the world. Reach the ultimate ascension. Break through to the 10th level of the Wheel Sea. No challenge left in the cultivation world. Is there even a need to ask? Of course, it's the ultimate ascension. He wants to lay the supreme foundation. Invincible among his peers. Living again. He wants to cross borders to kill enemies. What rare treasures do I need? Please wait while the system begins searching. The following 3 types of rare treasures are most suitable for the host today. Ultimate sublimation. Pill of all medicines, humiliating Bodhi divine flower. Soul eagle demon fruit. Chu Xiu's brows suddenly furrowed into a shape. 3 rare treasures. Advanced immortal items are all existences that can be encountered but not sought, not to mention that there's nowhere to buy them on the market. Even if someone sells them, they can't afford to fight for them. He doesn't have that strength now either. Chu Xiu couldn't help but clench his fists, unwilling to accept defeat. His eyes filled with fighting spirit. He seeks immortality. He wants to be invincible in the mortal world. He aims to walk a path different from ordinary people. This path is destined to be rough, covered with thorns. He pulls out a communication talisman, pinched between the index and middle fingers. The force pushes. In the next moment, the communication captive transformed into a purple shadow, and flew out of the cave, soaring into the sky. I hope Chu Xiaoran can bring me good news. Chu Xiao took out that bronze fragment and began to study it. Studied for half an hour. Didn't find anything special about him. It seems we can only wait until after the divine mirror bridge. When the force transforms into true force, only then will the sea form a divine consciousness, allowing us to probe the origin of this thing. Put away the bronze fragment. Chu Xiu stood up. Just at that moment, a communication talisman flew over. It floated in front of Chu Xiu. A clear and pleasant female voice was heard. Senior brother Chu Xiu, many years ago, a disciple once brought back half a rotten soul-eaten demon fruit from the desolate demon's secret realm. The communication talisman naturally turned to ash, dissipating into the air. Good news. Chu Xiu's lips couldn't help but curl up. It seems that fate wants me to walk this unbeatable path. However, I still need to ask Chu Xiaoran for the specific information, to avoid being left with false hopes. Thinking of this, he recalled the task that Chu Xiaoran had entrusted him with. It seems necessary to visit Taisu Peak, to take a look at the Taisu Divine Tower. With so many breakthrough points now available to Chu Xiu, why not choose to break through with Tian Sha's suggestion? The reason is simple. He realized his cultivation level was still too low. Seeking suggestions from a beginner level is exhausting. Using it feels very laborious. If he rashly improves his physical shell, he might be consumed by the domineering killing intent. It's not worth the risk. Therefore, he decided to set it aside for 3 days. After maintenance, adjustments will be made for optimal condition. The once solemn and dignified Taizu Peak has been particularly lively these past few days. The most important trial site of the Taizu sacred land, the Taizu Divine Tower, has opened. Undoubtedly, it is a grand event. Whether inner disciples or outer disciples, as long as they have reached at least the Wheel Sea realm, everyone has a chance to enter the Taizu Divine Tower. For a month, the Taizu Divine Tower stands about tens of thousands of meters high, piercing through the clouds. The tower's body is a bluish-gray color, surrounded by celestial sounds. The Earth's energy is low, pressing down from all directions, forming its own world. Looking from a distance high up in the sky, intricate patterns can be seen, like a divine dragon cast in gold, soaring and weaving across the tower's body. In the sky, countless densely packed African ships, like a flock of birds flying toward Taisufeng Peak. On the deck of one of the black African ships, an old man with white hair smacked the back of a young man's head beside him. "Master, why did you suddenly hit me?" The young man, in the early stages of the Wheel Sea, clutched his neck. He grimaced in pain. The old man with white hair scolded, "Have you forgotten what I warned you before coming here? You must not gaze at the divine tower for too long." The young man looked confused. The old man with white hair respectfully glanced at the Taisu Divine Tower, miles away. He then explained, "The tower holds the supreme divine text left by the great emperor. If the weak stare for too long, an unpredictable crisis will occur. At worst, their eyes will explode. In severe cases, even their brain will collapse." "Ah," the young man gasped in shock, his face filled with fear. "Is the Taisu Divine Tower really this terrifying?" The old man with white hair stroked his beard and smiled, saying, "The life essence of the great emperor. How could the imperial aura reveal something we weaklings could even imagine? But you can feel the presence filling the entire world. Like a chaotic universe. Vast and magnificent. Irresistible. Making you want to submit. You are teachable. We cultivators must not only seek power, we must also respect power. Master. The 700-meter-high stones beside the Taisu Divine Tower. Are they the legendary Taisu cups? The young man pointed into the distance. That's right, the elder said calmly. They represent the 7 cups. Will see, Divine Bridge, Other Shore, Tao Craft, Divine Power, Little Saint. It tests battle power, talent, comprehension, willpower, and even one's heart. The higher you climb, the more benefits you will gain. The rarer they are, the more precious. The white-haired elder sighed. 300 years ago, my senior brother Chen Yunzi reached the 10th level of the Divine Bridge Cup. He received a heavenly grade technique from the Divine Tower's reward, Sky Eagle Ascend. From then on, he soared to greatness. Now, he has reached the pinnacle of magical powers. As one of the 3 deacons of Daoyun Peak. Wow, the heavenly grade cultivation technique. The young man looks filled with longing. If only I could be sent to the Wheel Sea. I wonder if I could receive the reward of the heavenly grade technique. The white-haired elder chuckles foolishly. He slaps his disciple on the back of the head again. Do not aim too high and miss the mark. If you can make the rankings, you should thank the heavens. At this moment, a silver flash swept over their heads. The young African was taken aback by how fast it was. The white-haired elder nodded, with a face full of envy. Indeed, the speed of Africans is naturally fast. By its appearance, it seems to be a flying shuttle type. This type of aircraft has the highest speed among its peers. He envies it so much that he's drooling. If he had this shuttle, whether exploring hidden realms, or visiting the heavenly abyss Great Wall, the Sand Demon's survival ability would at least double in crucial moments. Amazing. The person in the black gilded cloud robe is the true heir and senior disciple of Cloud Mist Peak. The silver shuttle slowed down. The old man could finally see clearly. The figure standing on top of the shuttle. Qinglian's face was as flawless as jade. His eyes were like stars. A faint smile played on his lips. His thick long hair casually tied behind his head, exuding a carefree and unrestrained demeanor. The black gilded cloud robe rustles in the wind. At his waist hangs a long sword with a hilt made of white bone. The visitor is officially Chu Xiu. The Taizu Holy Land is vast. He hurried over from Cloud Mist Peak. Even with the Earth-grade flying ship, it took him 2 days and 2 nights. The flying shuttle slowly descends. It lands in the Taizu. At the foot of Mount Sufeng, with a wave of his hand, the flying shuttle shrinks to the size of a thumb, and is stored away in a storage bag. The repairman has already entered the square. The crowd around is like the sea, with at least tens of thousands of people gathered in the Taizu Divine Tower Square. It's incredibly lively. He is the super loser despised by everyone. Yet every time he manages to kill his opponents by sheer luck, it's only because he has a treasure master, who has provided him with immense help on his cultivation journey. As time goes by, he feels that relying solely on the master's cultivation is far from satisfying his ravenous ancient holy body. After some arduous training, he decides he needs to find more experienced treasures. Only then can his ancient sacred body thrive. The secret realm of the Taizu Sacred Land's Divine Tower and the Wild Demons has opened. Chu Xiu agreed to challenge Chu Xiaoran. The sounds of cheers and clashes shook the heavens. I've entered the Wheel Sea rankings. Then, a smoke ball the size of a fist with a hazy white light flew out from the Taizu Divine Tower. It hovered in front of that mid-stage disciple in the Wheel Sea. He reached out his hand to probe inside. The smoke dissipates. That is a suspended spirit awakening fruit. The disciples of the Wheel Sea realm around see this, and can't help but show envious expressions. They curse this guy for having such good luck. With this Qilin fruit, the chance of breaking through to the Divine Strip realm will increase by at least 50%. How can they not be envious, those ordinary disciples? On the vast square stretching for miles, such scenes happen every moment. There are those who are surprised, and naturally, there are those who feel lost. There are those who laugh heartily, and there are those who quietly weep. The myriad facets of humanity are all present here. Above the square, 5,000 meters in the sky, clouds and mist swirling. An elder in a black robe, holding an air of floating immortality, and a beautiful woman in a red feathered dress, with a lotus mark on her forehead, stepping on the void, looking down below. The grand event held once every 30 years is truly lively. The old man in the black robe smiled as he twirled a tuft of cotton. He wondered if this time a disciple would break the record, a disciple capable of doing so. His voice was soft and charming, yet his expression was extremely indifferent. The two contrasting qualities blended on the performer. Rather than feeling odd, it strangely exuded an allure. Both of them are elders of the Tai Su sect. They are at the peak of the saint level. Their powerful aura suppresses the clouds within a radius of 10,000 meters. Old Huang, who do you favor? Mo Fan's eyes flickered slightly, and he asked indifferently. Old Huang stroked his beard. I favor Yi Fan. This child has immense potential. His foundation is incredibly solid. Talent, perseverance, and aura are all exceptional. He might even make it to the top 10 of the Xinxiao Cup. The top 10 isn't that easy to reach. The Taisu Tower has opened 7 cups in the last 5 times, and no one has made it to the top 10. Could Yan be shaking his head? At this moment, a bell tolled from the Taisu Divine Tower. My entire world shook. Dumo Fian and the old man Huang exchanged glances, and both were overjoyed. A disciple from Luanhai North made it into the top 10. The two activated their divine sense. Looking down below, in the center of the plaza, a female disciple in white is wrapped in a purple aura. Massive, powerful bones, each about 100 meters in size, appear one after another on her body. Su Rushue, inner disciple of Yunfeng, reached the 78th level of the Luanhai Cup, ranked 7th in the Luanhai Cup. The entire Tai Su Square was in an uproar. Countless eyes were fixed on Su Rushue. Envy, jealousy, and flattery. Many wanted to approach her. There was no shortage of such people. A female elder, looking just over 30, was moved to tears. You've done well, my disciple. I am proud of you as your master. Congratulations, Elder Yang. Congratulations. Elders from surrounding Daoyun Peak and other peaks came forward to offer their congratulations. I want to make it into the top 10 of the Divine Bridge Realm too. I want to make it to the Tai Su Tower. A young man in a blue robe from the Mingzhong tomb clenched his fist secretly. Who are you? Chu Xiu glanced at him. The young man turned his head, a delicate expression of confusion on his face. After seeing what he was wearing, he slightly cupped his fists and said, So you are a senior from Yunxia Peak. My name is Yi Fan. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu's eyes twitched. This guy's name really sounds like a protagonist. Not only that, in his eyes, the one called Yi Fan is enveloped by an aura so darkly purple it almost looks black. Isn't this luck defying the heavens? Could it be that this guy is the protagonist? In 100 years since crossing over to this world, this is the first time he has encountered someone with such formidable luck. Brother Yi, it's a pleasure to meet you. Chu Xiu smiles warmly. You know me. Of course, I heard about you at Skywalker Peak, with the silver crown facing the wind. Oh. He chats with Yi Fan, smiling and laughing. Yi Fan thinks to himself, this senior brother Chu Xiu has a gentle nature. He'd make a good friend. Chu Xiu thought, this brother Yi Fan has a straightforward personality. It's not bad. The kind who speaks from the heart. After exchanging contact marks, they said their goodbyes. Yi Fan was going to climb the tower. Chu Xiu was the same. After parting, he hadn't walked 100 meters. Yi Fan bent down to pick up the item he had accidentally stepped on. Opening his eyes to see, he found it was a storage item. Having been attentive to his storage keywords, he couldn't help but feel a chill. He turned and left, wanting to absorb the essence with all his heart. It won't be easy, unless I crush him with absolute superiority. Otherwise, he will definitely turn the tables. Guys like him with a protagonist's fate. Chu Xiu encountered one before. Very hard to kill, really hard to kill. At critical moments, they can even power up. As long as you don't kill them in one shot, it will only get stronger. In the end, it will become a big problem. Lost in thought, he has entered the Tower of Speed. This is a space shrouded in white mist. He is the only one around. An invisible wave sweeps over his body, and the jade token symbolizing his identity automatically flies out of his storage bag. A grand yet gentle female voice sounded. The first layer assessment of the Yunxia Peak True Inheritance, Chuxiu Luanhai's 9-layer pinnacle, begins. In the next moment, 3 pitch-black wolves, measuring 7 meters long and 2 meters high, appeared out of thin air, exuding a ferocious aura. "Awo!" The leading wolf howled at the sky, and charged towards Chuxiu. The other 2 flanked and attacked from both sides. Is it the savage beast near Luanhai? Chuxiu had a blank expression. He drew the blood sword with his right hand. A sword light 7 meters long burst forth. The leading savage wolf was split in half from head to tail. Blood and entrails flew everywhere. Chuxiu fought for 3 consecutive days. He fought his way to the 67th floor of the Tai Su Divine Tower. The space was pitch black. He stood still in place. His eyes slightly narrowed. Strange, eerie bloodlight seeped through the slits of his eyes. This level's illusion was testing the stars. Within the illusion, a seductive voice echoed, "Stay here. This is paradise." I, Chuxiu, remained expressionless. I raised my hand with a sword. I severed the head of the enchanting woman before me, whose beauty was captivating beyond compare. The headless body fell to the ground. A headless female corpse, with such alluring figure and countless charms. Thousands of bodies are still lying around on the 67th floor. The assessment for the 68th floor has begun. Please make a single choice from the following 4 options. 1 holds a long sword. An elderly man with white hair. 2 carries a heavy hammer. A middle-aged man with muscular arms. The hint for the Taizu Tower has not been finished yet. Chuxiu has already vanished from the spot. The technique, Flowing Shadow, activates. 7 afterimages are drawn out. Whoosh, 4 arrows are fired simultaneously. 4 heads fly off. The Tai Su Tower's notifications paused for a moment. The trial for the 69th floor has begun. 2 days later, the 88th floor of the Tai Su Divine Tower. Chuxiu punched through the chest of a woman at the early Shenxiao stage. Blood mixed with fragments of internal organs sprayed from the bloody hole in her back. With a wave of his arm, he flung the corpse away. The opponent on the 88th floor. 3 at the early Shenxiao stage. Chuxiu nodded inwardly, and began to make predictions. Opponents above the 90th floor are at the mid or late Divine Bridge stage. Some are even at the peak of the Divine Bridge stage. It's been almost a week since entering the Taishu Divine Tower. He already has an accurate assessment of his current combat strength. With swordsmanship and combat experience, he can kill those at the early Divine Bridge stage. With swordsmanship, combat experience, and the ancient sacred body, he can kill those at the peak of the mid-Divine Bridge stage. Swordsmanship, combat experience, plus the desolate ancient sacred body, plus heaven's killing intent. The sword's shadow can sever the Divine Bridge. Later stages, when encountering the peak of the 9th level of the Divine Bridge, it will most likely be a bitter battle. Such a terrifying battle example, if spoken of, probably no one would believe it. The 89th level trial begins. The number of disciples in the Taisu Plaza hasn't gradually decreased with time. Instead, it's becoming more and more. Most people are observing the changes in the Taisu Cup. One of them is Chu Xiaoran. He knows that Chu Xiao is already inside the tower. But before he comes out, will there be any changes in the Taisu Cup? Does junior sister Chu really think Chu Xiu can reach the 80th floor, and obtain the Earth Silver Sand? A young man in a yellow robe frowned and asked. Chu Xiaoran looked up at the wheel C steel, silent for a long time. Whether Chu Xiu could reach the 80th level, he couldn't be sure either. Maybe he could, maybe not. His expectations were probably 50-50. Next to him was a colorfully dressed person. The female cultivator with acne all over her face, Si Xiao Fei Xiao. Even Su Ru Shui, who is at the 9th level of the wheel C, could only reach the 78th floor. Chu Xiu is only at the 4th level of the wheel C, and he can reach the 80th floor. Chu Xiaoran, I think you might be disappointed. His tone was somewhat gloating. If anyone here knows Chu Xiao's strength the best, it should be junior sister Ren Hongying, right? Several people turned their gaze toward Ren Hongying, who had remained silent. Ren Hongying was still dressed in red today. Frowning, she said, I don't know his strength. The young man in the yellow robe laughed. Unable to hold back, he chuckled. Just someone at the Luanhai level. Is that really worth all your attention? 3 years ago, Chu Xiaoran's mother was poisoned by a renowned demon of the demon clan. You need the Emperor's Silver Sand to reach Chu. And the Emperor's Silver Sand can only be obtained on the 80th floor of the Taishu Divine Tower, within the Endless Fire Domain. Qi Ming has been pursuing Chu Shaoran all along. He had a highly talented junior disciple suppress his cultivation, told him not to break through to the Divine Bridge realm just yet, and wait for the Taishu Tower to open, to retrieve the Silver Sand for Chu Shaoran. Of course, this is on the condition that Chu Shaoran agrees to his pursuit. But Chu Shaoran still refused 3 years ago. He really wanted to cure his mother's poison, but he couldn't accept Qi Ming's threats and condescending attitude. Today, an enraged Qi Ming came here just to watch Chu Shaoran's embarrassment. Senior brother Qi Ming. Ren Hongying smiled at Qi Ming and said, "Recently, Master has been favoring Chu Xiu a lot. When Chu Xiu gets teleported out later, senior brother, it's best not to mock him too much, so that the Master doesn't get angry when she hears." Qi Ming waved his hand at these words. He is Auntie's first true disciple, so he and I are fellow disciples. We're all family. No need for that, no need. That's right, Qi Ming is Qi Mengye's nephew. As a Daoist at the mid-stage, Qi Ming is able to stand so above others in the Taishu Holy Land. The main reason is that his aunt is named Qi Mengdai. She is a powerful female cultivator close to breaking through to the mid-stage of the Great Sage. She hasn't broken through to the other shore for over 30 years. A strange voice came through. Xiao Yifeng, the second true disciple of Yunxia Peak, had somehow arrived beside them. He cupped his hands in greeting to senior brother Qi Ming. Qi Ming smiled and waved his hand. "You're here too." Xiao Yifeng sneered when he heard that my useless senior brother actually had the nerve to come to the Taosu God Tower. "Of course, I have to come and see. Hee, this guy can't possibly think that just because he got lucky and killed a god bridge well, he's something extraordinary, right? It's purely embarrassing." The tone clearly shows that Xiao Yifeng holds a deep resentment toward Chu Xiu. That makes sense. He clearly is the real genius. Yet, he still has to call someone from the Divine Sea realm his senior brother at the 5th level. Just thinking about it feels frustrating. Everything that happened in Taisu Square. Naturally, Chu Xiu, on the 95th floor of Taisu Tower, had no idea. He is currently undergoing a perseverance test. A massive block of ice has frozen his body. Endless cold assaults him. If Chu Xiu didn't have the ancient sacred body, he probably wouldn't have been able to endure and would have been teleported out long ago. The cold keeps intensifying. At least minus 500 degrees. Xiu's frozen body heals on its own. The ancient sacred body is real. Although I still feel cold, the holy blood inside me hasn't frozen at all. In fact, it's flowing faster. I can even feel the sacred body growing slightly stronger. If only I could stay a little longer. In the next moment, Chu Xiu disappears. He enters the next outer layer. 2 bright full moons hang high in the night sky. Stars spread across like a chessboard. Finally, he reaches the 98th layer. A world filled with a sea of red manjasaka flowers. A blood-red setting sun hangs on the horizon. The scenery is desolate and lonely. 1,000 meters ahead of Chu Xiu, a woman appears, dressed in a white gown with silver hair. She wields a strange ice crystal sword. At first, he guessed that the opponent on the 98th floor was most likely at the peak of the 9th floor of the Divine Bridge. What he never expected was that the opponent's cultivation level was actually the same as his. She is also at the peak of the 9th floor of the Wheel Sea. The strangest thing is, he can't describe the other person's appearance, nor can he remember their face in his mind. When he looks away from them, he even forgets the traces of their existence. Confronted with this sudden realization, Chu Xiu's heart began to race. He couldn't help but loudly ask, "Could you be the Supreme Emperor Taisu?" The woman did not respond. She simply saluted with her sword. It was as if she merged with the heavens and earth. In Chu Xiu's eyes, a strange bloodlust flickered, filled with endless battle intent. The corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted. He trembled with excitement. The great emperor has come to battle. Chu lets out a long whistle. The blood sword unsheathes, leaving an echo. The original force circulates, attaching to his legs. He moves lightly like a swallow. 7 afterimages are drawn out. Behind him, petals of the other shore flower swirl, floating and fluttering. The evening glow is stunningly beautiful. A streak of red sword light seemed to descend from the heavens. carrying an overwhelming momentum to destroy everything. It aimed straight at the woman in the white dress, targeting her neck. He enjoyed beheading. This habit had already seeped into his bones. The woman in the white dress moved slowly up the steps. Her movements extremely gentle. Within them was an infinite number of ice crystals. The sword met the weak point of the blood-colored sword light that Shu Xiu had slashed. With a light touch, the spear shattered the sword light. In midair, Shu Xiu's eyes showed a strange expression, and her body twisted in a way that defied the laws of physics, unable to gain support. Her right leg, raised at a 98-degree angle, was like a blood dragon. Zhu Jiu laughed loudly and roared as he crashed toward the female cultivator's head. Countless dark violent ripples surged out. Such a powerful and heavy kick. If it lands, don't mention the we'll see mirror. Even if the opponent is the other shore mirror, it would be unbearable. The woman in the white dress raised her right hand. With one palm, she met a terrifying wave of air. It blew away and shattered all the other shore flowers. Within a 100-meter radius, even the soil beneath her feet cracked, forming a smooth, round crater. Chu Xiu's body flew back over 10 meters. He fell to the ground. The woman in the white dress stepped back half a step. Her once dull eyes now seemed to show some spirit. How is that possible? Chu Xiu, covered in mud, jumped up from the ground. He looked at the sword-wielding female cultivator. His face was filled with astonishment and uncertainty. He had pushed his cultivation to the extreme. The ancient sacred body was unexpectedly blown away by someone of the same realm with mere physical strength. Even if the opponent is an emperor, it's still unbelievable. He is a man who values emotions and loyalty. For the sake of a girl's word, he disregarded his own life and death. Of course, this is for Chu Laolu, who challenges the divine tower. It definitely has a double meaning. Maybe just now, Chu Xiu was punched away by a female cultivator of the same realm. He got back up, feeling intense pressure. The valley trembled. Were they all this strong when young? Just as Chu Xiu was thinking about how to defeat the woman in the white dress. But the opponent moved. He took a step forward with his right foot, and vanished into thin air. In the next moment, he appeared in front of Chu Xiu. So fast, he raised his delicate hand, and pushed his palm toward Chu Xiu's chest. Chu Xiu was shocked. Both feet sank forcefully into the ground. Muscles bulging in his arms, golden holy blood surging through his body, like an ancient dragon, carrying an aura of endless power, ready for a palm-to-palm strike. Bring it on, even if you're an ancient emperor. Today you will bow. The two palms collide. Shockwaves ripple through the air. The terrifying force propelled Chu Xiu's body back 8 meters. The ground beneath his feet surged. It carved a deep ravine behind him. His arms felt numb. His bones cracked and groaned. They were about to shatter. In the next moment, the woman in the white dress appeared before Chu Xiu again like a ghost. She stood before him once more. The movement remains effortless. A punch lands on Chu Xiu's chest again. Chu Xiu's eyes suddenly cleared of the blood haze. A blood-colored sword wing appeared on his forehead. The sword wing was held in his palm. Boundless killing intent spread out. His originally fair and slender hand turned the color of blood in the reflection of his palm. The ancient holy body exerts its full power. The flesh sheath emits radiant golden light, like the reversal of the galaxy, with the kiss of heaven and earth. Disregarding everything, it strikes violently towards the neck of the woman in white. Injuries exchanged for injuries. Life exchanged for life. Either you die, or I perish. This is Chu Xiu's way of fighting. With a soft punch, the woman in the white dress pierced through Chu Xiu's chest. It emerged from his back. Blood gushed out. Chu Xiu's cervical vertebra was cut off by 2/3. If it weren't for the flesh still connecting to the vertebrae, the head has already fallen to the ground. Wow, are you cheating? I used the suggestion. Your body can still hold on. The woman in the white dress retracts her fist. Step back 2 paces. Those indescribable, unapproachable eyes are fixed on Chu Xiu. The injury on the neck is visibly healing at a rapid pace. Chu Xiu's injuries are also recovering. He will heal soon. He then heard a cry. 98th floor cleared. Chu Xiu disappeared from the spot. The sea of red spider lilies quickly restored. At the same time, the white-robed female cultivator's ice crystal sword shattered. It dissolved into the heavens and earth. Looking at the place where Chu Xiu disappeared, murmuring 2 words, holy body. The 99th layer of trials begins. Chu Xiu opened his eyes. He was already standing on a square the size of a football field. Everything around was a vast expanse of white. Only 4 black stone tablets, half a meter high, stood ahead. Who was I just fighting? Chu Xiu rubbed his temples. He only remembered fighting a fierce battle with a powerful enemy on the 98th floor. As for the rest, he couldn't recall anymore. Sighing, Chu Xiu shook his head. Now was not the time to think about this. He stepped towards the stone tablet. On the tablet were 4 symbols, from left to right, sword, blade, spear, and fist. Is this for me to choose one? Chu Xiu stepped to the left. He reached out his right hand and pressed it against the stone tablet. In an instant, the stone tablet emitted a white light. It enveloped him completely. A dark shadow faintly appeared ahead. He held a long sword. He waved it casually in the void. This is a strategy. Chu Xiu's mind opened up. At that moment, the assessment prompt suddenly sounded. Comprehend within half a day. Gradually realizing. The more you understand, the deeper the comprehension. Naturally, the evaluation will be higher. A black ocean surged out. The rolling waves are terrifying. The towering waves chill one's bones. It feels as if they could shatter a person's soul in an instant. What on earth is this? Chu Xiu's pupils dilate. He is dumbfounded by the scene before him. That expanse of black ocean. Every drop of water is a trap. Every splash is a deadly sword technique. And this vast ocean is boundless. How many sword marks and techniques must be here? It is impossible to estimate. Chu Xiu's shocking methods are terrifying indeed. It is beyond measure. It is unimaginable. He sat down cross-legged. He began to carefully observe the sword marks and techniques. He noticed that these sword marks and techniques were quite basic. The quality wasn't high. At best, they were of the heaven rank. Chu Xiu's heart stirred. An image appeared in his mind. A crystallized sword lightly touched the blood-colored sword aura. In the next moment, the blood-red sword light shattered. This is the sword slash of Qingfeng's 3rd life. Its perfected state was broken so easily. Sigh, no matter how strong someone else's sword techniques are, they were still created by someone else. Learning others' sword moves. How can one surpass the creator? Chu Xiu came to this realization in his heart. He wants to create his own strongest sword technique. That is what suits him best. He begins to record the sword techniques and traces of swords in the ocean. Then he makes breakthroughs step by step. The system detects that the host is in danger. Should he begin to break through the clear wind sword technique, it will consume a total of 5,000 breakthrough points. Chu Xiu is overjoyed. Anyway, I still have 140 million breakthrough points. I want to activate it. Activate all of it for me. Ding! Congratulations, host. The clear wind sword technique has reached perfection. Ding ding. The breakthrough points held by Chu Xiu are being consumed at a frenzied pace, like a dam bursting. 5 sword techniques have been perfected. 100 sword techniques have been perfected to 700 steps. It stopped only when it reached 1050 steps. Because all the breakthrough points have been used up. But Chu Xiu didn't feel the slightest bit of heartache. Instead, he was unusually excited. He sat cross-legged in midair above the roaring Black Sea, letting the waves crash against his body, yet he remained unmoved. In this lifetime, I have the system's breakthrough function. In addition to the primordial sacred body and the celestial blade wings, I want to maximize these advantages as much as possible. The primordial sacred body is invincible in physical form. The celestial blade wings are sharp and unmatched. Combined, how can I develop the most powerful attack method? As I focus my thoughts, the answer is the heavy sword. He wants to develop a heavy sword technique, to fully utilize the advantages of the Heaven's Doom sword wings and the ancient holy body. He began comprehending over 1,000 perfected sword techniques. To create his own unique sword move, countless images flashed through his mind. Time became blurred at that moment. Maybe an hour had passed, or maybe a year, or perhaps 1,000 years have passed. Suddenly, Chu Xiu's eyes snapped open. A sea of blood surged in his pupils. He stood up and waved his right hand. With a twist of his will, a massive sword, 3 feet long and half a foot wide, materialized from the Taisu Tower. He grabbed it with one swift motion. It weighed down unexpectedly. It's too heavy, at least tens of thousands of pounds. Chu Xiu gripped the sword hilt. His body slightly crouched. Suddenly, he vanished from where he stood. The next moment, Chu Xiu, holding the giant sword, appeared above the sea. The giant sword seemed to have the power to hold up the sky. It came crashing down towards the Black Sea below. Boom! Black seawater surged for hundreds of meters. It turned into the outline of a giant sword, depth unknown, and the seawater within vanished without a trace. Everything was over. The first thing was the annihilation of all things. Chen Chu's bones shattered completely. Golden flesh burst apart. He kept coughing up blood. Like a kite with a broken string, he plunged straight down toward the black ocean below. This move is a burst of the Herculean force. The power of the archaic sacred body and the celestial fiend sword shadow has already surpassed the limit he can currently control. Ha ha ha, Chu Xiu writes with one hand, while laughing wildly. I am Chu Xiu, I master all things. This move is predicted to be divided into 4 forms. The first move, the commemoration of all things. The stronger the power, the greater the force displayed. The second move has yet to be understood. However, I already have a direction. I will compress my blood energy, sword wings, and true essence. Then, I will explode instantly. Its power will depend on the degree of compression. It could be 5, 10, or 50 times stronger than the first one. An invisible force holds back the severely injured, near-death Chu Xiu. White light shines down. It gently wraps his tattered body. His horrific and terrifying injuries are healing at a visible speed. Chu Xiu wipes the blood off his face. System detecting the grade D of the all things can be healed skill. Detection begins. All things cultivate, category, sword arts, grade, immortal, first move, memorial of all things. Destructive power, 5 stars. Attack speed, 4 stars. Description, a tyrannical and unparalleled strike. Instantly unleashes the ancient holy body's blood energy, merging with the Heavenbane sword. Quickly closes the distance and delivers a devastating sword strike. The second move has yet to be mastered. It is recommended not to attempt now, as it may easily lead to death. Just created one move, and it's already at the immortal grade. If I create all 4 moves, Chu Xiu couldn't help but laugh. Totally worth the 1,000 plus breakthrough points. It was so worth it. He stroked his chin, pondering deeply. The first move isn't perfect yet. If I combine it with half of the true essence inside me, plus a movement technique of immortal grade or above for close-range combat. Speed, 5s+. Destructive power, 5s+. Even I think it's insane. Who could dodge such a terrifying strike? If they can't, they're dead. At this moment, the tower's voice prompt says, you have cleared all will see realm levels. In 5 breaths, you will be teleported out of the Taisu Divine Tower. Please be prepared. The crowd at Taisu Square is like a tide. It's almost been 10 days. Could Chu Xiu have fallen in the Taisu Divine Tower? The chubby girl with a face full of acne said cheerfully. It's not impossible. Every time the Taisu Divine Tower opens, there are cases of disciples falling. Qi Ming nodded thoughtfully. Second senior brother Xiao Yifeng and third junior sister Ren Hongying exchanged glances, both showing a hint of joy in their eyes. Good riddance. It's best for such trash to die early. He never deserved the position of senior brother. Chu Xiaoran frowned deeply, muttering to himself. Could it be that Chu Xiu has truly fallen? Otherwise, he wouldn't have disappeared for so long. Suddenly, Qi Ming clapped his hands, as if he had thought of something. There's another possibility. Everyone looked at him in unison. Perhaps Chu Xiu was transported out a long time ago. He just never made it onto the Luanhai vessel. He couldn't bear to stay, so he left alone. This possibility is also very high. Xiao Yifeng agreed. Chu Xiaoran shook his head. He had contacted Chu Xiu. That was an arrogant person. He even believed more that the other party had fallen. He didn't believe the other person left secretly after failing to make the list. How could the top disciple of Yunxia Peak ascend the Wheel Sea Tower and not make the list? Do grinned. She smiled like a big toad. This might be the funniest joke in the history of Taisu Holy Land. Xiao Yifeng was about to say something, when a bell sound, as if from ancient times, rang out from the Taisu Divine Tower. In an instant, the sky was filled with glorious light. The sacred land trembles. Someone else has entered the top 10. Gasps of astonishment are heard. The second sound of the bell rings. Countless ethereal dragon shadows appear in the void. They kneel towards the Tai Su Tower. The third sound of the bell rings. Hundreds of phoenix shadows appear above the dragon's head. Phoenix howls, the phoenix dances. It seems to be congratulating someone. Such an extraordinary, magnificent, and grand vision causes the noisy Taisu Square to fall silent in an instant. Hundreds of thousands of people stare blankly, looking up at the Taisu Divine Tower, staring at the endless void. What is this? The old man Huang's hand wavers and falls. No longer is there the ethereal calm of the celestial. Could it be that the crimson lips part slightly? A face full of shock. The sound of the bell tolls 3 times, signifying that a demonic disciple has appeared. Just as he prepares to use his divine sense to investigate, boom, the 4th bell tolls. In the void, the phantoms of 8 ancient holy kings emerge, splitting in all directions. The Taishu Divine Tower surrounds the Saint King's aura, suppressing space and time, muttering profound true patterns continuously. Su Rushue, who was once surrounded by her fellow disciples like the stars around the moon, looks up to gaze at the void, her smiling face frozen in shock. What kind of power is this? Dong, the 5th bell tolls. The river of time flows through the ancient ages. The revered quasi-saint Suing rides the current, stepping upon the heavens and earth. Lotus blooms with every step. His face is blurred, dressed in a white Taoist robe. His black hair dances in the wind, drifting like an immortal. Like the ancient Emperor Lin, the emperor's might overwhelms, suppressing heaven and earth. Hundreds of thousands kneel in submission, daring not to look up, unfathomable, awaiting the arrival of the great pure child. Bai Su, the quasi-emperor, was forcibly oppressed by the emperor's might. Mo Fian, who had landed on the ground, recognized the figure. She screamed in shock. Oh my God, the 5 chimes of the bell. The quasi-emperor must manifest. The Holy Son, Yu Shui, a peerless evil genius. The blessings of the Holy Emperor. The quasi-emperor raises his hand. His foot floats in the air, as if stepping on the entire heavens and earth. With a wave of his sleeve, the quasi-emperor inscribes, and heaven and earth rejoice together. The rice sparrows chirp melodiously, and barren lands bloom again for 1,000 miles. Flowers bloom and fall again, 1,000 miles in every direction. Large and small azure wells, ancient and primitive, like the golden characters written by the gods of the ancient times. Each character is a jewel. In the 4 heavens, it is imprinted upon the divine tower of Taisu. At this moment, any cultivator present in the sacred land of Taisu, regardless of their level of attainment, no matter how far the distance, one can see the symbols of capturing essence filling the rain. Inside the sacred Lord's hall, Taisu Zi stood up. In an instant, he arrived at the peak of Taisu Mountain, standing barefoot in the void, gazing at the Taisu Tower below. The corners of his mouth curved into a captivating smile, breaking the ancient limits. Reaching the peak of Yunxia, truly passed on, I ascended to the 99th floor of the Wheel C Tower, ranking first in the Wheel C Cup, breaking limits. Orthopedic scriptures, innate talent, comprehension in the center of heaven, divine willpower, divine star nature, divine combat power. One could say I am among the top of the chosen saints. In the next moment, the Wheel C Cup's number 1, unchanged for 10,000 years. A few powerful strikes. A row of golden bone characters gradually emerged. The guardian of the Wheel C Cup, Chu Xiu. In the 99th layer of the void, all the phenomena gradually faded. Before the phantom completely vanished, it glanced in a certain direction below, as if it smiled, finally merged into the river of time, disappearing from this era, this land. The square was in a dead silence. After a few breaths, a wave of uproar surged like the tide, like thunder suddenly striking. It was incredibly shocking. Someone actually reached the 99th floor of the Wheel C Tower. The 99th floor breaks the limits. Thunder drums shake the sky. The Holy Land trembles. The glow of sunset stretches for miles. The divine dragon worships. The phoenix dances in celebration. The ancient saints rejoice. He stepped through the river of time with precision, personally inscribing the words. Such an honor. Oh my, what kind of genius is this? Who is Chu Xiu? Look, it's Chu Xiu. There, Chu Xiu. Tens of thousands are shouting on Chu Xiu Square. The mist is clearing. They are excited and thrilled. Their eyes are red, because of such a presence, appearing in their sacred land, and with a warrior. At this moment, Chu Xiaoran's lips are slightly parted, and her gaze is vacant. Her heart is both joyful and shocked. He actually made it to the top. How did he do that? Bean Girl's mouth was so wide open it could swallow a baby. The pimples on her face were bursting, oozing out disgusting pus. It's obvious. She was utterly shocked. The ones who mocked him earlier. In the blink of an eye, he became the Holy Sun. How incredibly face-slapping for Yu Shui. What a mockery it is. The buzzing in Qiming's head is even louder. Is Grandma's cultivation really that strong? Xiao Yifeng and Ren Hongying are more shocked than anyone else. It's hard to believe. What kind of bird is their senior brother? They know it all too well. How could he possibly reach the top? It's impossible, absolutely impossible. They think they're going crazy, seeing illusions. Please tell me, what does God evaluate? What does this represent? A young man asked, his face full of confusion. The old man with white hair murmured to himself, I will clear my disciples' doubts. Above the gods, it really is you. At the summit of Tai Su Feng, Tai Su Zi smiled faintly at the corner of his mouth. He looked down at the figure wrapped in golden light below. In the breath, brilliant eyes, contain countless worlds of life. No wonder it is the existence that comprehends the original suggestion. In the main hall of the Yunxia Peak, Qi Mengdai sits on a white jade lotus throne like a sculpted doll, staring blankly at the sky. Her rainbow lips lift. This reverse path seems to go against the heavens. Something's off. How could his aptitude be heaven? His aptitude is actually this high. Thinking of this, a blush crept up on Qi Mengdia's beautiful cheeks. A mix of emotions surged in her heart. Originally, this aptitude evaluation. She also had a part in it. Even Chu Xiu, if he were here, would have to acknowledge Master's contributions. If it weren't for the Celestial Lady and the Sovereign's generous teachings, Chu Xiu would still have the pitiful qualifications of a mere mortal. This rebellious disciple deserves death. He gritted his teeth, stood up, and headed to the bedchamber, preparing to take out the doll and stab it a few more times. Yiping's Dao heart was wavering at that moment. In panic, Chu Xiu looked at the three rewards floating before him, caught in a dilemma of choice. The first item is a golden ancient book containing insights about the holy body of the ancient city. The second item is an ancient, crude transmission talisman inscribed with aphorisms and fate. The third item is a fruit resembling a serpent's apple. It emanates endless coldness, yet burns fiercely with white flames, a rare treasure of heaven and earth. The cold-faced soul-nourishing fruit, the divine item, and the supreme divine tower, told him that he could only choose one of these three items. Chu Xiu doesn't want to choose. He wants them all. But after thinking it over, he gave up on this dangerous idea. After all, he wasn't ready to face the deed. Which one should I choose? Chu Xiu frowned deeply, caught in a dilemma. Is it the supremely powerful peerless Holy Master? A single glance from him could obliterate you. Such a terrifying and powerful emperor. Yet, he couldn't resist a simple curse. Chu Xiu broke through all the levels of the God Tower. Now he's secretly choosing which treasure to take. The archaic holy body minor attainment insights. Its importance goes without saying. The one who recorded these insights must undoubtedly possess a holy body. If one obtains this object, those who have a limited understanding of the primordial sacred body may avoid many detours in the future. The 9-character mantra is also known as the 9 secrets. It is the most powerful secret method of heaven and earth. The 9 secret methods, when separated, may not be as powerful as the supreme secret methods created by the earth. If the 9 secrets are incomplete, it is more formidable than most secret techniques created by the earth. The secret technique of extreme speed in writing. It is the fastest secret technique in the world. When mastered to perfection, it can touch the realm of time. Moreover, it can cross through most large formations barriers, unbound. The downside is that it is difficult to comprehend. Cultivators need extremely strong talent and insight. It is said that this secret technique vanished from the celestial sky continent 10,000 years ago. No one practiced it anymore. I didn't expect that there would still be a transmission of this secret technique in the Tower of Speed. It must have been intentionally left behind by the great emperor of the past, to reward future generations. The disciples of the Holy Land who break the ancient limits. Chu Xiu can only describe his desire for the form character secret with drool-worthy longing. He is in desperate need of this ultimate body technique. As for its difficulty in comprehension, the level of understanding required is extremely high. Who is he, Chu Xiu? He has the highest comprehension in the world. System, grant me a breakthrough. Cold-faced soul integration bone. A rare treasure of heaven and earth. This is also something Chu Xiu really wants to obtain. Whether it's for breaking the silence, or for cultivating the sacred body, such treasures are of great help. After much thought, Chu Xiu still decided to choose the path of action. Heavenly wonders may be gone, but he can always find more. Since ancient times, many ancient sacred bodies have been born in this world. Even if we don't gain any new insights this time, we can always find training information left by other ancient sacred bodies. And if we can't find it, so what? At worst, we'll just figure it out on our own. Do we not even have that much confidence? How can one speak of eternal invincibility? But the Xing secret is different. The Nine Secrets legacy is nearly extinct. It's extremely difficult to find outside. Perhaps it's the only copy left. No more hesitation. Chu Xiu reached out his hand. He grabbed the Xing secret transmission jade shears. Countless profound secret texts surged into Chu Xiu's mind. A secret technique, as if heaven sent, containing the ultimate principles of the Tao, was etched deep in his consciousness. It would never be erased. As if it existed for eternity. Unbeknownst to how long had passed, the ship's golden cocoon shattered. No longer possessing the divine will of before. Eventually, it turned into dust and dissipated. The golden aura surrounding his body also began to fade. In no time, Chu Xiu's vision was restored. He was now standing in Taisu Plaza. All around him, densely packed, were disciples from every sect. Elders from all factions. All were looking at him with incredibly complex and excited gazes. Chu Xiu's thoughts stirred. And he understood. He had broken through the Wheel C Tower, which must have caused a disturbance. Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu. Someone started calling his name, and hundreds of thousands of disciples in the square followed suit. At this moment, they were all excited, not knowing how to express it. It seems that only by shouting this name, can they completely release their excitement. Outside the crowd, Chu Xiaoran watches this scene from afar. With various expressions, Xiao Yifeng's face is filled with extreme resentment. His expression is one of uncertainty. The female disciple looks quite displeased. Getting slapped in the face is really uncomfortable. Ren Hongying lowers her head, not knowing what she is thinking. Chu Xiaoran is in a good mood. With a bright smile on her face, cheers echo in the square, the sound shaking the heavens. Why are these people so agitated? As disciples of the Holy Land, they are proud. They naturally look down on other smaller sects, or large clan disciples. Why is that? Is it because they are strong themselves? Perhaps that's part of the reason. The main reason is the great strength of the Holy Land. As long as they have the support of the Taisu Holy Land, they will fear no one. This sense of belonging relies on the power of the Holy Land. The strength of the Holy Land comes from the collective efforts of top experts. Chu Xiu may only be in the Wheel C realm now, not yet a true expert, but they believe that Chu Xiu, who breaks the ancient limits, will definitely become a top-tier powerhouse in the future. He could become one of the pillars of the Holy Land, a giant tree that shelters them from the storm. Therefore, at this moment, they are so excited. Of course, there are also those who are jealous. A glint of color flashed in Chu Xiu's eyes. Back in the day, disciples from these sacred sects would shout when they saw him. They would affectionately call him Old Devil Chu. Old Devil Chu is here. Run. Face your death, Old Devil Chu. How unpredictable life is. The large intestine wraps the small. Chu Xiu sighed in his heart. The corners of his mouth unconsciously revealed a gentle smile, warmer than sunlight. At this moment, he realized he had been too crude and reckless in his past villainous ways. As a villain, one should appear kind on the surface, while secretly doing sinister deeds behind the scenes. This way, who would still gang up to kill me? I was too young back then. Brother Chu Xiu smiled. It looked really good. A female disciple from the inner sect seemed either too excited or stunned by Brother Chu Xiu's charm. Seeing this scene, Chu Xiu felt even more gratified. At that moment, two streaks of light, one black and one red, flew over, and suddenly landed in front of Chu Xiu. The figures of Old Huang and Mo Fian appeared around. The disciples hurriedly bowed. Old Huang sized up Chu Xiu. The smile on his face could not be hidden. Chu Xiu, you are quite good. Very good. Even the aloof Mo Fian revealed a faint smile. Chu Xiu, the Holy One wants to see you. Come with us. With a firm wave of his hand, he took out a bright red skyship. Chu Xiu Han wasn't surprised at all. However, before going to Africa, he smiled warmly, cupping his hands to the disciples around him. He said loudly, "Thank you all for your support today. I will continue to work hard on my cultivation. I won't let the Holy Emperor down for nurturing me." After saying that, he leapt onto the smoke of Murphy, instantly transforming into a beam of light, flying toward the peak of Taisu. The excitement on Taisu Square had not yet settled. The excited crowd continued to chatter. Senior brother Chu Xiu is really kind-hearted. Yes, indeed, so especially humble. I like senior brother Chu Xiu's smile. It's gentle, bright, and warm. Moreover, Chu Xiu is also a very humble person. If it were someone else, and they got to where he is, their nose would probably be up in the sky. He's anxious, he's anxious. I hope senior brother Chu Xiu becomes our supreme emperor of the Tai Su sect, Holy Sun Dong. At this moment, a bell chime rang out from the Tai Su Divine Tower. Everyone looked up. Their expressions remained unchanged. It turned out that someone had entered the top 10 in the Divine Bridge Tower. Yi Fan walked out with an excited expression. Not bad, not bad. The 8th edition of the Shenxiao Cup. The Tianpin technique is passable at best. He straightens his collar. With a serious expression, he wants to say something. Everyone disperse, I'm about to show off. Where's the cheer? Let's hear some cheers. Yi Fan turned around and took 4 steps. He discovered that the surrounding disciples were discussing heatedly. What, are they talking about me? He listened intently. Only then did he realize they were talking about Chu Xiong. Upon learning the truth, he felt like crying but had no tears. I actually made it into the top 10 too. Why is no one paying attention to me? You're telling me to do this? The host's luck increases by 100. Standing on the deck with arms crossed, gazing at the breathtaking snowy scenery of Taisu, with sword-like brows. How could the luck in this system increase for no reason? I'm just a toolbox. I can't know or do everything. Chu Xiu's narrow and strange eyes narrowed slightly. His originally -18 black aura has now transformed into a normal aura of 82. He pondered for a moment, and reached a conclusion. It should be related to reaching the summit of the Taisu Tower. Soon, they flew over a crystal ice forest, and arrived at the Taisu Peak Square. The platform is slowing down. It's starting to descend slowly. Chu Xiu, boy, how's the view of Taisu Feng? Old Huang asked with a laugh. Chu Xiu, bearer of the name Taisu, well deserved. Above the windbreak, spring, summer, autumn, and winter are all represented, full of vitality. It's quite magical. Old Huang was smiling smugly. Chu Xiu smiled on the surface, but felt a bit heavy inside. After observing all this, it was clear that Taisu Peak wasn't as simple as it seemed. If Chu Xiu's judgment is not wrong, the Taizu wind is at least 50,000 zhang high. Such a magnificent and immense Taizu wind is actually transformed from a living being during its slumber. This is the essence of the sacred land. Chu Xiu couldn't help but feel a heaviness in his heart. This is indeed very frightening. Back then, he faced so many sacred places all by himself. Thinking about it makes me irritated. It turns out these sacred families never took me seriously. In the end, they didn't even bring out their true power. They only sent a few dozen great saints to surround and attack me. You bastards better wait for me. If other sacred grounds knew about Chu Xiu's thoughts, they would definitely scold him. Amidst this wild imagination, the two elders led Chu Xiu through a corridor with an ancient charm. The view suddenly opened up. Pavilions and towers floated in the air, magnificent and vast. Purple energy from the east. The mist narrowed. Countless cranes soared freely among the buildings. It was like a fairyland. What is most shocking is, at the highest point of Taisu Peak, in the void, a brilliant river of stars stretches for thousands of miles. It cascades down like a waterfall, plunging into the abyss of the Taisu Wind's cliff. I realized it was that powerful being of Taisu Wind. He is continuously devouring the power of the stars. Chu Xiu was shocked beyond words. In the hall of Taisu, Chu Xiu followed the two young saint elders inside. At a glance, he saw the one sitting on the Fengzhu throne, wearing a white rain robe and a bronze mask, his master. Their eyes met. Chu Xiu smiled gently. Fairy dream butterfly. The disciple instinctively took a step back. Greetings to the clouds and mist. The Lord of Wind and the Holy Lord are excused from bowing. We've already brought Chu Xiu. Yen Wei slightly bows. As he speaks, Chu Xiu notices someone sitting high in the grand hall. On the bronze throne, a gentle woman in a white long dress, with long, wavy blue-green hair. A powerful saint king, terrifying beyond measure. Once again, Chu Xiu was shocked. He entered the great hall, and astonishingly ignored the overlord on the throne. It wasn't arrogance. The other's strength was just too overwhelming. Their presence had already merged with heaven and earth. If you don't know he's in the hall, even if face to face, you would still ignore him. You've worked hard. With her delicate red lips, it sounds like an immortal's voice entering your ears. There's a strange power that calms the mind. Old Wang and Mo Fian slightly bowed. Then, he took his leave. From start to finish, his head was lowered. His expression was filled with fervor. Chu Xiu looked up at the overlord sitting above the hall. He was breathtakingly beautiful. A faint smile lingered at the corner of his lips. His features were soft. Long, wavy blue hair flowed down his back. If you watch closely, it seems there are vibrant little planets growing and thriving among his hair. Chu Xiu secretly thought, are the holy kings this powerful? How do they all have the legendary quasi-emperor intent? In fact, this is merely an anomaly naturally emitted after practicing the Tai Su Emperor Sutra. The Tai Su Emperor Sutra was created by the Tai Su Emperor after becoming a great emperor. It is the supreme emperor scripture. What is the Tai Shu? It is the most primordial and vital entity. That is the Tai Shu. The Tai Shu Emperor's scripture is also called the Life Emperor scripture. It is the most life-filled cultivation technique in the world. Thus, Tai Shu Z's precise intention makes sense. It's understandable. Seeing Chu Xiu staring intensely at the Holy Lord, Qi Mengdai reprimanded with thirst. Rebellious disciple must not be disrespectful to the Holy Master. She closed her beautiful eyes and glared at Chu Xiu. It was as if she was saying, you want to court death? Can we first unseal the seal before courting death? I don't want to be killed by you, the rebellious disciple. Chu Xiu finally came to his senses. He slightly cupped his hands in greeting. Yunxia Feng Chu Xiu has met the Holy Master. You need not bow, Taisuzi. He nodded slightly. He kept his eyes closed. Yet he could see all things in the world with his mind's eye. He doesn't open his eyes, because Chu Xiu's cultivation is too low. If they made eye contact, he would instantly perish. Not even ashes will remain. Her red lips parted softly. I can see the map that breaks the ancient limits. I am quite pleased. Chu Xiu, you are impressive. Qi Mengdai looked at the straight-standing reverse path in the center of the hall. Her heart was incredibly complex. He is a powerful great sage. Naturally, I know some secrets of the Holy Land. To reach the 99th level, the hardest challenge is the 98th level. Why is it that since ancient times, up to the era of the Empyreans, for a full 100,000 years, no one has been able to ascend to the 99th level of the Taizu Cup? Because at the 98th level, you will face a Tai Su emperor of the same level. That is an insurmountable divine punishment. Yet this rebellious disciple of his managed to do it. Holy Master, please spare me. At least I broke our sacred land's record. Is there a reward? Chu Xiu immediately took the opportunity to flatter. Let's not discuss this matter. When else would he seek benefits? Benefits come first. He doesn't care about face at all. Qi Mengdai cast a fierce glance. What shame could he think of? Only in such a situation would he dare to shout orders at Chu Xiu, that rebellious disciple. You have to know, even the immortal master wouldn't dare defy him usually. This gave him a strange feeling of borrowed authority. Pai Suzy gently nodded with a soft smile, as if it were only natural. What kind of reward do you want? Disciple wants the soul-binding demon fruit, or the Bodhi flower of the divine medicines. Either one will do. Chimengdia's red lips parted in shock. She thought, rebellious disciple. You really have a big appetite, as expected of your true nature, Chu Lama. Tai Suzy, with long willow-like brows, furrows slightly. Chen Yin contemplates for a long time. There are indeed some treasures of heaven and earth in the sacred treasury. However, none of these three types of storage for cultivation texts that you want. It's hard not to feel disappointed. I guess that's to be expected. Heaven and earth possess such treasures. Even if great powers acquire them, they will quickly use them to gain strength, and they won't be kept for long. Taisu's tone changed suddenly, and she softly said, however, I can send someone to find a replacement for you. I just can't guarantee when it will be found. If you are unwilling to wait, I can promise you other rewards. Seeing such a variety of beauties in Tai Suzy, Chu Laolu couldn't help but smile charmingly. If I were to control this saint with the reincarnation Sky Cave's mother-child technique. Wow, host, you're really too handsome. I, the ruler, admit I'm outclassed. I have to give you a thumbs up, old six. A man strives to make himself even stronger. Once again, he locked his gentle gaze on the woman before him. One master alone couldn't satisfy his need for improving his cultivation. He planned to use the same trick again. He had to seal a Saint King realm expert, to preserve the deep bond between master and disciple. But his plan was exposed. One reason was for his own safety, and another, to keep it for later. It must be of great use. On the bronze throne of the Grand Hall, Tai Suzy Qianmei, the favored concubine, before. In an instant, he felt an ominous presence directed at him. Since he became the Holy King, it was the first time he felt such a crisis. Chu Xiu's eyelids drooped, emitting a strange light. A wave that no one can perceive spreads out. It permeates the entire Great Hall. The reincarnation seal has successfully invaded. The target remains unaware. Remaining uses, 0. Host of the Purple Seal, Qi Mengdai, the child of the Purple Seal host Xin. The host can recall the Purple Seal at any time. When the Purple Seal is recalled, usage frequency increased, can be used on up to 2 people at the same time. Hehe, the host truly is the destined villain. How dare you attack the master of the Holy Land, a strong being in the Saint King realm. So reckless. Such a wicked heart. Triggered a super critical hit. Reward, single volume of the scripture. The secret techniques of the Danjing volume, divided into 3 volumes. Upper, middle, and lower. The middle volume is the Poison Classic. It gathers tens of thousands of poison formulas, cultivated to the extreme. It can even concoct deadly poisons that can kill a quasi-emperor. These 3 volumes combined become the Danjing. It was created by the human clan's Pill Emperor during the ancient era, millions of years ago, as the supreme Pill Dao Imperial City. Chu Xiu was filled with indescribable joy. This reward is great. He's wanted to learn poison techniques for a long time. Can a villain who doesn't know how to use poison even be considered a qualified villain? Thinking of this, he snapped back to reality. He slightly cupped his hands. No need for formalities, Holy Master. May I ask if I can go and see the rare treasures of heaven and earth that the Holy Emperor possesses? Tai Suzy is different from Qi Mengdai. He is the ruler of the Tai Su Holy Emperor, a peak overlord of the Holy King. Not someone who can be easily threatened or controlled. If we act rashly, he will surely fight us to the death. Therefore, he placed the reincarnation Sky Dry Mother under Tai Suzy, just kept as a backup. He won't use it until it's critical. At crucial moments, he won't activate it. With pure jade and golden brilliance, a purple jade scissors flew to Chu Xiu's side. Chu Xiu reached out to touch it, and a violet halo spread before him, forming the phantom of extraordinary treasures. Scarlet Sun, fierce and sharp. Vermilion Bird's divine flesh. Bagua treasure meal. Purple Swallow, aligned with the Dragon King, ghostly compassion. These are all immortal treasures. Seeing this, Chu Xiu nearly drooled. The system hasn't provided me with any treasures helpful for breaking through the extreme realm. Damn, I must get my hands on the Bagua treasure meal and the Vermilion Bird's divine flesh. It will greatly help the host break through the sacred body in the future. But I can only choose one. The child suggests you choose the 8 trigrams body, Vermilion Bird flesh. We'll figure out a way to obtain the rest later. Chu Xiu then looked at Tai Suzi. No need, Holy Master. Disciple desires the 8 trigrams feast. Tai Suzi was very generous. A half smile. You should return with your master. Soon, someone will bring the Bagua treasure to serve you. Chu Xiu slightly cupped his hands. The master and disciple bid farewell to the sovereign. They left the Taosu hall, one after the other. Looking at their backs, Tai Suzi opened his eyes. A slight smile at the corner of the mouth. The 8 trigrams treasure has a great effect on strengthening vitality. I hope you can make good use of it. But I wonder where the earlier sense of crisis came from. Could someone be plotting against me? Maybe I've been in seclusion for too long. And I'm experiencing sensory illusions. I should go out and take a walk. The suburbs of Tai Su gradually became transparent, eventually disappearing into the Tai Su palace. No one knows where they went. On a massive celestial flying vessel resembling a vermilion bird, inside the main cabin, Chu Xiu sat across from Dream Butterfly Fairy at a small tea table. 2 female disciples from the inner sect of Yunxia Feng were on lookout for them. Their faces were flushed, occasionally stealing a glance at the gentle smiling Chu Xiu. You 2 junior sisters may leave first. Senior brother has something to discuss with the master. No way, the 2 female disciples looked puzzled. Master of the Wind, are you feeling unwell? Chu Xiu turned his head, looking concerned. Qi Mengdai pressed her red lips together, with a bronze-like calm, making it hard to read his expression at the moment. He realized he had lost his composure. There was a brief silence. The white piece goes first. You all may leave now. 2 female disciples bowed and saluted. They slowly exited the room. The door closed. Chu Xiu casually activated a soundproofing barrier. Rebellious disciple, do you want to bully me again? In your eyes, master, I am just this thirsty person. Qi Mengdai is mad in the long suburbs. Trembling rebellious disciple. That is Chu Xiu. A hint of allure flashed in his eyes. The master would rather think of restoring his cultivation than look at the smile on his face. Mo Dai's heart trembled slightly. Chu Xiu stood up and sat down beside him. He inhaled the fragrance emanating from the woman. He reached out to remove the mask from his face. Mo Dai tilted her head. The body shifts back a bit. She removes the mask and hides it behind her. Her pretty face is filled with vigilance, afraid that the traitor will snatch it away. A pretty good concealed item. Even a strong figure at the Holy King realm could be deceived. Qi Mengdai coldly smiles. Your method of concealment is quite good as well. Being a teacher to someone like you. When it comes to this, the fairy's lovely face inevitably blushes. You must have a lingering scent unique to your body. Yet you have managed to cover it up well. Even the Holy Lord did not notice. Today, Chu Xiu's reputation has risen in the Holy Land. Learning that the Holy Lord will meet Chu Xiu, Qi Mengdai was truly frightened. Luckily, that traitor knew how to cover it up. Otherwise, the matter between him and the traitor would have been exposed. Just think of the consequences. Qi Mengdai felt a shiver down her spine. Earlier, you said you'd help me restore my cultivation. Master's red lips curled slightly. Oh, Chu Xiu nodded. But there are conditions. I don't believe a traitor like you would be so kind. Ah, master, you really know me too well. Chu Xiu smiled. He took out a blueprint from his storage bag. Placing it in front of his master, he tapped it lightly. I heard you're also quite the craftsman, master. Come, work on these things. It's done. Meng Dai picked up the blueprint and looked at it. A puzzled look appeared on her smiling face. The blueprint showed a smooth little sphere. Inside, gears interlocked tightly. The gears meshed intricately. It looked very delicate. What is this? You'll understand once you make the toy. What is this tail-like thing? Just go ahead and make it. There will be a reward. What are you doing, wicked disciple? I can feel claws on my thigh. The moment Fairy Dream Butterfly felt it, she reacted like a startled wild kitten. And still calls me a wicked disciple. You should call me Big Brother. Humph, traitor. Dream on. I'd rather die than call you that. You're pretty tough. 10 minutes later. I won't call. Traitor, you're dreaming. I am a mighty sage. How could I let you escape? Woo-woo, good brother, heavenly quality. By the time the flying boat returned to Yunxia Peak, it was already deep night. 2 bright moons hung high in the night sky, and the stars twinkled, comforting. Chu Xiu stood under the willow tree outside the cave mansion courtyard. Gazing up at the bright moon in the night sky, his eyes reflected the moonlight, appearing especially deep and lonely. No one knew how much time had passed, when his senior brother's gentle voice was heard. A graceful figure emerged from the shadows. Her blue long dress outlined her curvaceous figure, graceful and poised. The cool moonlight shines on her delicate face, elegant and captivating. A gentle breeze passes, lifting the hem of her long dress. Her waterfall-like black hair flutters in the air. She turns and smiles. Little junior sister Tao Yao, hands clasped behind her back. She walked gracefully to Chu Xiu's side, smiling sweetly, with adorable dimples at the corners of her mouth. Junior sister congratulates senior brother on reaching the top of the Wheel C Tower today. Senior brother, are you alone in the courtyard, contemplating matters of the world? Chu Xiu shook his head. He looked somewhat melancholic, missing his hometown a little. Tao Yao saw the look in his eyes at that moment, and felt an inexplicable pain in her heart. She held Chu Xiu's hand, saying, Qi Mountain County is your hometown. The holy place is also your home. Master and I are your family. He didn't mention Yuan Hongying or Shaoishan. Those two he doesn't like, always cursing master brother in secret. And fourth brother too. He is just a cultivation fanatic who only knows how to seclude himself for training. He was thinking back to the mortal realm under the jurisdiction of the Taizu Saint. More than 30 years ago, the Qishan prefecture of the Tianqi dynasty was attacked by the demon tribe. Over half of the human population in Qishan prefecture perished. That year, the governor of Qishan county, who was also the master brother's father, and his mother, fought to protect the mortals from the demon clan's retreat. Both died in battle. The master brother, only 3 years old, was fortunate to survive. He was taken back to the Holy Land by the master who went to eliminate the demons. Time flies. More than 30 years have passed. Brother Chu smiles with sweaty hands. He pats her soft, fragrant shoulder. You are all my wings. Tao Yao lowers her pretty face. Recently, he feels that the senior brother has changed a bit. In the past, the senior brother would always avoid him. I didn't even dare to look at myself directly. But now, senior brother is very close to me. He's full of confidence, and uniquely charming. Senior brother, here's the information you wanted. Tao Yao takes out an envelope and slips it into Chu Xiu's hand. Gathering her courage, she stands on tiptoe and leans in. She gives him a quick peck on the cheek. Her face flushed with embarrassment. Then she turned into a green light and flew away. Senior brother, you should rest early. Junior sister is going back to cultivate. If others from the Holy Land saw this scene, they would be shocked. Wow, even that demoness can get shy. And she would even kiss a man on her own. It's truly incredible. It's simply a refresh of my worldview, okay? Looking at the distant lake light in the night sky, the smile on Chu Xiu's face gradually faded. Was it luck that Chu Xiu survived 30 years ago? Of course not. It was that old devil Chu who wanted him to live. Encountering Qi Mengdai was all part of his scheme. It's just to infiltrate the holy land of Taisu. There are many such tools and wives. He has placed many agents in the Holy Land. Chu Xiu tore open the envelope seal. He took out the information he needed. 3 days ago, Lu Hongyi appeared in the human area of Dongzhou Chang'an. Dongzhou, Zhongzhou, Southern Region, Northern Wilderness, and Western End. Tearing the paper into ashes, he turned and slowly walked toward the main hall of the cave mansion. A cold sword light, as clear as autumn water, pierced through the night sky of Chang'an. Inside the imperial palace, the Tang King and a group of powerful figures from the empire trembled in fear as they gazed on. Her long hair danced gently in the wind. Her eyes were covered by a piece of white cloth, skin as white as snow. The delicate contours of his cheeks tell everyone, he is extraordinarily beautiful. The only surviving elder of the ancient Ji family, dressed in crimson, white hair and beard, disheveled. His robes are soaked with blood, clinging tightly to him. A pair of murky eyes stared intently at the goddess-like woman. The roar shook the land for 100,000 miles. Are you also going to follow the path of that devil Chu Xiu? Do you want to be enemies with all the forces of the human realm? The Ji family will not spare you. We will tear you to pieces. Lu Hongyi said nothing. She silently raised her blue long sword. A gentle wave. As the 7-kill sword enters, a strike that shakes the heavens and the earth, the buildings in Chang'an below tremble without end. Even the void stretching thousands of miles ahead was torn apart by this terrifying sword, leaving a huge rift. Chaotic energy surged within. That young saint, the elder of the Ji family, didn't even have time to scream, before being sliced into ashes by the sword intent, and swallowed by the void fissure. King Tang Li Ku and the ministers were speechless. At such a terrifying strike, if it had hit Chang'an, the entire city could have been wiped out instantly. Your Majesty, what should we do? What can we do? Li Ku looks distressed. Are we supposed to fight the one up in the heavens? But what if the Ji family is unhappy? Unhappy? Li Ku looks grim. Then what are we supposed to do? Go to your death. Didn't you see the 3 little saints of the Ji family were like ants before him? All the ministers and generals were speechless. The world of the firmament continent is this cruel. The strong have everything. The weak can only go with the flow. He's gone. Someone shouted. Everyone quickly looked over. Sure enough, the red figure is no longer there. It's finally gone. The Star Masters all breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Is this the power of the top 4 strong ones? Crown Prince Li Hong looked up at the night sky, muttering to himself, how strong was my father's once top heir? Li Ku shook his head. Such great figures are beyond our understanding at our level. Zhu Ji, you must cultivate diligently. In this world, strength is everything. Without strength, one is like an ant. Father, your son understands. Prince Li Hong's eyes were filled with a different light. His fists were tightly clenched. He vowed in his heart to become strong. Where are you headed next? A vast expanse of lakes. Under the moonlight, it resembles a cold and tranquil gem set in the land. Serene and beautiful. Lu Hongyi sits cross-legged under a willow tree by the lake. He is recovering the true essence consumed from the earlier battle. 100 meters behind him, a figure shrouded in black mist stood there. From the voice, the black mist figure seemed to be a woman. Lu Hongying remained silent. After a moment, her red lips parted slightly. Calmly, she uttered 3 words, "Go kill." Why do you have to? The black mist figure was speechless. An enemy to the world. Those as strong as Chu Xiu will die. Everyone is dead. Lu Hongyi looks up at the 2 bright moons in the night sky. She will not die. His voice is ethereal. No trace of emotion can be heard. He, black mist, a shadow. Shen Xiao, you have been in seclusion all these years. He was surrounded and killed by dozens of great sages at the soul-returning cliff in the Forbidden Trench. A beam of sword light, condensed to its peak, swept backward. Lu's red dress fluttered in the air. But her body remained completely still. The shadowy figure in the black mist vanished from where it stood, dodging the strike. Behind them came the cracking sound of trees falling. The forest was forming. A path stretches for hundreds of miles. An open expanse with no grazing land. In the next moment, a shadowy figure appears atop the willow tree on the left, with an exaggerated tone. Oh wow, as expected of you. This advice is practically brushing the edge of godliness. Lu Hongyi stands up. Her red dress drags across the lawn, back to the bright moon. Step by step, leaving towards the east. Are you really planning to make an enemy of the world for him? Black mist and shadowy figures float. If you follow, it will all be trouble of his own making. You don't need to die for him. Lu Hongyi said as she moved forward. He is an enemy of the world. Then I will be enemies with the world. If he is a Buddha, I will help him guide the world. If he is a demon, I will lead him through all living beings. Following that path in the unmarked area, I walked about half a mile. Lu Hongyi stopped. She raised her head to gaze into the void 1,000 miles away. Hold with the left hand. The 7-kill sword shadows, sharp to the extreme, instantly vanished into thin air. Only the intense vibrations in the void remain, telling the tale of this fierce battle. This man, trapped by love and reborn for it, learned that his love in a past life went mad over his death, stirring the calm waves of his heart once more. He can't keep shaking like this. He must quickly earn the villain's breakthrough point. He needs to refine all his selection secrets as soon as possible. Chu Xiu returned to the cave. He began to sit in meditation and practice. With his eyes closed, he spent the whole night. The next day, senior brother Chu was comprehending the text and its meaning in the middle volume of the alchemical scripture in the cave. No one should knock on the entrance to the cave dwelling. A voice reaches Chu Xiaoran. Chu Xiu rises and exits the cave. He steps into the courtyard. Chu Xiaoran is still wearing a grass-green long dress. The hem is embroidered with ingot patterns. Seeing him come out, she slightly bows in greeting. Junior brother Xiaoran, I apologize for interrupting your meditation. Chu Xiu invited Chu Xiaoran into the cave dwelling. After pouring him a cup of spirit tea, Junior sister, may I ask why you sought me today? Of course, he knew the purpose of the visit. He just didn't mention it proactively. Senior brother, this is the information you requested regarding the wilderness demon realm, and the soul eagle demon fruit. Chu Xiaoran took out 2 animal skin scrolls and handed them to Brother Chu. Brother Chu didn't rush to open and check them. He handed over a fist-sized stone that emitted a mysterious black glow. This thing has an impressive name, but it's of no use to him. Earth Silver Sand. Chu Xiaoran was extremely delighted. He held the earth silver sand in both hands, relieved but pleasantly surprised. He stood up and bowed to Chu Xiu. I really thank you so much. Senior brother Chu waved his hand. Smiling, he said, it's just mutual benefit. You seem to be in a hurry. I suppose you're rushing to save your mother. Go ahead, I won't keep you any longer. Thank you, senior brother. Chu Xiaoran slightly bowed, joyfully ran out of the cave, transformed into a beam of light and flew away. After he left, Chu Xiao opened 2 animal skin scrolls. To break through the 10th layer of he needed to obtain the soul eagle demon fruit. Then I must go to the desolate demon's secret realm. The information is fairly detailed. Chu Xiu nodded in satisfaction. He put away the 2 scrolls of beast hide. He stood up and slowly walked out of the cave. Strolling on Yunxia Peak, senior brother Chu. The disciples of Yunxia Peak greeted him one after another. His attitude is completely different from before. Chu Xiu smiles. Han Shou appears exceptionally humble. As they walk away, you can still faintly hear the disciples' discussions. Did you hear? Senior brother Chu Xiu made it onto the Qianlong list of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion. It's not surprising he made the Qianlong list. After all, he broke the ancient record of the Tai Su Divine Tower. What's the rank? Qianlong list, 7th place. So, the disciple seemed a bit dissatisfied. It's normal. The rankings of Tianji Pavilion. Judge heroes based on battle records. Reaching 7th place is already very impressive. If only I could make it onto the list too. I can pour out my heart to junior sister Chen. Hehe, you should wash up and go to bed early. Chu Xiu sat down on a large rock at the edge of a cliff. He gazed toward the east. The clouds and mist swirled around. He began to circulate his energy. He sought his own path of cultivation. He rose higher and became more refined and delicate. 3 days later, Chu Xiu slightly parted his lips, exhaling. A gust of air sliced through the surrounding mist. Chu Xiu stood up. He brushed off the dust from his black robe. Just as he turned around, his pupils instantly contracted. Standing less than 20 meters away from him was a woman in the unique purple cloud robe of Daoyun Peak. She was looking at him with a bright smile. The woman had an ordinary appearance, yet exuded charm. There was a unique allure about her. Her ample chest made it impossible to see her toes when she looked down. In any case, she was slightly more powerful than the master. In fact, 2 days ago, Chu Xiu had already sensed her arrival. The vigilant expression at this moment is just a performance for the other party. This is Yunxia Peak. I won't harm you. A charming woman smiles like a flower, looking up and down at Chu Xiu. I am the elder of Yunfeng, Hua Lufei. You must be Chu Xiu. The vigilance in Chu Xiu's eyes finally disappeared. He slightly cupped his hands. Chu Xiu has met Elder Hua. The charming woman smiled. She gently said, I came to Yunxia Peak to take care of some matters. After finishing, I planned to take a stroll. Coincidentally, I found you here cultivating. So I didn't disturb you. By the way, you are training so hard. Are you planning to go to the wilderness demon's secret realm? He said this as he sat down on a rock not far from Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu didn't hide anything. As for your identity, if you want to know, there's almost nothing he can't find out. The two began to chat very naturally. After about half a quarter of an hour, Chu Xiu asked Elder Hua, the era of the falling land lasts 100,000 years. In each era, there can only be one emperor or demon emperor. Why didn't the human emperor completely eliminate the demon eel when he appeared? Conversely, why didn't the demon eel eliminate the human race completely when their emperor appeared? It's important to note that both sides have been mortal enemies since before the ancient times. He has always been puzzled since he came to the Celestial Dome continent. Today, he encountered this person. He decided to unravel his doubts. After all, the great Emperor Taisu is the last emperor before the fall of the era. Surely this person knows some of the secrets within. The graceful woman paused upon hearing this. It is said that, when he became an emperor, the emperor will gain some secrets about this starry sky and the Tianqiong continent. It seems there's some kind of understanding between the emperor, the demon emperor, and the barbarian emperor. Even if an emperor arises, they can suppress, but they cannot use the emperor's power to destroy the other. As for why this is, no one knows. After a long silence, Chu Xiu changed the question. The lifespan limit of the Earth is 30,000 years. Is there really anyone in this world who can live forever? The charming woman shot him a glance. Even the Earth cannot achieve immortality. Looks like this young man has quite the ambition. To think you want to pursue immortality. Chu Xiu frowned. Is there truly no stronger existence upon the Earth? The elegant woman frowned upon hearing this. Chu Xiu's words seemed to dispel part of the fog before her eyes. I don't know if there's still a path on this earth. If there is, crossing it might lead to immortality. However, the elegant woman furrowed her brows. From the pre-ancient era to the ancient era. From the primeval era to today's fallen age. This starry sky once saw 17 tons of earth. But in the end, they evolved in their art, vanishing into the river of time. There is no trace of them left in the world. To become the earth. They were undoubtedly extraordinary talents. So why didn't they take that step forward? Was the path ahead cut off? Or perhaps there's no way forward. This is something worth pondering. Chu Xiu stroked his chin. Even he couldn't figure out the key to it. We're actually discussing the cultivation of the earth. Isn't that a bit too ambitious? The graceful woman stood up with a smile. She patted the sand off Tonger's skirt. Sister Hua, are you ready to go back? Old Devil Chu, you have no shame. You just say anything. The charming woman was momentarily taken aback by his call of sister. She didn't refute it. She gently smiled and said, I'm going back. Just focus on your cultivation for now. After saying that, she smiled softly. She turned and walked away gracefully. Chu Xiu watched her back. Sister Hua, will we meet again? The charming woman waved her hand with her back to him. See you after you return. From the wilderness demon realm. Alright, I'll definitely wait here for you when I return. A faint smile appeared on Chu Xiu's lips. Host. What the hell are you asking? After 3 days of tempering, Chu Xiu walked towards the master's cave with a joyful heart. At that moment, a voice, neither harsh nor soft, came from behind. Are you also here to see the master? Xiao Feng's tone was unfriendly. Chu Xiu turned his head to look at his cheap second disciple. His narrow, eerie eyes were filled with a smile, but he said nothing. He just quietly stared into his pupils. He could sense that his cheap disciple already harbored murderous intent toward him. That look in his eyes. Old Devil Chu had seen it too many times in his life. Master is meeting Qi Ming right now. Senior brother won't see you. I advise you to leave. Xiao Feng sneered disdainfully. The second apprentice, Xiao Feng, had a cold smile on his face. He paused and lowered his voice. Chu Xiu, do you think that just because you broke your limits, you are something remarkable? No matter how strong you are still in the Wheel Sea, and I am in the Divine Ability realm. I am nearly 4 major realms above you. In my eyes, you're just an ant I can crush with a flick of my hand. What makes you think you can act like the senior disciple in front of me? What's an ant so proud of? So arrogant? Second junior brother Chu Xiu never seems to get angry. His smile is still so warm. But you, Xiao Feng, are red with rage. Stop calling me second junior brother. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold back. I might just kill you right now. The second disciple, Xiao Feng, rested his left hand on his waist, his hand on the hilt of his dagger. A killing intent emanated from him. In the end, he suppressed the urge to act. He let out a cold laugh. He closed his eyes, no longer wanting to see that annoying smile on Chu Xiu's face. We are dear friends and family. There's no need for all this shouting and fighting. Chu Xiu really looked helpless. Push that old demon Chu half a meter away. Hee. Chu Xiu isn't angry and just laughs. Ying brushes off the non-existent dust on her robe. She steps towards the main entrance of the hall. Xiao Yifeng snorts coldly but does not stop her. He sneers inwardly. The master is discussing matters with senior brother Qi Ming. This guy Chu Xiu has no sense of humor. Uninvited. I will definitely be scolded by the master. I might even be hated by senior brother Qi Ming. To this, Xiao Yifeng is more than happy to see it happen. Stage by stage, host. What happened to the promised love and dear friends? You turned your back and poisoned someone. That's just too damn dark. Chu Xiu stepped up the stone steps outside the hall, one step at a time. A gentle smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Coincidentally, he had been deducing the poison of the Tianwei these days. Everyone involved were beloved friends and family. It shouldn't be a problem for them to contribute to my experiment, right? Jia is really unfortunate to meet someone like you. Chu Xiu turned his head. He found Xiao Yifeng looking at him with a cold smile on his face. Their eyes meet. Boy, look how happy he is, smiling like that. Jia, I just wonder if after a few days, when he can't lift his head, he'll still be able to smile like that. Ha, maybe he'll be even happier. The single crystal truly lives up to being the imperial crystal. It's really profound. I've been studying it for so many days now. I can only barely touch the threshold. And understanding the shape characters is really difficult. I miss the days of being overpowered. It's been 5 days. I'm thinking about where to grab some good items to exchange for breakthrough points. Then I heard the voices of 2 people talking. Aunt, you have to help me. Otherwise, it really won't be in time. You are Chu Xiu's master. As long as you ask him for the Emperor's silver kill, he will definitely give it to you. On the lotus throne in the hall, Qi Mengdai, dressed in a pure white gown, with a bronze mask on her face, mimicking the aura of the great sage. Her beautiful eyes looked at Xia Fangzhe, full of helplessness. Tomorrow, it's not that I don't want to help you, even though I am Chu Xiu's master. There's no reason to demand something from him without cause. As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed Chu Xiu's arrival. His eyebrows furrowed immediately. This rebellious disciple is becoming more and more unruly. But what can I do about him? He doesn't dare bully me. That alone is enough. Tomorrow, if you want the vast land. Chu Xiu, with a face like jade, walked over step by step, exuding extraordinary poise. His smile was as warm as the spring breeze. Upon hearing this, Qi Ming, when she turned around and saw it was him, her face lit up with joy instantly. Chu Xiu, you're here. Did you hand the Emperor's silver veil to Chu Shaoran? As for Chu Xiu's, Minger, excited, automatically tuned it out. Fairy Mengdai. She turned back from the future. Her beautiful eyes narrowed. She glared fiercely at the ungrateful disciple, Chu Xiu. Tomorrow, you'll still be the one calling out. Chu Xiu ignored the warning glare from his master, the fairy. I have been in seclusion these past few days. I haven't seen junior sister Shaoran. Qi Ming was overjoyed. He stepped forward and excitedly grabbed Chu Xiu's shoulder. Is the Emperor's silver sand still in your possession? Chu Xiu nodded. With a wave of his hand, a piece of earth silver sand shrouded in a faint glow appeared in his palm. Qi stared intently. He reached out to grab it. Chu Xiu dodged swiftly. This thing, I worked hard to retrieve from the endless sea of fire. Sorry. I got excited. Qi Ming also came to his senses. He felt he had lost composure. It wasn't surprising he lost composure. He just wanted to get the earth silver sand, then threaten Chu Shaoran. In the end, he wanted that arrogant woman to kneel beneath him, begging desperately. Thinking of that scene, Qi Ming couldn't help but stand up in excitement. Just like that, Chu Xiu, make your offer. Qi Ming waved his hand arrogantly. He might as well have written "I am a rich man" on his face. Chu Xiu smiled and nodded. 1 million top-grade yuan, 11 pieces. What do you think? Qi Ming was stunned, in shock and disbelief, not because he thought Chu Xiu's offer was too high, but because it was too low. He had expected to be ripped off, didn't expect Chu Xiu to be so generous. Chu Xiu, you're really a good person. Qi Ming was so touched he almost shed tears. It's fine, tomorrow you will be the master's nephew. Also, I'm excited. Noticing a certain fairy's fiery glare, Chu Xiu quickly changed the subject. Aren't we all dear friends? Yes, yes, we are dear friends. Qi Ming nodded emphatically. So moved, beyond words, he handed Chu Xiu a storage bag containing 1,000,000 top-grade raw stones. Then, with a solemn expression, he put away the earth-silver gauze. Auntie, He was just about to bid farewell to his aunt. The next moment, he noticed another stone in Chu Xiu's hand, faintly glowing with a dim light. He rubbed his eyes, then took out his own stone for another look. Only then was he sure. Chu Xiu also has a piece of earth-silver evil. Wow, you still have one. I almost jumped in surprise. Do you still want it? Chu Xiu smiled gently. On the lotus throne, the dream butterfly fairy noticed the sun-like smile on the disciple's face. The suburbs trembled. Her red lips parted slightly. She wanted to say something philosophical. Run. But he didn't know how to start. He must grit his teeth and nod. The emperor met the challenge. He must monopolize. Otherwise, how would he threaten Chu Xiaoran? That woman traded again with Chu Xiu. The $1,000,000 merchant was relieved. Qi Ming let out a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to take his leave, his eyes suddenly widened. Chu Xiu actually pulled out a large piece of silver sand and started tossing it around. Chu Xiu, are you messing with me? How much more do you have? Qi Ming exploded. I still don't understand that Chu Xiu is just teasing him. Qi Mengdai holds her forehead. She sighs repeatedly in her heart. Chu Xiu looks utterly bewildered. You didn't say how much you wanted. Hey, Qi Ming's face turns as red as a pig's liver from anger. How much do you actually have left? You should have said it earlier. Why didn't you say it earlier? But you didn't ask me either. In the next moment, over 200 pieces of earth-silver sand piled up into a small hill by Chu Xiu's feet, including this one in my hand. That's a total of 202 pieces. I swear by my master's name, I don't have any more. Really, Chu Xiu looks quite serious. The only purpose of the earth-silver sand is to counter the poison of the underworld demon. The 2 pieces he holds have no other use. Naturally, they pose no threat to Chu Xiaoran. If he still wants to monopolize, he glances at the pile of earth-silver sand by Chu Xiujiao's feet, which has formed a small mountain. Qi Ming suddenly wears a mask of pain. Tears well up in the corners of his eyes. His heart is filled with unwillingness. Extremely unwilling. But he only has 100,000 primogems left. And at this moment, our dream butterfly fairy can't be mad. Nor can she laugh. You rebellious disciple, you're so dark-hearted. This definitely counts as a caring sparring partner, not only helping others to achieve physical fitness, but also receiving a reward the size of a fist for himself. Is it joy, sadness, or sorrow? Only he knows. Just now, Chu Xiu saw Qi Ming's expression, and knew that Ming'er had already been drained. He felt very disappointed. As for this aunt, Qi Ming was annoyed, turning to complain to the parents. Chu Xiu is blatantly lying, isn't he? Aren't you going to do something about it? Mengdai Fairy murmured to herself. Do something about him? Alright, you've already gotten the earth-silver sand. Go write it down. Qi Mengdai lightly brushed her fairy dress. Xiu Bai, that's my name. I want to speak but hesitate. But I dare not go against my own aunt. I can only glare fiercely at Chu Xiu. Fuming, I sweep my sleeves and leave. Rebellious disciple, why did you trap her? Daija leaves. Qi Mengdai frowns. Your tone softened, acting all high and mighty like a captain. What do you mean by a trap? Chu Xiu gathered up the pile of silver sand from the ground. It was clearly a mutually agreed deal. And just now, what did you call me? A rebellious disciple? A rebellious disciple? Call me good brother. Get lost, you're dreaming. Chu Xiu slowly approached the lotus throne. With a faint smile, his gaze audaciously roamed up and down the woman's curvaceous figure. TSK, master. It seems your figure has changed a bit compared to half a month ago. Have you gained weight? The dream butterfly fairy is fluffed up. She picked up a spiritual fruit from the table and threw it at Chu Xiong, but he caught it with one hand. He brought it to his mouth and took a crunch. It's so crunchy. Not to mention, it's pleasantly sweet and sour. Come on, let me inspect it thoroughly. I haven't gained any weight. You've got it all wrong. Chu Xiu's eyes lit up. He smiled and asked, Master, have you finished the item I asked you to make last time? It was finished a long time ago. In the sleeping chamber, just wait a moment. I'll go get it for you. Chu Xiu moved his claws away from the master's fragrant shoulder. Shi Mengdai stood up, adjusting her skirt, a forced smile hanging on her face, trying to maintain the dignity of someone in power. But after seeing Chu Xiu's smiling face, she let out a cold snort. Her composure broke. Taking quick steps, she turned and headed toward the back hall to claim her credit. Chu Xiu master followed him, feeling relieved. They passed through the rear hall. They entered a beautifully adorned corridor. Not far away, there was a flower field planted with various types of spiritual mushrooms. At this time, more than 10 female disciples were tending to the branches among the flowers. Upon seeing the two, they all greeted them. We have met the sect master. We have met the senior brother. Then we each went back to our own business. Master, do you think our nephew is mad at me? Hearing this, Qi Mengye's eyes twitched violently. Gritting her teeth, her body trembled. Rebellious disciple, I advise you not to go too far. Calling him our nephew, have you no shame? Chu Xiu sighed. Sigh, women are always contradictory. Can't I speak honestly? The two of them bickered as they entered the chamber. Immediately, the old demon cast a soundproof barrier. The movement was so skilled it made the Buddha's lips tremble. They sat down by the mat. Before long, the celestial being gracefully approached with a red lacquered wooden box a few inches wide. Here's the thing you wanted. With a playful expression, she hands the box to Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu opens it. Her eyes instantly brighten. She clicks her tongue in amazement. Master is truly a craftsman. Chu Xiu picks up one of the 3 items in the box. She gently presses it. Even the miraculous self trembles. It emits a buzzing sound of grinding gears. This craftsmanship is quite impressive. The fairy master disdainfully curls her lips. Just a trivial trick of mortals. There isn't even a proper text. That being said, it looks ugly. Seeing the shocked expression on the rebellious disciple, the master still has a hint of pride in her beautiful eyes. However, Qi Mengye's eyebrows are slightly raised. Rebellious disciple, what are you doing this for? This has no practical value at all. Hee. Chu Xiu smiled gently, looking at her increasingly radiant smile. Fairy, honored one. I don't know how. For a moment, I felt uneasy. What exactly do you want to do with these? Chu Xiu blinked her pure big eyes, giving an irrelevant answer. World-honored one, you really are a 3,000-year-old treasure girl. Qi Mengye's pretty face instantly turned cold. What? 3,000 years? Getting old? No. The great sage can live for 6,000 years. You're still in the prime of your life. Of course, you're not old. Upon hearing this, Fairy Mengye's expression improved significantly. Chu Xiu rubbed his hands. He took out a coil of black thread-like material from his storage pouch. Fairy Mengdai was surprised by this. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on the soil. The extracted bundle is a connection material made from the silk of the cave spider. This material is generally used for weaving fabric. It is soft and resilient. It has certain protective properties. Disciple, the fabric of your outfit is woven from this material. Master, you understand so well. Today, I will teach you to weave something fun. I don't want to study. Qi Mengdai shook her head. Her pretty face was full of vigilance. Do you still want to unseal your cultivation? Chu Xiu turned his head and asked with a smile. Hearing the unrestrained threat from the rebellious disciple, Qi Mengdai pressed her red lips together, struggling to utter that word. It's untamed. What are you waiting for back there? 2 hours later, Qi Mengdai, holding the black, thin veil, fell into deep thought. Chu Xiu stroked his chin. Your craftsmanship. If it were done elsewhere, a master tailor, no doubt. Put it on, wear it. You can wear this. The master looked confused. But of course, Chu Xiu grinned. His smile was indescribable. He pointed at the thing in his hand, then pointed at his long, well-proportioned legs under the hem of the skirt. Kaimingdi lowered her head. She still didn't know what the rebellious disciple wanted to do. Her pretty face gradually turned crimson. The black silk rolled towards Chu Xiu's face. Chu Xiu caught it with a strange smile. It seems the master knows how to dress. Come on, don't be shy. Such a strange item. This seat will not wear it. You rebellious disciple, who do you think I am? 5 minutes later. In the end, I still chose to compromise. Thus, the first pair of premium black stockings on the Tianqiong continent was born. Even the elder demon might not know that in the future, the female cultivators of Tianqiong continent would completely change their fashion because of her quirky taste today. You rebellious disciple. The fairy's breath is filled with shame. Her cheeks are flushed. She keeps angrily scolding, so you made me do this. You're just using it to bully me. You rebellious disciple. I'm going to fight you. In a little while. I was wrong. Several hours later, as dusk falls, Chu Xiu left the Wind Lord's hall to stroll down the mountain. His shadow stretched long and slanted behind him. Congratulations, host. The 9 layers of the Wheel C have been custom-made for 1,414 days, increasing the cultivation speed by 33 times. Indeed, the effect of the heavenly fragrance body is enhanced by the master's emotions. Props can have great effects. Just returned to the cave dwelling. Junior sister Tao Yao came to visit. She brought the 8 trigrams treasure plate that the Holy Emperor gifted to Chu Xiu. After Chu Xiu accepted it, she smiled sweetly and said, "Senior brother, this is the heavy sword you asked me to find." As she spoke, she waved her fair hand, and from her storage pouch, she pulled out a sword 3 feet long and 1 foot wide, with a blade showing a blue-red hue. The hilt is carved with a lifelike black desolate dragon. A heavy sword without an edge, emanating an overwhelming and imposing aura. Chu Xiu took it in hand, and couldn't help but feel its weight. It weighed over 20,000 jin. When it struck the ground, the earth cracked for several meters around. Its terrifying weight is unimaginable. At this moment, the system also pops up the item introduction. Domineering sword, Sanglong heavy sword, gangster function. Injecting primal power or true primal power. Can significantly enhance slashing damage. The introduction states that this sword is forged from the core bones of the wild beast Sanglong. Extremely tough and heavy. It is a domineering heavy weapon. If the physical body isn't strong enough, forcing its use is likely to cause the body sheath to collapse. Indeed, Chu Xiu waved the Dominator sword, Sanglong, feeling quite satisfied. It stirred up a fierce wind, bending trees several dozen meters away. Lower your back, senior brother. As long as you're satisfied, that's good. Tao Yao smiled. She reminded her senior brother again. As you go to the wilderness demon secret realm, be extremely careful. The secret realm opens once every few decades. There are many demon clans and wild beasts within. Do not take too many risks. Thank you, junior sister. Gu Xiu smiled gently. He patted his head. Tao Yao's pretty face turned slightly red. With her head down, her delicate hands nervously fiddled with the hem of her skirt. That junior sister felt reassured. Senior brother, you don't look well today. It must be because you've been practicing too hard. Gu Xiu corrected himself. He's touching his devastatingly handsome face. Thinking to himself, I was just cultivating with my master for a few hours. Why does my complexion look so bad? Last time, junior sister went on a mission outside the sacred land. And by chance, she obtained a mind-calming flower. It has the effect of boosting energy and calming the mind during cultivation. I'll give it to senior brother. As he spoke, he took out a long, black wooden box. Motionless flow above, glowing with a strange light. The box opens. Inside lies a white flower, with roots still covered in soil. The flower resembles a rose, but the petals are 2 or 3 times larger than a rose's. A refreshing fragrance that clears the mind suddenly bursts forth, spreading across a kilometer. Miracle flowers are rare treasures that connect heaven and earth. They help to enhance vitality and focus. They are effective in accelerating cultivation. They are the main ingredient for the 7th grade focus elixir. This introduction highlights an extremely precious treasure of heaven and earth. Female cultivators often gift it to their loved ones, symbolizing protection. If a female cultivator gives you this flower, if there's no love, please refuse. Thank you, junior sister. Chu Xiu smiled. As a result, Tao Yao's delicate face turned rosy. Her peach blossom eyes were watery, full of shyness. With her head lowered, her translucent lips lightly pressed together, fidgeting for a while. His ears turned red. It seemed like he wanted to say something, but in the end, he was too shy. He transformed into a streak of blue lake light and flew away. Take care, senior brother. Your junior sister will wait for your return. Her clear voice echoed through the mountains. And at this moment, our dream butterfly fairy was having the happiest day of her life, because Mitu finally broke that damn seal. In the palace, Fairy Mengdai sat cross-legged, fully dressed, meditating. The energy of heaven and earth gathered into her body. This familiar feeling. It was so comforting she almost let out a hum. Ah, the feeling of being able to cultivate again is so good. The feeling of being able to harness the power within is so good. Being able to sense this world. At this moment, he is like a blind person, regaining his sight. It feels as though the entire world is so beautiful. Oh, Chimengye's stunning face reveals a look of surprise. During my period of being sealed, my cultivation has actually improved. Could it be related to my rebellious disciple? She can't help but blush. Huh, rebellious disciple. You need to wait for me. Chimengye's autumn water-like eyes slightly moved. She prepared to secretly sneak into the rebellious disciple's lair to deal with him. The smile on her face gradually turned sinister, but just as she was about to stand up, an invisible wave came from an unknown source. The smile on Fairy Mengye's face gradually froze, because he was horrified to discover that his cultivation had been sealed again. Chushio, you ungrateful disciple, you are untrustworthy. Deceiving me, he was gritting his teeth, her glossy red lips trembled, and a layer of mist rose in her eyes. It seemed like Master was about to cry from being bullied. A red sound transmission talisman flew through the air. It hovered before his eyes. That familiar yet detestable gentle voice came through. Master, please don't misunderstand. I'm just reminding you. The sound transmission talisman soon turned to ash, dissipating into the air. Immediately after, the fluctuation came again. The seal was broken. His cultivation has recovered. Chi Mengdai gritted her teeth. He certainly knows what Chu Xiu means. This is a reminder to herself. No matter how far apart they are, he can seal her at any time. Control her, then toy with her. The dream butterfly fairy wants to cry but has no tears. Suddenly, everything in this world feels wrong. Ah, the map. You devil. A tormenting devil. He is so angry that the suburbs tremble. Waves rise and fall. He stands up and walks to the bookshelf. Open the hidden compartment. Take out that straw man, shaped like Chu Xiu. Grab a bunch of silver needles and start stabbing wildly. Die, die. Intending to kill. Chu Xiu from the True Transmission Cave Mansion watches through the bronze lake, watching his crazed, furious master in the scene. A relieved smile appeared on his face. Master, master, you must be clear about your own role. Otherwise, your disciple really won't know how to handle this. That person called Chu Xiu closed his eyes, and started meditating with full concentration, unaware that the master was on the verge of collapsing. Right after venting just a moment ago, Chi Mengdai came to her senses. She sat cross-legged and began to focus on her inner side. Then, in terror, she realized there was an additional life fluctuation within her body. Could that be a newly born small creature? Chi Mengdie's delicate face froze. She stared straight ahead. She placed her hands on her abdomen. Her mind went blank. She's the cool and aloof goddess in everyone's heart. Yet she's jealous of a girl running errands for the shop. All because of that petite, captivating appearance. Her mind couldn't help but wander with inexplicable thoughts. What's more troubling for Chu Xiu is seeing her master's current state through the surface of the bronze lake. She no longer knows what to do. Sigh, it seems she'll have to keep a low profile for now. Hurry up and improve your cultivation speed. Prepare to welcome the opening of the Heavenly Demon's secret realm. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. After the Taizu Divine Tower opened, the Holy Land became lively again. Today is the day the Wilderness Demon's secret realm opens. A large number of disciples are gathering under the Taizu wind, waiting for the portal to the secret realm to open. Chu Xiu stood quietly in the crowd. He watched from a distance as Elder Mo Fian spoke to the crowd. According to the rules from previous years, the secret realm will be open for 30 days. After 30 days, the Holy Land will once again have a teleportation passage. Within these 30 days, you must gather at the initial teleportation point. Otherwise, you will be trapped in the secret realm for decades. You must wait for the secret realm to open again before you can return. Anyone who comes out of the secret realm must contribute a certain amount of their gains. The top 10 contributors will receive rewards. The first becomes a true disciple and receives the second reward. Chu Xiu yawned out of boredom. Compared to these rewards, he didn't care about how much he could gain from the wild demon's secret realm. The most important thing is the lingering soul of the cashew. Brother Chu Xiu heard someone calling him. Chu Xiu turned his head. He immediately smiled and said, "Brother Yi, it's you. Looking quite handsome." The well-proportioned Yi Fan smiled and asked, "Are you also entering the abyssal demon's secret realm, Brother Chu?" "Brother Yi, aren't you the same? You're going into the dungeon with the main character too. I always feel that this journey won't be peaceful, but if used well, Yi Fan would definitely be an indestructible super cannon fodder." Chu Xiu's mind started to become active. The two began a friendly chat. During this, Yi Fan asked Chu Xiu if he was interested in the top of the contribution list. Yin Hui expressed a desire to be promoted from a personal disciple to a true disciple. Chu Xiu said graciously in classical language. He was just going to the secret realm for training. He's not really interested in Zhengmingzi. Yi Fan was very happy to hear that. He asked Chu Xiu if he knew about the wild demon's secret realm, and if he was interested in teaming up with Yun Yun. Chu Xiu readily agreed to this. With such a fortune boost package, his chances of finding the ghost demon bones might be higher. "Yi Fan, come over." A cold voice rang out, interrupting their conversation. Chu Xiu and Yi Fan both looked toward the source of the voice. It was a tall woman, dressed in a long purple dress, her face veiled, carrying the typical poise of a woman. A faint aura of the great sage's power radiated from him, so much so that 100-meter radius around him became a no-man's land. The disciples all lowered their heads, not daring to look at him, filled with awe. "Brother Yi, my master is looking for me. I'll head out first." Yi Fan greeted Chu Xiu, smiling as he jogged over. Chu Xiu's eyes slightly narrowed. He had already identified the identity of this great saint warrior. The sword of immortal edge is drenched in blood. He is also an enemy of Qi Mengdai. The second level of the great saint's cultivation belongs to the top tier of the Taizu Holy Land. Standing in the secret realm, he is looking for a chance to kill Chu Xiu. He heard his master's voice. Chuan Yin's body trembled slightly. He turned his head to look at Chu Xiu in the distance. Perhaps sensing his gaze, the other person waved and smiled. Yi Fan grimaced. He communicated, "Master, this isn't good. I have no grudge against him, and from the same sect. He's not a bad person." "Humph, if you want to blame someone, blame his master, that wretched Qi Mengdai." Xueliu coldly scoffs, his eyes filled with icy coldness. Seeing Yi Fan's troubled expression, Xueliu softens his tone slightly. "Disciple, Qi Mengdai, that wretched woman, is no good. His disciple is definitely not a good person. You don't have to feel guilty about killing him. Make sure to do it cleanly. Don't leave any evidence behind. It's best to let him die at the mouth of a wild beast. That way, even if the Holy Lord uses time reversal, there won't be any way to find out." Yi Fan was speechless and bleeding. They're discussing how to kill Chu Xiu. On the other side, Jian Lingyun and Xiao Weifeng are doing the same. Isn't Chu Xiu supposed to be invincible at the same level? Then let's send 100 divine experts to surround and kill you. 100 won't do. Then let's go with 200. Even if you had 3 heads and 6 arms with 300, you would still fall in the wild demon's secret realm. Everything is in place. Watching as hundreds of disciples from the divine bridge realm dispersed, Ling Yun and Xiao Weifeng exchanged smiles. "Senior brother Xiao Weifeng, you two are fellow disciples. Are you sure this is the right thing to do? Aren't you afraid that after Chu Xiu's death, Yunxia sect leader will be furious? After all, he's now the genius you all hailed as a prodigy. It's the Holy Son who wants to choose." Xiao Weifeng smiled coldly. "A dead genius is no longer a genius. A dead senior brother is the best senior brother. But you, Sword Spirit Yun, you make it easy for the Holy Lord to notice. After all, you have an open conflict with Chu Xiu. Aren't you afraid the Holy Lord will investigate?" The Sword Spirit is calm and collected. A smile hides a chuckle. "This matter was originally ordered by my master. So what if the Holy Master knows? Would he really punish my master for such a trivial matter? I see. Thinking of the enmity between my master and Tianjianfeng." Xiao Weifeng nodded knowingly. The smile on his face grew wider. He felt immensely pleased inside. This time, Chu Xiu, this little ant, is doomed. Brother Chu Xiu. Chu Yanran found Chu Xiu in the crowd. She handed him a storage bag. All the formation materials you need are here. Thank you, Chu Xiu, for putting away the storage bag. Then kindly asked about his mother. The one poisoned by the demon venom is. Chu Yanran was very grateful, saying that after Chu Xiu returns from the secret realm, she would invite him to their home as a guest. At this moment, senior brother, junior sister Tao Yao, in her elegant green dress, approached gracefully. When she saw him approaching, the disciples ahead showed signs of apprehension. They all stepped aside. Tao Yao cast a faint glance at Chu Xiaoran beside Chu Xiushan. Chu Xiaoran smiled. I, Xiaoran, have met you, senior sister Tao Yao. Tao Yao smiled gently and nodded. Junior sister Xiaoran has become even more beautiful. Hee, just a little more beautiful than senior sister Tao Yao. Chu Xiaoran remained calm and composed, confident and poised. The two women meet and confront each other sharply. Sarcastic remarks. In response, Chu Xiao merely yawned out of boredom. She had no intention of mediating. The teleportation array has been activated. Qualified disciples, quickly enter the teleportation array. Mo Fian's voice came from afar. In the next moment, a blue beam of light shot up into the sky. 100-meter-high gate of light appeared. In the center of the gate was a blue vortex. The two junior sisters. I'll go first. Before Master Tao Yao finished speaking, Chu Xiu began to operate, compressing the form into an inch. In an instant, they crossed a distance of 1,000 meters. With a few quick movements, they entered the teleportation portal. Other disciples also rushed over. They entered one after another. Tao Yao stamped her foot. She pouted. Senior brother, really? Why are you in such a hurry? They haven't finished talking yet. In the secret realm, there's something my senior brother Chu Xiu urgently needs. Naturally, he is anxious to go in. Chu Xiaoran smiled softly and said, Chu Xiaoran, stay away from my senior brother. Don't act like you understand him very well. Tao Yao's expression was as cold as water. The killing intent in her eyes was unreserved. There's not the slightest trace of the coyness from before. When she saw Chu Xiu, Sister Tao Yao, what do you mean by this? Chu Xiaoran frowned. Senior brother Chu Xiu and I are just friends. It's not as dirty as you think. Why should I stay away from him? Even if you're my senior sister, you can't be this overbearing. Tao Yao's tone was icy. What if I am? Do you want to die too? The two women locked eyes. Chu Xiaoran suddenly smiled, her beautiful eyes flickering. Sister Tao Yao, do you know what you look like right now? Beautiful as Tao Yao. You look like Du Fu. No wonder senior brother Chu Xiu ran so fast earlier. In the next moment, Tao Yao angrily attacked. She threw a punch at Chu Xiaoran's head. The force was terrifying. The ripples even pierced through space. Chu Xiaoran knew the opponent was formidable, but he wouldn't be a hard man. With this punch, the suburbs turned into petals, fluttering and scattering everywhere. He is the peerless immortal worshipped by thousands, and should be living a carefree, leisurely life. Until the appearance of this man, all the previous cold arrogance has completely vanished. Just now, Chu Xiu stepped into the teleportation portal. He felt a blur before his eyes. His body suspended in midair, wrapped in an invisible force. He didn't know how much time had passed. A beam of light shone on his face. Chu Xiu opened his eyes. This is a square paved with diamond-black stones. It is about the size of 2 football fields. The entire area is surrounded by a blue light curtain. The objects outside the light curtain are unclear. Disciples of the Holy Land are walking out from the light gate, until the last disciple arrives. The light gate disappears. 2,000 people gathered in the square. It was very noisy. Everyone was chatting back and forth, with laughter ringing out. It felt quite relaxed, as if they were not here for training, but rather for tourism. As the light gate disappeared, the stillness of the square envelopes. The light curtain gradually fades away. Only then does the scenery outside come into view. Several miles beyond the square lies a primeval forest, towering ancient trees that are broad enough for several people to hug. They are arranged in a staggered pattern. The roar of beasts echoes through the forest. A hawk, measuring in meters, soars in the sky. Its cry reverberates through the heavens. In the distance, one can see the imposing and magnificent outline of a hurricane stretching thousands of miles. This world gives a sense of wildness, yet is full of vitality everywhere. Wow, how vast must the wilderness be, I heard my master say. The desolate demon's secret realm has a diameter of about 10 million. That's 1/20th the size of the southern region. Wow, that's huge. The larger the area, the more opportunities. Anyone want to team up? Let's form a team to hunt for treasure. Someone called out. Chu Xiu's deputy gazed into the distance. His brows gradually furrowed. He could clearly sense the killing intent surrounding the teleportation plaza. Heh, quite a few people want me dead. I don't think I've offended anyone though. Chu Xiu rubbed his temples helplessly. Jia, could you be a bit more serious? Hundreds of Shenxiao sect disciples subtly surrounded Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu let out a soft sigh. He couldn't be bothered to bring Yi Fan, the main protagonist, along. With a wave of his hand, a thumb-sized silver shuttle elongated with the wind. Eventually, it transformed into a shuttle shape, over 10 meters long and a few meters wide. Feizhou leapt onto it. Whoosh! Feizhou turned into a silver streak, soaring into the sky. He escaped, but he can't get away. We chase. Dozens of Feizhou soared into the sky, chased after where Brother Chu disappeared, looked up at the sky. Yi Fan's eyes flickered. He sighed softly. Brother Chu, I don't want to fight you, but I can't stop others from coming after you. Sorry, Brother Chu, controlling the silver shuttle, his thick black hair, was blown backward by the wind, gliding over the continuous high mountains. Turning to look back, the pursuer's lips curl into a smile, a long-lost feeling of identity. Ahead, a large black eagle hovers in the sky. The wild beast throws its head back and lets out a cry. Flapping its wings, it perches nearby, shimmering with a metallic glow. The sharp claws of the winged eagle reached for Brother Chu's head. It intended to tear open his skull. Extremely savage. Brother Chu's expression remained calm. He pointed his fingers and rode the sword through the air. A flash of sword light shot out. The giant eagle instantly dissipated into a mist of blood. Whoa, damn. What level is his African thing? The speed is incredible. Looking at the silver shuttle that is getting further away, a disciple from the 7th layer of the Divine Bridge couldn't help but curse. There's no way the suspended grade African is this fast. Could it possibly be a ground grade shuttle? How are we supposed to chase this? Don't worry, before we set off, Brother Yun from Sword Spirit gave me the breath tracking compass. I have already locked onto his breath. It won't matter even if he escapes to the ends of the earth. In 7 days, deep within the secret realm of the wild demons, in a certain lush valley, thunderous explosions will echo. The mountains will tremble. The mountains will crack and collapse. Countless birds will be startled and take flight. Chu Xiu is battling a giant savage beast, a python over tens of meters long. The beast's body is covered in black scales. Its defense is incredibly strong. It faintly possesses the bloodline of a quasi-demon emperor. The spirit plant has bloomed. It's difficult to deal with. With a cultivation level of the 9th tier of the Divine Bridge realm, it fought Chu Xiu fiercely. It was struck and covered in wounds. The wound was gruesome. The blood stained the nearby cold pond red. Chu Xiu continuously activated his self-destruction technique. His movements were incredibly swift. Whether the giant python opened its mouth full of fangs to bite, or swung its massive tail to strike, he easily dodged them. He seized the openings in the opponent's attacks. Chu Xiu gripped the handle of the dominant sword, the Azure Dragon Sword, with both hands. His entire body glowed with golden light. His vital energy surged. He slammed it hard onto the giant python's head. Boom! Crack! The giant python's head was shattered. Blood mixed with white brain matter splattered out. It let out a roar, tilting its head back. The head tilted, fell to the ground with a thud. No more movement. The host put away the 8 swords, walked to the edge of the cold pool, picked a rare-grade cold lotus exuding a tempting fragrance, deciding whether to exchange it for breakthrough points. Congratulations, the host has obtained 70,000 breakthrough points. Please choose the breakthrough suggestion below. The suggestion is that everything will come to an end if not acted upon. The detection system has found that the secrecy level is too high. The difficulty of the breakthrough is extremely high. A small cycle lasts 30 years. Each small cycle requires 500,000 breakthrough points. Whether or not to break through is your choice. Meditate for 30 years. Understanding the profound meaning of the Xingqian technique after a long search, due to the nature of the master's physique, your cultivation talent has been enhanced. In an instant, the understanding of the Xingqian technique surged into his mind like a flood breaking through a dam. The intense impact caused Chu Xiu to frown slightly. The good news is that he will use the Xingqian technique more naturally and smoothly now. Chu Xiu stands up. He activates the Xingzi mantra, shrinking the earth in 2 inches. In the next moment, he appears 5 kilometers away. Chu Xiu can't help but laugh, feeling that spending 500,000 breakthrough points was worth it. Chu Xiu gazes toward the west. He activates the Xingzi mantra and vanishes from the spot. 100,000 miles away from the valley where he had fought the giant python. In the sky above Africa, Chen Mufan frowned, as he glanced at his 4 teammates. It had been 7 days, and they had gained nothing. They had been chasing Chu Xiu for 7 days. Damn, where the hell is this Chu Xiu going? On the other side, a towering mountain 1,000 feet high, where not a blade of grass grows. A mountain of jagged black stones, shrouded in gray mist. Visibility is extremely low, with a chilling atmosphere. The cries of ghosts and wolves echo. Faintly, shadows flicker. It's quite eerie. Chu Xiu looked up into the distance. His instincts told him the mountain was dangerous, but he wasn't worried. He formed a hand seal with his right hand, then etched hidden runes onto his body. After carving over 100 of them, he stepped onto a black stone. The touch was cold and stiff, like stepping on a block of ice. Chu Xiu kept moving upward. His figure gradually disappeared into the gray mist. A day later, his clothes were in tatters. His body was surrounded by a chilling aura. He stumbled down the mountain. He looked badly injured. Host, your luck is really something. That Yin spirit cashew hasn't even matured yet. Chu Xiu took out a 5th-grade healing pill and put it in his mouth. He sat down and closed his eyes to recover from his injuries. Host, aren't you anxious? You finally managed to defeat the Yin demons and zombies on the mountain. But unexpectedly, the Yin spirit demon bone is not yet mature. What a pity, kid. Chattering on and on. Gloating. Chu Xiu's lips slightly curved. A flash of red in his eyes, gone in an instant. Do you think I can't handle this just because it's not done? Damn, you're not planning to get tough on me, are you? Ha ha ha, as expected of you, old demon Chu. The man, for the starving ancient desolate body, actually challenged a powerful expert at the Divine Bridge realm. Little did he know that his act of playing the fool would lay the foundation for endless troubles. In the heavenly demon's secret realm, within a dense ancient forest, Chu Xiu looked relaxed, gathering spiritual herbs. Holding a fruit in his left hand, he takes a crunchy bite. The juice is sweet and sour. Oh, brother Chu Xiu, you're here too. A surprised voice came from behind. Chu Xiu turned around. 4 men and 1 woman were all disciples within the Divine Bridge realm. The leading man has even reached the 8th level of the Divine Bridge. Chen Mufan, carrying a large black hammer on his back, looks around. He has a smile on his face. Senior brother Chu Xiu, why are you alone? Chu Xiu looks wary, taking a step back. Are you all here to hunt me down? Chen Mufan secretly transmitted a message to several teammates. Suppress your killing intent. Don't let him notice. This guy has trained in an extremely powerful movement technique. If he wants to escape, we won't be able to stop him. Keep him steady for now. Wait for the others to arrive. Then the ambush. It was senior brother Chen who acted on your orders. Chen Mufan looked at Chu Xiu with a face full of surprise. Senior brother Chu Xiu, what do you mean by this? Wantonly killing fellow disciples is a grave crime. Yes, senior brother Chu, there must be a misunderstanding. A delicate-looking girl looked worried. Senior brother Chu, is someone trying to kill you? Who would have such nerve to actually dare to hunt down a personal disciple? Tell us. Perhaps we can help you. The female disciple gently coaxes, putting on a kind and helpful face. Hearing this, Chu Xiu's expression softened slightly, but his eyes remained wary. I don't know exactly who it is either. Anyway, there are quite a few people chasing me. Senior brother Chu, how about joining our team? Even if we encounter pursuers, we can still block a few punches for you. Chen Mufan said. The others quickly echoed, beating their chests, promising to help Chu Xiu dig the grass. Each one is a damn Oscar winner. Chu Xiu's furrowed brows gradually relaxed, a smile on his face. Thank you, junior brothers and sisters. I, Chu, am deeply grateful, but I think it's better to leave it at that. As he said this, he showed a hint of embarrassment. I, Chu, don't want any of you to be harmed because of me. Or worse, lose your lives. Chen Mufan's eyes flashed. A female disciple in black sent a cold laugh through voice transmission. This guy's personality doesn't seem as decisive and ruthless as the rumors say. He's actually a bit kind. Yeah, he's actually still worried about our safety. What a nice guy. He probably wouldn't even know if he died. We are one of the people chasing him. Can't blame him though. After all, our performance was too convincing. Huh. But you must not be harmed. Otherwise, the Holy Emperor will suffer too great a loss. Senior brother Chu Xiu. Let us stay and help you. The others also looked at him with sincere fists clasped. Chu Xiu was moved. He was incredibly touched. How can I face you all with such kindness? I feel deeply ashamed. I am truly sorry. Chen Mufan and the others exchanged glances. A strange glimmer flashed in their eyes. In that case, I will agree. Chu Xiu clenched his teeth, as if making a significant decision. There's no need for that, senior brother. We are family in the Holy Land. Chen Mufan's eyes were red, deeply immersed in the scene. Chu Xiu nodded repeatedly. He leaned against the enormous roots of the ancient tree. He took out some wine and roasted meat. He invited several people to take a seat. Chu Xiu took out the wine cups. He poured wine for them. Chen Mufan and the others were also quite enthusiastic. They didn't seem to have any intention of eating or drinking. Chu Xiu raised his wine cup, and drank it all in one go. Then he grabbed a leg of wild sheep, roasted to a golden crisp, its fragrance filling the air. He took a big bite of meat, chewing it eagerly. It tasted delicious. Seeing that a few people hadn't moved, he asked in confusion, "Why aren't you eating?" While talking, he poured himself another glass of wine. He tilted his head back and gulped it down. "Everyone, don't be shy. Come and try Brother Wei's cooking." A guy with a face full of pimples watched Chu Xiu eat so deliciously, that he couldn't help but swallow hard. Since he's enjoying it so much, it shouldn't be poisoned, right? He grabbed the wine glass and took a sip. His eyes lit up immediately. "Good wine, huh? Right? This is a fine wine from my master's cellar. I secretly took it out." Seeing his companion was fine after drinking, Chen Mufan relaxed, especially with Brother Chu urging him to avoid exposing their disguised expressions. They also started drinking and eating meat. "Senior Brother Chu, did you roast this meat? It's really delicious." If it's delicious, eat more." "Not enough, senior brother, there's more here." Chu Xiu smiled gently. The 6 film kings exchanged drinks and toasts. What a lively conversation. An hour later, Chu Xiu took out a napkin, wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth, and smiled as he spoke. "Everyone." The 5 of them turned their gaze toward him, smiling calmly. "How many benefits has Jian Lingyun given you, that you are willing to do anything to kill me?" Chen Mufan's pupils constricted slightly. He grabbed the giant hammer next to him, and swung it toward Chu Xiu in an instant. Chu Xiu activated his secret technique, and in an instant, he disappeared from his spot. A gnarled ancient tree branch appears 100 meters away. A black giant hammer, covered in barbs, smashes into the ground. With a loud bang, it creates a half-meter deep pit in the ground. The other 4 people surround it. Their expressions are not looking good. Chen Mufan squints. Coldly, he asks, "When did you notice?" Chu Xiu smiles gently. Perched on a tree branch. Hearing this, Chen Mufan and the others changed their expressions dramatically, quickly checked internally. Sure enough, the purple mansion was already surrounded by some unknown black mist. "You poisoned the wine." The delicate face of the female disciple was twisted. Chu Xiu gently waved with a soft smile. "There wasn't any wine in my poison." This is killing me. Our poison is absolutely authentic. Ones won't be mixed with any alcohol at all. Chen Mufan's expression grew even darker. "What do you mean? You mean what we're drinking isn't alcohol at all? But poison, huh?" Clever Chu Xiu nodded. "This is the Forgetting Worries brew I personally crafted. It tastes just like aged fine wine." "How's the taste?" Chen Mufan felt his body gradually becoming numb. His true words became sluggish. "You're so toxic, Damn. You're a real smiley-faced tiger. The dead eagle's face was pockmarked, eyes bloodshot. He was about to charge at Chu Xiu to fight desperately. Seeing this, Chu Xiu, unhurried, at ease. Do you all want to survive? I can give you a chance. If there's no antidote in half a quarter of an hour, your bodies will dissolve into blood. During that time, you'll experience unimaginable pain. The 5 of them, upon hearing this, felt a chill in their hearts. No need, not even a quarter of an hour. Ma Zilieni felt discomfort in her body. It seemed something was gnawing at her heart. The pain made her clutch her chest. Her face turned pale. Speak your purpose. Chen Mufan said coldly. Chen Shidi is indeed a clever person. I am very satisfied. Casually tossing a scroll to him. Just follow the instructions on it. There are 10 antidotes inside. They will keep the 5 of you safe for 3 days. Once the task is done, I will detoxify you. How do we know you'll keep your word afterward? The delicate female disciple's face turned pale. He also began to show signs of poisoning. Chu Xiu looked serious. He raised his palm towards the sky. In a loud voice, I swear in the name of my master. He activated the self-destruction mode. Shrink the earth to an inch. Instantly disappear. This group of reckless little brats dare to conspire against our 6th brother. If we don't let them taste a bit of salt, how will they ever know that salt is sweet? Just now, the 5 great masters had a little of 8 plus 1. Immediately became obedient. Figures jumped down from the fleet, splitting in all directions. What's going on, Chen Mufan? A man with sharp eyebrows and clear eyes, wearing a blue monk's robe, steps forward, frowning and asks, You actually let Chu Xiu escape? Senior Brother Yen, please calm down. The gazes of over 200 people around them also turned hostile, as if ready to draw their swords and kill their teammates at the slightest disagreement. That intense killing intent made Chen Mufan's teammates all turn pale. Chen Mufan forced a smile. Everyone, please calm down. Let me explain. Just an hour ago, we encountered Chu Xiu here. That guy was too nervous. He bolted and ran. His movement was incredibly fast. We couldn't catch up to him. Senior Brother Yen, who is at the peak of the 9th layer of the Divine Bridge, was displeased. Then why did you call us here? Chen Mufan's expression became serious. He pulled out a scroll made of animal skin from his chest. When Chu Xiu escaped, he dropped this item. What's this? The crowd looks on with curiosity. It's a rare treasure of heaven and earth. Ain Spirit Demon Fruit, said Si Chen Mufan. As soon as these words were spoken, there was a collective gasp from the crowd. A rare treasure of heaven and earth. It's an immortal item. The Ghost Spirit Demon Fruit. Greedy eyes fixed on the scroll in Chen Mufan's hands, wishing they could snatch it immediately. Senior Brother Yen looked at Chen Mufan in surprise. You got this? Why not pick it yourself? The Ghost Spirit Demon Fruit. I don't believe you have such good intentions. What are you really up to? Chen Mufan looked helpless. He tossed the scroll to Senior Brother Yen. Take a look. Senior Brother Yen caught it. He unrolled it. It was a map. After seeing the label clearly, I felt uneasy. At that moment, Chen Mufan glanced at Brother Yen. That place is called Inma Mountain. It's extremely dangerous. Just the 5 of us. The probability of falling is too high. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been sent here. Chen Mufan's tone was very helpless. Everyone must be aware of the preciousness of the treasures of heaven and earth. The mature Yin Soul cashew is truly a celestial product. Eating one during the mid-cervical period can implant a divine power realm. Even if you sell it, you can fetch tens of thousands of divine essence stones. Let's first agree on obtaining the heroic soul fruit. The 5 of us need to divide one more city, otherwise, we'll suffer a huge loss. Chen Mufan looked pained. Seeing this, all the disciples laughed. They repeatedly agreed. But in their hearts, they were mocking. There are so many of us. You want one more city?